Okay, so this is my nighttime security. This is my first night without the dog here. I had a little kind of like little flash when I went to the bathroom, and I was like, "Oh yeah," because it's like probably typical times I was taking the dog out, getting ready for bed, take the dog out the last time. Yeah, like when you're grieving someone dying too, I'm sure it's similar, but like the emotional reactions are different depending on your relationship and your attachment to the person, and probably your faith too. It probably depends on your faith, the person's life. If it was like they went to a better place, stuff like that. Like I hope that I honestly hope by some miracle that the dog gets adopted. I mean, like I said, it's not a young dog, but um, I think it probably I would have been maybe have more of a delay if I wasn't leaving here. There might have been more of a delay, but yeah, like especially because the dog isn't young. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the dog is not a puppy. I think it would have been worse for me because, yeah, and it's not like just because I was living with the dog, it was really Tommy's dog. Even for Barbara, like, that's just how they were. They wouldn't allow other people to bond to their pets. Yeah, it's not really like a family dog. Barbara's dog wasn't a family dog. Um, yeah, I guess it's kind of weird because I had dogs. I had a cat when I was first married, and I've had dogs, so I don't think I do that. Like in a family, I don't think I do that where like you want the dog to just be yours. Um, so I don't know if Cindy is um, adjusted better because it seemed like I shouldn't judge everything people do because it seemed like she was like overly attached to the dog, but I guess for her, her children are all growing up, and she doesn't have any social friends. And it's difficult for someone that bossy to probably have friends. I can have friends, yeah. Like it's different, sort of like I really try not to be kind of like this when I'm in like Quincy. It's just, yeah, it's hard to. What happens sometimes is people do like to tell me stuff like they want counsel or something, or they're just so used to doing it. So the dynamic is different. Um, I was trying not to be like that with Brian, obviously, a boyfriend. That's crazy. But he was like unloading a lot of his inventory at me. Um, I don't know because that was the first time I ever tried courting since I got sober. Like, really? So I guess I didn't feel the need to be doing that. Like, he did a lot of talking about himself. I don't feel I did a lot of talking. It was like that typical thing. But yeah, especially when I was having issues like currently going on in my life. Um, Yeah. So, and then it was, and my ex took my shower curtain, like completely belittling my life. I know. It's like you got to marry someone who goes, and my ex took my shower curtain when you're talking about your children. Yeah. I guess I viewed it differently. Maybe I shouldn't have. In retrospect, I mean, I didn't know all that was going to happen afterwards, where he would show that he doesn't give a fuck about me. But I guess I viewed it differently. Like he was like helping me. Like, why would we even be talking about this fucking person? Like the same way I was when he started talking about some ex he hasn't been with in 7 years. I don't know if you can go, well, because we are children or something. I guess I don't really believe in that. Yeah, like, don't keep talking about your fucking children. Like, you've gone this time long where you don't talk to people about your children. Don't start talking about your fucking children to me. Right, like you're clearly already over it, and I'm your boyfriend or something, but that's why I was trying to see a therapist. And it ended up being this fucking ridiculous thing. And then I'm supposed to talk to this fucking person? No. Get it? Yeah, it just. Did you ever hear anything about your friend? My friend? You mean my fucking fiance? No, I haven't. Did you ever hear about fucking Ron DeSantis and Casey DeSantis and Al Gore at the Golf Channel? I gotta listen to Chris has a fucking tongue bite, and Charmaine's got, I don't know, fucking dementia, and she's mean. But I shouldn't talk about what the was currently fucking going on with me in my life when I'm enemy of the fucking state. Well, make up your fucking mind. We don't talk about that shit, or we're gonna talk about these fucking street people our entire relationship. Get it? At what point do you go, honestly, Brian? I mean, come on. Right, just can you believe nobody cares about him? I can believe in it, and I think people do should care about him. But can you believe fucking Ron DeSantis and Casey DeSantis at the fucking Golf Channel? Shower fucking curtain, big dick or whatever the fuck. Yeah, can you believe? Do you have any idea how tight my vagina is? Pretty fucking tight. Can we talk about anything but fucking Brian? Just I know, just and my ex took my shower curtain. Huh? No, I'm not gonna. I just remembered that, and I'm not gonna utter it. But people tell me stuff about their life, so I'm sure they probably went, "Are we allowed to hit him now, Mary?" Or no, I don't think he even knows what he's saying. Yeah. Um, you'd have to talk to him and stuff. I don't think he even knows what he's fucking saying, but you could prove me wrong. If he knows what he's saying, he's got to have dementia. I know, because you just go, huh? If the Jew, yeah, I don't think it really has to do with this, but it like in his totality, if the dude has never had a real girlfriend, okay, and he doesn't have any children, like, why would he want to get married? So his life is not what he wanted it to be. So some of them get snippy like that. I have way too much understanding for people's psychology when they tell me things about themselves. So you have to be careful you don't end up being abused because of it, though. It's kind of like Jen. Okay, that's all fine and good, but she's your friend for a reason, right? That I explained it. I wasn't going to Plymouth intending to have any relations. Just that was supposed to get you into a psychiatric hospital. Not to break up with you, but to find out what the fuck's wrong with you. Then I'd decide if I was going to break up with you, depending on what they said. I didn't know all that was going to happen. And then I don't even have a right to know if you're there. Never mind what they thought of you. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, like you've got to legally marry a street drug addict or a hospital will soup, soup, soup and not even tell you if he's there. Okay, just because you won't rape a mentally ill homeless man? Gotcha. Okay. I won't rape a mentally ill homeless man who's on drugs. So I don't have a right to know anything about him. But if I forced the dude to legally marry me and then take him to a hospital, then I could know what's going on with them. Gotcha. Hence Joanne and Jen's marriage, probably. Oh, I left the phone out there. I'll worry about it tomorrow. I like to have it next to me just in case, because I did give 2 people my phone number. And no, I don't think that's them. I know you just go, whoa, why are you blocking me already? Psycho. I hope to God not that someone just texts that. You have to say my name, your name, and the reason you're texting me. Otherwise, I'm confused, and I think that you're coming from the Kent family text message loop. I thought of it afterwards. I'm like, that's right. I did give 2 people my phone number. Why would they just text you're a superstar though? Unless like they are like worried it's a fake number. Well, that's why you're supposed to call my phone and not go, well, if I call her phone, then she'll have my phone number. Okay. And why would I bother you? I don't know. I don't know what happened to Derek, but I've got 2 people who supposedly had Derek on my phone, and I've texted them maybe 3 times in 8 months. I know you just go. I text and go, "Is this Derek?" And then nothing ever comes back. I know. Just does that sound like a psycho that's gonna just like I'm on Twitter? I don't actually do that with phones. I did it to that Geo guy after he was like a fucktard. Yeah. And then it was like 14 text messages. And I think I texted him once after that, like months later, because I was drinking. And I texted him like once to see if I was blocked. And he didn't answer me. You just block people. I don't think anyone cares about like just whoa, this person won't stop texting me. Block. It's not a big deal. I did something so that their email thing won't even show up here anymore. I was going to look at the phone number again. I wanted to see if it was the person that said they were Jim because I'm like, who else would be texting me? It's not Scott. He wasn't even in the thing either. That dawned on me after. It's someone that's in their phone thing. Is that the person still that's saying they're Jim? I know you go, I guess maybe he has dementia. It's just that's a weird way. Oh, here's Tom Kent. February 24th at 10 a.m. was the last text. I'm outside. That can't be accurate. That's weird. Was someone going in and deleting his text messages? Because I text him every week from at the food pantry. Why is the last text from February 24th? That's weird, isn't it? Yeah. Saturday, February 24th at 10 a.m. Him saying I'm outside was he was waiting out here for me to go to the food pantry. But that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Unless I called him. I wonder if I started calling him and not texting. That might be what it is. Yeah, because that's us at the food pantry. That's why it says done, done, done. That's me telling him I'm done at the food pantry. In case someone started reading his text messages on his phone, it means the food pantry. That's why I text him done, and then he comes and picks me up because he was parking, and then he drive around and pick me up. I know because someone was reading all his text messages, meaning Cindy. So she probably went done, 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 done. What the hell is this? The food pantry. That's the gist of our conversations. So yeah, I don't even want to scroll back. I don't even want to go back to last summer because it's just gonna piss me off. Where I ask him if Brian can sleep on the porch, and he tells me no, that he's keeping the peace. Um, I'd have to unblock them to look at the phone number. I don't really want to do that, but yeah, like I'm nervous that it's not that it's like might be Mike. Yeah, because it's supposed to rain. I don't know. People are strange. Like he might be like, how am I supposed to know it's you by that though? It's probably not him. I know where you go. You are a superstar. That's got to be an internet jailer, right? I don't know. It sounds like a person that's a rude cunt. Yeah, like the person is pissed about my text message or something. I know, just I would assume that's not Mike. Okay. Because it's supposed to rain tomorrow and it's a homeless person. Anyways, didn't I say something to let them know that the dog came and that I'd be gone by the 17th and so they can have come into the house after the 17th? Why would you text back you are a superstar to that? That sounds like an obnoxious asshole, doesn't it? I know at first I was like, is that Scott talking to me like that? And I went, wait a minute. No, Scott's the one. The last text is he's asking me about the dog. That's Scott. He's not in their text message thing. Right. Right. He was saying I could stay at his house until the 17th, but only until the 17th. I don't need that. Yeah. I don't know. He thought he was like helping me because then he was telling me to call some lawyer. It's like, I'm not doing that. So then he was asking me about when do I expect animal control to pick up the dog. So at first I forgot he's not even in their email thing. I mean, I keep saying email, their text message thing. So that's not him talking like that. I know you're like, who is that? Who would she put in a phone thing? It's not Candy and it's not Scott. So it's either going to be Jim or Kathy, right? Yeah, definitely don't contact me. Whoever the fuck that is with the 508. It's not my caseworker. I can see that I text her and she didn't answer me. I know you just go, I am a superstar. That's a response to me informing you about the dog. And then I'll be gone on the 17th and you guys can do whatever you're doing with these people's belongings. Yeah, that person sounds like an obnoxious asshole. Oh, I was going to check my Facebook. That's right. I'm not even going to worry about it because I'm thinking in my mind, I don't think that could actually be Mike. Yeah. No, I didn't ask him for his phone number. Nope. I'm not trying to be his girlfriend. No. Some people don't want them to know your phone, don't want you to know their phone number.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a mental condition characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, a sense of entitlement. They feel like they're entitled to exploit people, and they also need constant admiration. Narcissists also believe that they're special and unique, and they deserve special treatment. They believe that they're above everyone. There are many misconceptions.
This person is claiming that Delia Duffy is on Jen Vickery's friend list and that I can see her comments. I know you go, I guess. Really? That's probably why Jen would actually contact me if it was Jen. The truth comes out if that's actually Jen. That might be a reason she'd live at the shelter just for her protection. If true, obviously I'll find out in 6 days, but yeah, because that would be a reason she'd try to contact me, but she doesn't even talk to me, so I question it. But what I've noticed on Zoe Woody, they don't actually let you talk to anyone, but she could comment something, so that's why I don't think it's her. Yeah. I remember I tried to comment to someone on Zoe Woody, they won't let me. Yeah, the most you can hope for is that now they're going to make social groups especially when I show up in Quincy, because I can't come back to someone's house again. It's over after 13 plus years. Thank fucking God, it's over. So the most that I guess we can hope for is these people get so insane that they're going to make social groups. And so they finally put us in the same fucking internet prison so that we can become their entertainment and their story show. Get it? I'm sure they've done that with people like they were doing with the Aaron Carter people. And then obviously they would probably continue to try to interact with us, as you saw in the Aaron Carter stuff. So that's the gist of the Jen stuff. Just that she posted stuff. So you go, she posted stuff, but she doesn't want to fucking talk to me? Okay. She doesn't say anything about I heard you were in fucking Quincy. Nice. It says, you're not alive to please any of these motherfuckers. Yeah. Obviously.
June 17th, 1994, a day that is seared into the memory of nearly 100 million people who watched as the 2-hour, 60-mile, low-speed police chase unfolded on live TV. And they listened as one LA detective tried to
Is this supposed to be the is this the Harbor Walk? Yeah, I was just on that thing. I got off at Broadway so I could walk down it. Yeah, that's why I'm like, maybe I'll get off at Broadway. Where was it? They were trying to get us to get off at fucking JFK. Nah, I just walked out to Quincy today. I'm not getting off at JFK. I'll get off at Broadway. How's that? They just stayed there and stayed there and stayed there, and then finally they got the hint. I ain't getting off at fucking JFK. Not today. I don't know if that's a typical thing they've been doing. I already did 7 miles out there, and I'm already fucking drawn. I needed some fucking rest. Yeah. Can I have my food card turned back on? Yeah, a little bit hungry. 224 grams of fat a day. Especially when you're fucking homeless, especially outside. I mean, I wasn't cooking fucking chickens in the DTA stoop for 2 months. Food's fucking expensive on the street. Right, because people like this, we use a food pantry. There's no fucking food pantry, nowhere to put food to store it. I don't know. There's probably some people that actually have a storage unit with the fucking cooler in it. I don't know if any of them have plugs to plug a fucking freezer into. But you just go, I could see someone trying to keep a cooler in a storage unit, like one of those tiny ones. Like, because some people got 401 a month and then all of a sudden you shut the shit off. Like, what the fuck? Tommy knew they shut off all my shit, including my SNAP food card. He mentioned it a week before he died. He knew they shut all the shit off again, and what I'm sure in his mind, he maybe he was happy about it, or he was just like, how the fuck is this chick ever gonna live? Right? Like, how is this still going on? Like, how is she gonna fucking live after this woman dies? Like, how could this possibly be going on? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking scary. It's probably scary to the outside view to some degree too, because what excuse is there now? You just go, our fucking government is just attacking this fucking person for no reason. Ron DeSantis, Casey DeSantis, the fucking Golf Channel, Florida Alimony. So now I have to have the fucking police there. You're supposed to be my fucking sister going, you already have a key. You don't need two. This is a fucking rental house. You're not the landlord here. Oh, yeah. Fucking lewd. Because I didn't want her to be able to get into the house while I was here. I'm only staying here till the fucking 17th because the guy didn't pay April's rent before he died. Get it? This is on because it's automatic payments, and her Barbara Kent's account already paid it. I haven't seen an electric bill show up yet because it's only been a week since the guy fucking died. I had to go through all of that in less than a fucking week. They don't get any better when someone dies like that. In fact, it seemed like they got worse.
So much about this, but about my whole reputation or my whole life. And in effect, he wanted me to act as a character witness for him. But of course, that never happened. And I don't think he appreciated what my job would have been in that circumstance, especially if he wanted to go on the
So, no, don't even get into it with them. That's more for my species. That's like for Holocaust victims. Just because that part of it's new. So, like, does God not care about this business about two people working at the fucking Golf Channel together and then just deciding to outlaw fucking Florida Alimony on this woman? So it's a mistake they don't know about me? Remember when she goes, what makes you think they know about you? Casey DeSantis working with Al at the Golf Channel? That's what makes me think they know about me. Okay? Fucking Mar-a-Lago. So that means you keep fucking attacking me too, right? Because you know that's what everyone's doing now. So it's okay, right? Fucking sure. No one even cares. You got a pretty fucked up God, man. I'll tell you that. How did this even fucking happen to me? King Solomon. I don't know, man. But your God is pretty fucked up. They're still talking about O.J. Simpson, which is better than some of the other fucking topics. Sure. Just listen to a whole bunch of people that are completely fucking full of shit. I guess he ruined the fun game by fucking killing her and not trying to fucking tear her apart with your teeth for 13 plus fucking years. Is it bare floor or carpet, Nicole? Got it? Fucking gross.
Man, we really need to upgrade your trash talk. Who programmed you? I'll see you tomorrow.
I still feel like I can smell that fucking dog as soon as I lay down. It's probably in the carpet. Yeah. Some of it is like how much of it is the dog because I've been in this room basically. I haven't been sleeping in the room upstairs. Yeah. It's like how much of it is the dog and how much of it is the fucking carpet. It must have smelt like way worse, man, because I cleaned the carpet. I guess I'll do it again and I'll put a little bit of bleach in the rinse water just to kill the smell. Try to kill the smell in the carpet.
So I'm the barbecue site you count. I guarantee her maximum refund. Each week's
Obviously, if Jen was actually talking to Delia Duffy, then I wouldn't be able to talk to Jen. It's called domestic violence. The only way I'd talk to her is if she needed help to get away from her. Because the woman has dementia and she's dangerous. I already had to deal with that in 2021. Oh, yeah. And I don't hesitate to call the police, whereas in 2021, I never went to the police about her. I sort of doubt that that's even them. It's probably another conversation that the people are trying to spur. Like they're hitting triggers or something. Because that's one of Jen's toxics. So if if for some reason she actually had to move back to Quincy, which sounds like she didn't actually have to do, but she wanted to do. If she actually had to move back to Quincy from Maine, then she's stuck in one of her fucking things. So it would make sense that she'd try to contact me. She did it last time when her and Delia were in one of their things. It's not a couplehood. It's an abusive thing that she gets into. That's why it's called a toxic. Just know this. Jen is never at any given time trying to go out with you.
Rafael Roma to Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. This is CNN.
We've been reflecting on the life and the death of O.J. Simpson. 13 years to the day after he was acquitted of murder, he was convicted of armed robbery, kidnapping, and other charges. The evidence showed that he conspired with 5 others to storm a Las Vegas hotel room where memorabilia dealers were expecting actual buyers. Instead, guns were pulled as merchandise was thrown into pillowcases. Simpson said at his sentencing that he was trying to reclaim family heirlooms that had been stolen from him while he was incarcerated. He claimed he didn't know that his associates had guns. Charles Ehrlich was O.J. Simpson's best friend at the time, a friendship that ended after Ehrlich took a plea deal and testified against Simpson as one of the accomplices in that robbery. And he joins me now. And Charlie, it's great to have you on a day like today.
And how are you?
You had such a interesting experience. We were talking all about what happened before the murders and that trial. You had a very different perspective of O.J. Simpson after that had happened.
Yes, I did. He was a dear friend, and I never looked at it where, to me he was always innocent in my eyes because we had that special relationship, and he was a very loving father and very caring, and I never saw a bad side of him. He was a dear friend of mine, and for this day, I still don't believe that he was involved in that horrific situation in LA. I run a club here in North Miami. It's called Beans Gold, and he was a regular customer of mine back in the day. Everyone loved him. He was very well liked, and in the years knowing him, we became very, very close. I would have dinners at his house, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Arnell, Sydney, Justin. Very loving. He was a very loving father, and
You know,
I never saw him get angry. Let me put it that way. In the years and years that I've known him, not once he was humble. People loved him. He was charming. He never showed any anger around me. Never. He was a sweet man.
honestly, Ron and Nicole's family would they would see this whole theory differently, and they've made that clear tonight. We have their reaction coming up in the show, but when you look back at his actual conviction that happened over 15 years ago, did you two ever speak again after that?
I once brought it up. I had, this is about probably 17 years ago when we were together, and I looked in his eye, and he almost had a tear in his eye at the time, and he said I loved her. I would never, ever, ever do anything to hurt her, and I'm a man, and and I see the way that his children, they loved him dearly, and being around him, in my heart, I could never believe he did it, never. And trust me, I was around him a lot. I was a confidant. A lot of times he'd ask me, I'd give him my advice. But like I said, everyone has their own opinion. My opinion, no, I don't believe he would ever do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable to think of that trial happened today, especially DNA evidence and just what these discovery cases now. Charlie Ehrlich, I do have a perspective that very people do. Thank you for joining me tonight and talking about this.
Thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Coming up here on CNN, Laura Coates is going to have a whole special hour for 11 o'clock Eastern on the life and the death of O.J. Simpson. You won't want to miss that. When it's time for an update or a complete remodel, Revamp is every step of the way.
Everything done.
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful, functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
I mean, you were right. It turned out amazing.
Revamp, with you every step of the way. Call or visit revamp.com for your free in-home design consultation.
I was born with wings, but psoriasis swooped in to clip them. It crushed my confidence.
But no longer will psoriasis get a piece of me.
I can love my skin again with Benzellix.
Only Benzellix targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation.
I can control my plaques and start getting myself back.
Benzellix helps adults with moderate to severe psoriasis control plaques to deliver clearer skin fast for results that last.
I will give myself back the freedom of shorts. Dare to wear black again, from head to toe. Most people got 100% clear skin.
Saw him after the first dose. Serious side effects include suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
I'm getting vaccinated with Pfizer's pneumococcal pneumonia vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I already got a pneumonia vaccine, but I'm asking about the added protection of Prevnar 20.
If you're 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved in adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects were pain and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and joint pain.
Will I be able to keep that plan? I don't want to risk ending up in the hospital with pneumococcal pneumonia.
That's why I chose Prevnar 20.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about the Pfizer vaccine for pneumococcal pneumonia.
Skin craving next level hydration? New Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
How do you make the most flavorful, delicious sauces? At Monticello, we grow our own tomatoes in Italy, then pick them fresh and rush them to our own kitchens, where we create farm-to-table pasta sauce in small batches, using only real, fresh ingredients. At Monticello, we don't use artificial flavors, sugars, or preservatives, because nothing beats fresh. Only Monticello can give your family a truly authentic Italian farm-to-table dinner. Get it at any retailer near you.
Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need an astounding network and partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with the world. With Astound.
Leagues Night with Adam Phillips, next on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by VessoBook.com.
Hartford only represents mesothelioma victims and their families. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now.
The CNN original series, Space Shuttle Columbia, The Final Flight, is going to air this Sunday. This week we'll go inside the moments 21 years ago. People watched in horror as the Space Shuttle Columbia broke up on re-entry into the skies over Texas. As a preview.
It was a Saturday morning. I was preparing to come to work. It was a beautiful day, beautiful drive. And as I turned onto Park Street, I heard a loud boom. All of a sudden, our house just shook. We, looked at each other and said, what is this? It's a shuttle overnight voyages. What is happening? We had just gone through 9/11, and at first I thought, did somebody blow it up?
It was probably a reasonable thought that a lot of people had that it could be something terrorist related, even in small rural areas. You never know where that might take place. What's going on? It appears that we have had explosion in this area.
An explosion?
Drones ordering up much more than our dispatch staff could handle.
You're telling me a piece of river fell out of the sky?
The two-part finale of that original series, Space Shuttle Columbia, The Final Flight, airs this Sunday, 9 p.m. right here on CNN. I've been watching and tell you it is a must-watch. Nearly a decade before that disaster happened, that's when the double murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman happened. We are hearing tonight from the Goldman family on the death of O.J. Simpson. The jury acquitted him in 1995. Ron Goldman's sister, Kim, and his father, Fred, said that Simpson's death comes as a huge shock to them. And that for, quote, 3 decades, we tirelessly pursued justice for Ron and Nicole, and despite a civil judgment and his confession in If I Did It, the hope for true accountability has ended. Despite his death, the mission continues. Also, new reaction tonight from one of the key witnesses at the trial in 1995, Kato Kalin, who lived at O.J. Simpson's guest house at the time of those murders, had this to say.
I wish to express my love and compassion to the Goldmans, to Fred and to Kim. I hope you find closure, and finally, to the family of the beautiful Nicole Brown Simpson. May we always cherish her memories.
Kalin also expressed his condolences to the children of O.J. Simpson. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip starts now.
O.J. Simpson's all-American horror story comes to an end. That's tonight on Newsnight. Good evening. I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Tonight, Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. You should remember those two names and also this name for what prosecutors said that he did to them. O.J. Simpson. He died today from prostate cancer at the age of 76. The running back turned broadcaster turned pitchman for everything was a fixture in American living rooms for over decades of his career until he went on the run. For just moments, I'm going to speak with O.J. Simpson's ghostwriter, the man who helped him with that semi-confession book, If I Did It, and also with Gloria Allred, who represented Nicole Brown's family in both trials. But first, Simpson's slow speed sprint from police wound its way through LA and unwound the myth around that man, giving the country a glimpse of a jealous domestic abuser who police immediately suspected of brutally killing his ex-wife and her friend.
Okay, this is Interstate 5, and this is courtesy of KCAL. Police believe that O.J. Simpson is in that car. Okay. Police believe he is in that vehicle. Let's pick up what the KCAL broadcaster is saying.
At this point, that the officers would do just about whatever they do at any type of a
Now they're
pursuit.
telling me that they believe that this vehicle was registered to Al Collins, or one of O.J.'s oldest friends, with teammate Southern Cal. They believe that Al Collins was the other person they're looking for, who was with O.J. earlier today. They believe, again, they believe that this is the car. We do not know this is the car. O.J.'s cars following what is presumed to be the car containing O.J. Simpson, now a fugitive from justice. The car is traveling at normal speed. Police reports that O.J. Simpson is in the passenger seat. They have to go. California Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN that it is definitely Al Collins' vehicle. And they're almost certain that O.J. is in the passenger seat.
Yeah, we're just now crossing the 605
California
at the
Highway Patrol is
91.
also telling
So we're starting to get up into the Long Beach area, north east Long Beach.
Again, O.J. appears to be holding a gun to his head.
I can tell you that I've seen CHP officers stopping people from getting onto the 405. The southbound 405, as you know, is a parking lot with everybody stopped and out of the cars looking and waiting for this case to come. But the Sunset Boulevard off-ramp is open, and it appears that they think that he might get off here. The whole way going north along the 405, it is an amazing sight. Along the right-hand shoulder, people have pulled over. Many of them carrying signs such as signs reading things like "Save the Jews," "Go O.J." People are literally cheering him on as he travels northbound on the 405, and we can only assume that he plans to get off at Sunset and go towards perhaps his home.
Fred, where is O.J. Simpson now?
That I cannot tell you. I'm about a block away, and I have no monitors, but I can only assume he's inside the home. They did agree to allow him to speak with his mother, but there's one question that has been resolved here, and that is certainly that he is in police custody and unharmed, apparently.
What a day.
What a day.
One of the witnesses for the prosecution in that trial was Pablo Fendez. He was Nicole Brown Simpson's neighbor, and he testified that he heard her barking dog the night of the murder.
I heard a very distinctive barking coming from somewhere to the south of where I live. And I was aware of it for maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Was there something unusual about that dog barking that drew your attention to it?
It was it was fairly persistent. It was at a significant pitch, and as you may recall, I described it at the time as a plaintive wail. It sounded like a very unhappy animal.
That testimony was a critical part of the prosecution's timeline. But in a bizarre twist, decades later, Fendez would then be asked to ghostwrite Simpson's hugely controversial book, If I Did It. That book was ultimately canceled by News Corp, the parent company of the publisher HarperCollins. The Goldman family then got the rights to the book and worked with Fendez to release it. And Pablo Fendez joins me now. Pablo, thanks so much for joining us. You do have so many connections to this O.J. Simpson story. Let's start with your reaction to his death today.
Well, the thing that stood out to me is that the entire time I spent with O.J. working on the book, he never expressed any remorse. And, O.J. and I spent a fair amount of time together, and it was sort of an unusual relationship since I had testified against him, as you pointed out. But I didn't feel a great loss. I actually felt no one for the family, the Brown family, and for his children, because of this, check the history of her life.
That testimony that you just played there was really a critical moment in this trial. But then for you to 10 years later actually even become a ghostwriter, why would you agree to do that?
Well, what happened was I got a copy of the publisher, Judith Regan. She said she had this project with O.J. and she said, I testified based on the ability of Ron Gott for this project. But, I've done a number of bestsellers for Judith, and she trusted me. And she thought that if anybody was going to elicit an actual confession on O.J., I might be that person. So initially, I said I didn't really want to go into business with the legal team over at HarperCollins and as a documentation. And when we saw that the deal was made with his children, I figured, well, we get a little something out of this, it's on that thing. So I signed on and got on a plane in Miami and flew down to meet him. The first thing he said to me was, the opening words, we shook hands and he was like, have you ever heard of a man being put away for murder by the way in the dog? So he was basically saying, I know who you are and I remember who you are. And we sat down and had lunch and, got off to a slow start, but things took off from there.
Do you think that was maybe one of the reasons why he agreed to do it? What was in it for him to have you, someone who testified against him, as his ghostwriter?
I don't know if he gave it that much thought. That somebody presented his deal to him, and I guess he thought the terms were agreeable, and he just, let's get this done. Let's do this job. And we sat down, it became a form of therapy. Ghostwriting is a lot like therapy, for the client. It's sit there and walk them through the history. In this particular case, it was one chapter of his history that everyone was interested in. So that's what we focused on.
So you said that he never expressed any remorse in the course of your working with him. Did you think he was guilty while you were writing this book?
Oh, at one point, we're in a hotel suite working together, we've been working for a few days, and he said, you know, Pablo, now that you know me a little better and maybe like me a little bit, do you still think I did it? And I said, I'm sorry, OJ, I thought you did it when it happened a dozen years ago. And, he exploded when he was alive, because a few moments later he was laughing. And he said, I know you think I'm guilty. And he thanked me for being honest with me. And I said, absolutely. You know, I don't think Ray is right. It's just that we were in the middle of working on a book together, and if I had liked him at that point, it would not have come out. So I was just honest with him.
You describe him as someone who would explode at you in moments like that, and then minutes later start laughing. I mean, explain to us what kind of person, someone who spends a lot of time in book therapy with him, what kind of person really is O.J. Simpson?
Well, you know, for a while I thought, you know, maybe there was a lot of cognitive dissonance there. And maybe he didn't think he had done it. But the more time I spent with him, the more I felt that he knew he had done it, because as we got closer to that chapter on the murders, it became harder and harder for him to deal with. And it was a real struggle. I mean, he never fell apart, and he would cry, but he was angry and worked up as we got to that chapter. He kept saying, I hate this chapter, I hate this chapter, do we have to do this chapter? And I said, that's the only reason we're doing the book, it's this chapter. But the other thing that I thought was interesting, in the chapter about the murders, and the other thing that I thought was interesting is, you know, he, in the book, he talked about meeting Nicole, and this incredibly romantic, and a young waitress in a coffee shop in Beverly Hills. And then, you know, as we got people into sort of the narrow issues and the abuse, he was just getting angry and angrier. And you know, saying it was truly a poster board for life abuse, and he basically was murdering the character in the book. Everything that went wrong in the marriage was her fault, and there was this sort of weird sense. And, you know, he was saying, if I did it, she had it coming, and that was really chilling to me. And it was, you know, it showed what I was doing.
He at some point tried to turn the public against you. Why?
Well, I thought that was, you know, sorry, I found it kind of amusing. What happened was the National Enquirer broke the news about the book, and suddenly there was like a storm, and the Goldmans were on, you know, the TV every day, decrying the people who were involved in the book, and it wasn't pleasant. It didn't really affect me. I have a complete other life outside of the book business. But OJ decided, you know, if the book is a confession, you know, maybe Pablo did it. I mean, he lives just, 50 yards from Nicole's house, so he seems to know so much about the murder. So he basically was throwing me under the bus a little.
Pablo Fendes, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for
And next, I'll speak live with Gloria Allred. She represented Nicole Brown's counsel for both of these trials, her reaction to Simpson's death. Plus, breaking news, as one of Donald Trump's trials starts just days from now, we are getting word one of the lawyers is now off the legal team. And a Newsline Scoop exclusive, for the first joint interview with the independent presidential ticket, Cornel West and Melina Abdullah, their first interview since she became West's running mate. Stand by for that.
Okay, Houston, you are go for the bird.
There's debris in the sky.
There's husbands and wives gone.
If you work in spaceflight, this is the worst possible thing that can ever happen.
Thousands of pieces of debris from how PCP puzzle should happen as of day one. I wish I could have done something differently, but I can't undo that. You can just make it better for those that follow. Station Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
I'm a consumer tax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let a TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Dude, what are you doing? Protecting my car. That's too much work. WeatherTech is so much easier. Laser measured floor liners up here, seat protector and cargo liner back there. Nice. Out here, stock window deflectors. And mud flaps. And the bump step to keep the bumper dent free. Cool. It's the best protection for your vehicle, new or pre-owned. Great. But where do I order? WeatherTech.com. You've got better things to do than clean out fog gutters. Call Leaf Filter today. And never clean out fog gutters again.
Leaf filter technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good. Guaranteed. Call the street Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19. My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid. Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, or are planning to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to Normotrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxis and ask your doctor today. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
When these business owners need things fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices, every small business in between, we've got you covered. Whether you need new equipment, wants to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next.
My relationship with my family and with my boyfriend and with myself were suffering. I really needed help. Really was got out the therapist and then the feedback was just life. It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your smartphone, you can access services, confirm your touch points, locate those, and sign up for text messages. Plus, now you can use Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astound.com to check out your non-Astound account makes it easy to do exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities. Mild hot sauce. It's a craveable contradiction, like fluffy, casual, and crazy cool. Sandy mild hot sauce. Mildly spicy with a hint of lime. It's differente. I'm from Body in Washington, and this is CNN.
More tonight on the death of O.J. Simpson. It was his criminal trial verdict that captivated and divided Americans.
Mr. Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury? Mrs. Robinson.
Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the people of the state of California versus Orenthal James Simpson, case number BA097211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, human being, as charged in count 1 of the information. Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the people of the State of California versus Orenthal James Simpson. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Ronald Lyle Goldman, a human being, as charged in count 2 of the information.
We, the jury in the above entitled action, further find the special circumstance that the defendant or adult James Simpson has in this case been convicted of at least one crime of murder of the first degree and one or more crimes of murder of the first or second degree to be not true. Signed, this second day of October 1995, Jury 230. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict? So say you one, so say you all.
Be seated, please. Have a quiet courtroom, please. All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you please poll the jury?
A number of key figures who were involved in O.J. Simpson's 1995 trial, including our next guest, became basically household names. Los Angeles attorney Gloria Allred represented Nicole Brown's family, and she joins me now. Gloria, thank you for joining us tonight. Your reaction to today's news?
Well, I don't want for O.J. Simpson. In the civil trial that followed, he was found liable, that is, responsible for the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Bolton. They both were accused. And that's important. And the big difference between the criminal trial and the civil trial that followed is not only that less evidence is necessary in a civil lawsuit. In other words, there's no necessity to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a burden of proof in a criminal case. But also, in the civil case, he testified. He did not testify in the criminal case because he invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, meaning he had a right to remain silent, and he exercised that right. But once he was acquitted, he had to testify in the civil lawsuit because a double jeopardy didn't be prosecuted, and he did, and the jury didn't believe him, didn't believe his denial that he had beaten Nicole Brown Simpson 5 years before he killed her, before he almost decapitated her and left her in a pool of her own blood at the doorstep of the condominium where his young children were inside, Abby, and could have come out and keep a mommy at any moment, and then seen their mother deceased before their very eyes. Thank God they didn't come out. But O.J. Simpson is a killer. He is guilty. He was liable for the wrongful death. That is what the civil jury found, and it has never been reversed. And so it's fair to call him a killer. But look, this is not just about O.J. Simpson. This is about the system failing battered women. This is about not believing that a high-profile celebrity man, rich, famous, powerful, would kill his wife. The same wife that he pled no contest to beating, giving her a black eye, and she ran terrified from the home 5 years before and hid in the bushes. And he was charged with spousal battery. And he admitted it. He entered a plea of no contest. And what did the judge do 5 years before her killing? Did not sentence him to 1 minute in jail. And so he became empowered. So he became emboldened. And then ultimately, we see what happens when there are no consequences for batterers. Nicole Simpson paid the price, and so did Ronald.
And the Coles family, we have not heard from them yet, but we have gotten a statement from the Goldman family. It says in part, despite a civil judgment and his confession, and if I did it, the hope for true accountability has ended, to your point. But, you know, Gloria, what I want to ask you about, I mean, we played that video from the courtroom, microcosm of the dichotomy that was playing out all across America at that time. There's still people today who believe that Simpson committed the murders, but also that he was correctly acquitted due to what they see as claims in the prosecution case. What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, I'm an officer of the court. I respect the jury's decision in the criminal case. Have I been in the jury? Of course, that is not a result that I've been reached. There was, and we all remember this statement came out presented by the prosecution against Mr. Simpson. You know, but karma is very interesting. Years later, there he is. charged with and convicted of armed robbery in Nevada and kidnapping and so forth. He went to prison for 9 years. So sometimes people can't really escape themselves. They're in their own prison. And in a way, O.J. Simpson paid the price. And now his legacy is going to be that he is a convicted felon, found liable by a jury for having killed 2 innocent human beings. And he hurt not only Nicole and Ron Goldman, they paid the ultimate price for it. He's hurt his own children by doing this. My heart goes out to Sydney and Justin, and they're now adults, and especially to the family of Nicole Brown Simpson. Judith and Lou, the parents of Nicole, they did everything while he was in jail awaiting the criminal trial to begin. They took custody of Sydney and Justin. They surrounded them with love. They protected them. They did everything to support them, as did the aunts, Denise and Dominique and Tanya. What a loving, close family they were, and how heartbreaking that when he got out, then he fought them for custody. But look, the main thing is let's remember the victims and also care about them. And I'm so proud of Denise and the other sisters for always standing up for victims of domestic violence and continuing the fight in the name of Nicole.
Gloria Homer, thank you very much for joining us and having us see to so much of this. That is really just excellent work. Thank you. And next, in the next hour, there'll be a special edition of Florida Clips Live on the life and the death of that is at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, only right here on CNN. And coming up here on Newsnight, and Newsnight is hosted independent presidential candidate Dr. Cornel West and his vice presidential running mate, Dr. Melina Abdullah. They'll speak live with me. It's their very first joint interview since becoming a ticket. That's nice.
Sunday, A Night of Space. First on the whole story with Anderson Cooper. James Webb Telescope. Are We Alone? Followed by the two-part finale of Space Shuttle Columbia, The Final Flight. Sunday starting at 8 on CNN.
Oh yeah, man, thicker than you're in a joke. What you really need in life is some freaking tools.
The Dodge Hornet RT, the total profile crossover.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now, there's Skyrizi. Things are looking up, I got to me. Control of my clothes means everything to me. Control Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and physically improve damage of the intestine lining. And the majority of people experience long-lasting remission at 1 year. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infection or a lower ability to fight infection. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptom and how to add to your life. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease. Now's the time to ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering. This is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath and because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flares. With 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night. Trelegy won't replace the rest of the for some breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsening breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Ask your doctor about what's ailing Trelegy with COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
top you can take a look at. When it's time for an update or completely here, Rebap is with you every step of the way, from design and products to removal and installation. We handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebap, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebap.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Your favorite local forecast is more local than ever. The Weather Channel's Local on the 8th. Your forecast and weather information completely revisualized to power your day. Every day, every half hour. Create your world through weather and get you to be out there. Your Local on the 8th. Only on the Weather Channel.
This message is brought to you locally by Rain, a tribute to the Beatles at the Box Center Lang Theater, April 12th and 13th. Tickets at boxcenter.org. Here, matching the thousand shirts for one price. And phones are forgotten. Young ones are granted new power, and gadgets are actually funded. Fireworks paint the sky every night, and handles come back every day. Here, anything is possible if you can imagine. And that's what makes Orlando our beautiful community.
Tonight, a history-making pair promising to disrupt the normal order of business, Cornel West and Melina Abdullah are the first African-American pair to top a presidential ticket. West announced his running mate yesterday and says his choice would put a smile on the face of Martin. Abdullah is a political newcomer, having never run for a political office before. She is also a university professor and a Black Lives Matter activist and organizer. She says that they are running to show Americans that there is another way, a way that doesn't sound like the choices between Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Both of us want to disrupt the narrative that you have only two choices. Or want to say, the world tries to tell us that we're tethered to certain ideas that we don't have to be tethered to. We can be expansive and imaginative.
Joining me for their first joint television interview since announcing that ticket is independent presidential candidate Dr. Cornel West and his vice presidential nominee, Dr. Melina Abdullah. Thank you both for being with us. Dr. West, I want to start with you. This is, as you noted, a history-making choice on your part. An all-African-American ticket, but also a ticket that includes the first Muslim on the presidential ticket that was announced on the end of Ramadan. What message are you sending by doing that?
So I want to thank you for having both of us on. It's always a blessing to be I think most of us, it comes from a great tradition of a great people in the face of hatred, pain, and trauma. But there's love warriors, freedom fighters, and boldly healers. And both of us attempt to be true to that tradition. That's what I meant. And I said, put a smile on the face of things. Okay, smile on the face of Martin Luther King, smile on the face of Mary Beth. So very much like the musicians, you know what I mean? That the Marvin and Tammy get together when Chuck Mason as Billie Holiday. It's a black ticket, rooted in the best of a people, but it embraces every society. It's about justice across the board. It's about freedom across the board. Most importantly, it's about truth. If you got a whole lot of lying and hatred and revenge in American politics, we provide an alternative vision and different ways that we do.
So I do have to ask you about the political realities that we're in. You know this as well as I do. Some of this polling is not good for you, Dr. West. It shows 7 swing states that will decide the election. You are behind Robert Kennedy Jr. in all of that. The low single digits. The same is true in a national poll. The same is true even among independent voters, young voters, people who I think you would think are part of your constituency. Do you read that as a sign that there is not perhaps an appetite for what you are putting on this week?
We shall see. It has never looked good for anybody. Because the people love, for black people love, for poor people love, for working people to be up against the system. That's just the case. You know what I mean? And you understand that, Trinidad, Brother Carlos, Sister Julie, we're going to keep loving our
child, but it doesn't look good. Look at you now. Sharp on TV, all the training. You never know. That kid loving, kid fighting, kid swinging. That's what this ticket is all about, and I'm blessed to be with my dear sister.
So I want to ask Dr. Abdullah, you are a newcomer to the political sphere, and I want to ask you about some of your positions. You have tweeted in the past about supporting defund the police, which is something that I think perhaps some people in the Black Lives Matter movement support, but also this movement back in 2015. The KKK, the police, and not whatever choice anyone needs. I wonder, do you stand by that comment?
Absolutely, and thank you for having me. I want us to understand the history of policing in this country. And so Twitter doesn't allow you to give a whole history of policing in this country. But in a few sentences, we can just confirm that there is no historian that I've ever come in contact with who disputes the fact that policing in this country hails from slavery. And so when we say that policing is, the new millennial slave catching, we're not saying that we don't want public safety. We're saying we want real public safety where community is really centered, where Black safety is centered. And we know that when Black people are safe, we also create safety for everyone else.
Dr. West, you talked about your campaign being about abolishing police brutality, poverty, and homelessness. Can you be specific? What are the policies behind those pretty big, lofty ideas?
Well, one is that, you see, abolition is a fundamental theme of the Black freedom movement that embraces for and working people across the country. Abolition of slavery, abolition of Jim Crow. I want abolition of poverty. I want the abolition of homelessness. I want the abolition of workers not gaining access to wages, so that the larger context of policing has to be we got to make sure we don't have poor quality schools. We got to give our children a quality education, health care, and living wage and safe communities. So it goes hand in hand. But it's the ugly police brutality. We just saw in Mississippi with Brother Jenkins and Brother Parker. Thank God for police Sebastian, Brother Trent down in the Warriors. What happened down there? These brothers get shot in the mouth. We see over Dexter Mead in Chicago. That's what we want to abolish in the fundamental way.
The question I was forgetting to interrupt about policy solutions. We acknowledge the problem. What is the solution?
No, the abolition of policy of poverty is a policy. That's very important. Wages being high enough, quality education is a policy. And then we have police having, community having oversight of police and the police being accountable. That's why I mentioned Brother Tuesday and Brother Parker. Police must be accountable, but we have to understand policing in the context of the larger community conditions, which have to do with too many poor people, not enough access to education.
We have a lot of issues on the table here in this election. One of the biggest ones right now is what's going on in Gaza, in the war over there. I know that you both support the ceasefire there. Can I just ask you specifically about where we stand here today? Hamas, according to CNN's reporting, cannot assure Israel that it has 40 living hostages that are women, that are ill, that are elderly, out of the more than 100 that are still believed to be in Gaza. If they cannot do that, they don't know where they are, perhaps they can't guarantee that they are still alive. Should Hamas immediately release all of the hostages in exchange for a ceasefire that is desperately needed by the people of Gaza?
We've got to look at the situation from the vantage point of the least of these. 25th chapter of Matthew, there's 15,000 Palestinian children who've been murdered.
And that's all the more reason why. That's all the more reason why there ought to be a ceasefire. It is possible for there to be a ceasefire tomorrow if Hamas would release all the hostages in their possession immediately. Should they not do that?
The idea of a ceasefire just for releasing. They themselves have to stop the
That's the deal. That's the deal that is on the table. And Hamas themselves say they can't assure them that they can.
But if the Palestinians alive and are being lost, we've got to start there. That's the part of the problem. By the part of the shoot, they don't look at the situation from the vantage point of those who are suffering the most. They look at
Dr. West, I mean, it does sound like you will not say that if Hamas were to just release the hostages in exchange for a ceasefire, that they should do that.
No,
Do you believe that they should do that?
One, I'm saying Netanyahu is not trustworthy. The IDF has engaged in terrorizing the Palestinians. And terrorizing anybody is wrong, but the terrorizing that they are doing reaches the point of defining genocide. So for me, they have to stop.
There's no responsibility in your mind for Hamas.
Well, Hamas has responsibility, of course. They're part of the Palestinian community, and Palestinian community have their own agreements and different things, but Hamas is not the culprit at all. It's the IDF that they're terrorizing.
I want to go to Dr. Abdullah on this because in the early days, just after this war began, shortly after October 7th, the Black Lives Matter chapter of Los Angeles, it's an organization that you founded and spent some time in. I believe at that time, it wrote this on social media: when people have been subject to decades of apartheid, unimaginable violence, their resistance must not be condemned, but understood as a desperate act of self-defense. That sounds like a defense of Hamas. Yes, is that what it was?
That was a statement that was released not just by Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, but Black Lives Matter Grassroots, which is all 33 on the ground chapters of Black Lives Matter. And we released it October 9th, which was 2 days after October 7th.
So do you agree with
that statement? Recognizing.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Absolutely. I think it's really important to understand where uprisings come from, even when we may disagree with tactics that are used. This did not begin on October 7th. This began 75 years ago with the Nakba. And so to understand just one piece of what's happening gives us a complete lack of understanding. So we have to understand this, yes, as a desperate act. And how do we get to peace is to end the occupation. How do we get to peace is to demand a free Palestine.
So Dr. Abdullah, let me ask you plainly, do you condemn what Hamas did on October 7th?
Well, I find it really troubling that we're constantly asked to condemn Hamas. I'm not a member of Hamas. Why would I be asked to condemn Hamas? Are we asking?
I'm not a member of Hamas, and I don't find it troubling or difficult at all to say that what happened on October 7th was a crime. So I'm wondering if you would be able to say the same.
I find it even more troubling that an entire state has been built on a genocide of a people. And I think that we have to start with that first.
I want to ask this question of both of you, but I'll start with you, Dr. West. I noted, just in doing some research to prepare for this, you both used the phrase "from the river to the sea." This is being used generally by a lot of pro-Palestinian protesters, but it's viewed by Jewish people and pretty widely as a call for the extermination of the state of Israel. Do you believe that the state of Israel should exist?
I have marched with many especially Jewish brothers and sisters who use the same slogan because they understand there's got to be Palestinian dignity and Jewish dignity. There's got to be Palestinian safety and justice and Jewish safety and justice. They go hand in hand. Right now there is a river in the sea, the apartheid state. And they're calling for even fuller control and more occupation. So the river to the sea is already actual. It's just now genocide and conclusion. We want a situation in which precious Palestinians and precious Jews can live together under conditions
Does that include a Jewish state?
A Jewish state that is predicated on the domination of others?
Just a Jewish state in a peaceful
region. A Jewish state or whatever that is on the neck of anybody, and in this case, Palestine.
And Dr. Abdullah, what about you? Do you believe that there should be, at this point, a Jewish state?
I think it's really important that we not collapse Jewish people with a Zionist state, right?
I've been blessed to be in struggle alongside justice-loving folks. I have members of my own family line who are Holocaust survivors, and they are Jewish people. I have lots of Jewish folks who stand with us as we chant for a free Palestine. And so it's important that we recognize that there is a distinction to be made between Jewish people and the state of Israel.
I just want to note that it's not just that, the ADL and people like that are saying that this is a call for the eradication of Jewish people. So is the head of Hamas. The head of Hamas's political unit says, we will not recognize Israel. Palestine must stretch from the river, from the Jordan River, to the Mediterranean Sea. So if that is his view as well, without the existence of an Israeli state, how can you say so unequivocally that that is not a slogan that at least contemplates something that would be genocide?
There's no doubt that there's a variety of different Palestinian voices in the resistance movement. Hamas doesn't speak for every Palestinian in the same way that Nat Turner didn't speak for every black person, but he ended up killing innocent white person who kills innocent anybody. But you're going to have a variety of voices, but you don't start with those voices without coming to terms with the vicious killings and occupations that's been going on for 75 years. And then you get a counter-terrorist response to that. So that I think it's the framing that has to do with that.
You're calling October 7th a counter-terrorist response.
Oh, absolutely. If you've been terrorized for 75 years, and you respond the same way Nat Turner. NAACP was founded where? Harper Ferry with John Brown. John Brown was killing innocent folks. He was wrong to kill innocent folks. Was he wrong to resist slavery? Not at all.
I do want to move on. We're almost out of time. Just to return back to politics for a moment here, because the big issue that's facing you and Dr. Abdullah is ballot access. There's a conservative activist, Scott Presser, who says he's trying to get you on North Carolina ballot.
Before you trying to help us out?
Would you accept his help?
No, I don't think so. It's just manipulative. You see, this is a campaign not about ordinary tactics and strategies. When I mention the name of Martin King and Fannie Lou Henry, we're talking about principle. We're talking about integrity. We're talking about truth. So it's just a manipulation. If you want to use this candidate for X and Y, no, not at all. We come from the people. We for the people. We willing to live and die for them.
Why are there so many conservatives? Harlan Crow offered you money. He's a major Republican donor. Why are so many conservatives wanting you on the ballot? Do you think it's because they think that you are I just named one.
Other than Harlan. I mean,
that's true.
He's the only one. And I've known Harlan for the last year and a half. We've got a Christian family. I've connected with him in terms of Robert Jordan. And Harlan is anti-Trump. He's a Republican. I've got some Republican friends. But what did I do? I sent the money back. And I told him all this.
So you don't do the same way to
but Harlan is different. It's manipulated. That's true at all. That's not true at all.
At the end of the day, Dr. West, are you worried at all that this effort, even Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort, could end up resulting
He's worse on the ballot in question.
could result in a Donald Trump presidency?
Well, we'll have to see in real time. We still got a number of months. Trump may end up in jail and Biden may run out of gas and he'll help him get ready to pull out his own. We don't know. What we got to be is true to our calling, telling the truth and seeking justice, and standing in solidarity with oppressed people here and around the world.
All right, Dr. Cornel West, Dr. Melina Abdullah, thank you both very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
God bless you.
And up next for us, breaking news about how the legal team of key attorney has now turned into a witness and is leaving the case. I'll discuss how that could affect Trump's cases next.
How it really happened, Sunday, April 28th at 9 on CNN.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Home warranty. Okay.
Yes, focus on an American Home Shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances like this AC with a repair or replace
home. Pretty sure it's home. Visit NHS.com today for 40% off. I have moderate to severe Crohn's. Now, here's Skyrizi. Things are looking up. I've got to believe. Control of my clothing, everything to me. Control is everything. Significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and visibly improve damage of the intestine lining. And the majority of people experience long-lasting remission at 1 year. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infection or lower ability to recognize. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms by that cedar planting. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease. Now's the time to ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
That's what Dr. Just standard. All that time, they could have protected me.
Allergies Mattress Protectors block 99.9% of nerve, dust, and allergens. For cleaners, these not allergies. Find a where you buy better. When these business owners need cash fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices and every small business in between, we've got you covered. Whether you need new equipment, funds to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next.
If you have wet AMD, you never want to lose sight of the things you love. Some things should stand the test of time. Long-lasting IDEA HD can significantly improve your vision and can help you go up to 4 months between treatments. If you have an eye infection, eye pain or redness, or allergies to IDEA HD, don't use. Eye injections like IDEA HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There's an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on IDEA or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about IDEA HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
I bought the team, Devin. I bought the team. I'm putting on my Chase Freedom Unlimited card, and I'm a cash back with a few other things too. Starting with the down system. Hurry, we're off the team. That's cash. I prefer the whole intro. This is way better. I don't think so. Steph, one more thing. The team owner gets 5 minutes to get. Cash rolls? I like it. I'll break the play. Cash back like a pro. With Chase Freedom Unlimited, how do you cash back? Chase, make more for Chase. Are you ready? I want to rock!
4 all-star teams return for a waterfront redemption showdown. Making a bring it, but only one will make a splash. I think we nailed it. Watch the mock season finale Monday night at 9 on HGTV.
Breaking news tonight, just days before Donald Trump is expected to begin his first criminal trial, CNN is learning that one of his key lawyers in other cases has suddenly left the team. Evan Corcoran was part of the team in the classified documents case and also in the election interference investigations. But Corcoran then became a central witness. He had important information that Trump was keeping classified materials at Mar-a-Lago even after Corcoran signed the documents saying that there weren't any more there. Corcoran was then forced to appear in front of a grand jury after a judge ruled that attorney-client privilege does not cover his notes involving Trump. Joining me now is Temidayo Williams, former senior investigative counsel for the January 6th committee. Is this a surprise to you that Corcoran is out?
It's not a surprise. I think it's more surprising that he's on the team. It's incredibly rare for a time that a lawyer is going to be a witness against his own client in a criminal case. That's almost unheard of. So I was expecting that after it became clear that he had information that was critical to Jack Smith's case, that he would have been out of the team, because that conflict, I think, is one you really cannot overcome.
So the judge has already ruled that these notes are part of the case now. They're not protected by attorney-client privilege. If he's not part of the legal team, what does that mean for the other elements of the testimony that he might be able to offer?
Well, I think what it does is put President Trump in a really precarious position because Evan Corcoran is going to be a very credible witness. First of all, he's someone that's firsthand knowledge. He's in the room speaking to the former president, and he can basically show up and obstruct the charge because President Trump basically used him as in furtherance of that crime. He was having him tell the DOJ one thing when the former president did something else. And secondly, he's going to be someone who can work for the Department of Justice. He's going to be a hostile witness. And that only adds to his credibility. Because anything he says there is going to be something that he has an incentive to lie about if it hurts his own former client. And lastly, it's all going to be corroborated. The notes that he has was recorded his recollection of what the former president was telling him. That's all going to be ensuring that he stays in the box of what's truthful. Because if he does say something that's not accurate, Jack Smith has those notes he made in real time to impeach him.
So it seems like Donald Trump goes through lawyers like, I don't know, I go through shoes. That's not normal, right? I mean, this is highly unusual.
It's highly unusual. And when I was a prosecutor, anytime a client ended up, or a defendant ended up needing more and more lawyers, the issue was the individual. It wasn't the defendant, it wasn't the lawyers. And I think if I was former president, I would be especially concerned that someone who he spoke to and trusted, and someone who has direct personal information that could lead to a guilty conviction here, is now going to be fully disconnected from him and a prosecutor with this. It's not a good place to be.
Yeah, it's an independent place to be in a certain way, and so we'll see what Evan Corcoran has to say. And Dr. Williams, thank you very much as always. And thank you for watching Newsnight, a special edition of Laura Coast Live. The life and death of O.J. Simpson starts after this.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you get on a Viking boat, getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Clogged gutters can cause big problems fast. That's allowed. Call in free filter today for your free gutter inspection.
I've had terrible throaty problems on the gutters. Now I understand why.
Brake Filter is offering free inspection, but using afterwards. Brake Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again. Call us today and schedule your free inspection. Schedule your free inspection. Call us for free filter today or visit BrakeFilter.com.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clear skin. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and most people were clear even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections, or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how happy and healthy safe.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I broke 4 generations of family tradition. Mom, I want to make perfume.
so I made barbecue sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Into TurboTax.
This is Monster Jam. Massive stunts. All-out racing. Crazy skills. The fun begins at the pit stop. You can meet the drivers, get autographs, take pictures, and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 Pit Party Pass at MonsterJam.com today. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Dillon Stadium April 20th.
Here, matching bedazzled shirts are worn proudly, and phones are forgotten. Young ones are granted new power, and dad jokes are actually funny. Fireworks paint the sky every night, and hand-holding is a comeback every day. Here, anything is possible. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real. Laura Coates Live, next on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Feel Away Optimal, enhanced calming for cats. If your cat sprays outside the litter box, fights with other cats, or scratches the furniture, they could be telling you they're stressed. To help them feel more calm, try Feel Away Optimal.
Tonight at this hour, the life and death of O.J. Simpson. I will talk to you deserve and tell them what it was like to liberate the trial of the century. Plus, Kato Kaelin, who lives on O.J. Simpson's property at the time of the murders and testified in the trial, is here tonight on a special edition of Barcodes Live.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Those are being Simpson not guilty at the time of murder.
He was an icon, a superstar, America's friend. Just don't think justice deserved. I don't think the jury did their job.
There's nothing you found. With the proven things, they were wrong to do with how innocent to begin with.
It is a story that transfixed America. An all-American star athlete turned movie star, his beautiful wife, two brutal murders, and a collision of crime, celebrity, policing, and race that upsets millions and exposes America's racial divide. Everybody, I mean everybody, knew O.J. Simpson. If you didn't know him as a Hall of Fame running back, you knew him from commercials. You knew him from movies like Naked Gun, but the story turned into a nightmare on June 12, 1994, when the ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman, were brutally murdered outside of her condo. O.J. Simpson was charged with 2 counts of murder. Then came the infamous hours-long slow-motion chase in that white Bronco. 96 million people were watching it live.
We're going to go to a live picture in Los Angeles. Police believe that O.J. Simpson is in that car. Police believe he is in that vehicle.
Simpson eventually surrendering and pleading not guilty.
I believe 100% not guilty.
Plus, shocking moments like this.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Well, 11 months later, the jury did exactly that.
Those are being Simpson not guilty at the time of murder.
The verdict divided America along racial lines in a split screen that frankly could not be ignored. 13 years later, O.J. Simpson would go on to prison, but not for the murders. He was convicted of robbery and served 9 years. His family says that he died at his home in Las Vegas at the age of 76 after a battle with cancer. But let's not lose sight of what this is all about. Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, 2 people who were brutally murdered, leaving their loved ones, including children, grieving to this day. The Goldman family speaking out tonight, saying the news of Ron's killer passing away is a mixed bag of complicated emotions and reminds us that the journey through grief is not linear. Well, our first guest knew Nicole Brown Simpson and O.J. He was living in a guest house on O.J. Simpson's property at the time of the murders. Kato Kaelin was a key witness for the prosecution in O.J. Simpson's murder trial,
And Cato Kalin joins me now. Cato Kalin, thank you for joining us tonight. I mean, it has been an extraordinary day to contemplate and look back to that time, which I'm sure it feels very fresh to you. When you think back to that time, oh, go ahead, excuse me.
I was going to say, listening to you and seeing everything that just came up, it encapsulates this last 30 years. And I sat here and I relived everything that you had just said. And it's amazing that I'm older now, and when people say time goes by in a wink of an eye, and you're a kid, you don't think that, but it does. And all the stuff that has happened, and today, this morning, getting about 99 messages immediately, coming in with 300 messages, so I knew immediately that it meant someone had died, and that's how I found out about all this. And I got to tell you that it was because I had so many calls that came in, I decided to sit down. I didn't want anything, but I decided to sit down and to write something from the heart, and that's why I posted something on social media. And it is condolences to the kids of OJ, of Arnell and Jason, Sydney and Justin, because losing a father is never easy, but my heart goes out to Fred, Goldman, and Tim, losing a son and a brother. And I don't know if it brings closure. I doubt after hearing that, because they have to live through that day. And of course, putting over on Simpson, beautiful, was this beacon of light who always was bright and shining. And I really stress, Laura, that people don't forget it's really about those two human beings that lost their lives in their prime.
You know, Cato, when you were reliving it, even through our brief introduction to this conversation, where does your mind go? What does it feel like? Take us back to that.
You know, I went back to the actual living at the estate. Everything I'm missing, because it's not in my mind anymore, but it's in the forefront now. I'm thinking of inviting myself, for instance, to that drive to McDonald's, which I didn't know was McDonald's. And I thought about that, I invite myself, but I could tell he didn't want me to go. And it becomes the most important timeline in the trial. And because of these sort of things that happened 30 years ago, still to this day, I mark down everything I ever do. If I'm married now, but I always make sure where I was at this moment. I write down the time, what song I heard on the radio, just because I'm so aware of timelines that it's become so much a part of my life. And I think back of seeing Justin, Cindy growing up and laughing. So it's all these mixed emotions. It's like a video tape machine playing back all these memories.
You said in the past that you think that he was guilty. Was there a time you doubted that?
In the very beginning, I doubted it because I thought that he flew to Chicago. There's no possible way. Even when 4 detectives came to my guest room, I didn't know what I was like. These 4 guys did. They didn't say they were the police yet until they told me, and then they asked me what I was wearing. They walked around the room. They looked at my shoes. And I said, "Did his plane crash?" But nothing made sense. It was a thought. And then with time passing and more and more that would come out, I changed my mind that he's a guilty man, I believe.
Did you think there would be a time when you would speak with him and he would tell you that?
No. As a matter of fact, there was a time, though. It's a great question, Laura. And I remember a time when my mind was swayed when afterwards he brought me into the kitchen, while there was people there having dinners and consoling, and he just said to me, you remember we ate our food in the kitchen? And I remember completely that was such a lie that when he came back to McDonald's, he was at his door of the car, and I was 20 yards away walking into his house, going to go in there, and then I looked at he wasn't there. I said, "Oh, he doesn't want to be around me," and that was the last, and that started the whole timeline. So I knew that was a big lie, and I didn't know why it was lying.
You know, I've always wondered. I remember watching your testimony, and your name, frankly, became a household name. People knew who you were. It was such a high-profile trial. It went on for months. Everyone associated you with it. I have always wondered what this trial meant to your life and going forward.
You know, I came out from Milwaukee, Wisconsin to become an actor. I became famous for all the wrong reasons. I became worldwide famous, and it's something I always wish for, but I know it came for the wrong reasons that 2 people lost their life. I'm aware of that, and I can't change anything in the past. I really, everything I do is for the present and the future, and so I always try to just not look back at dark and always look at light and always pay forward, because that was my blueprint that I was going to evolve. There's nothing I can change, but I can make everything so much better in my life. And I hated that in the beginning. Court of public opinion that came out in the beginning just called me every sort of name that I knew wasn't true, from a liar, a freeloader, a dummy, a pariah, an assassin's target. And I was none of those things, but I couldn't change the court of public opinion yet. And it took so much time, Laura, to make sure that all those things that really affected me and hurt me as a person and my family, that I know I would overcome them. And I think it took almost 30 years, but I think everything came out now. And I sure am a better person for it, and I really think that I paid it forward and tried to always make other people better. And it's because of my late parents always would say, make the other person better. And I live by that motto, and that's true. It's come to fruition that I can come bring light.
Well, that's a beautiful sentiment that your parents have instilled in you, and I thank you for joining us. I have just one more question for you. Did you ever stay in touch with him after his trial?
No, I never stayed in touch with anybody really. I mean, I Facebook messages from Tanya, did King Golden's podcast, but no, because I really, really believed that was such a dark period that everybody had to grow, and so I didn't want to any more growing. But I did see him in a deposition after the first break, an hour and a half. I said some very true things that were derogatory, and we ended up in the men's room together, and I was scared out of my mind, so I walked out, and that was the last contact. And he just said, hey, what's up? After I had just been taking a deposition on him.
Wow. Pato Kaelin, thank you so much for joining us.
Laura, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. It means a lot.
Thank you. I want to bring in 3 O.J. Simpson insiders. Mark Watts, the former CNN correspondent who was the latest Simpson coverage of the trial. He's currently the chief brand officer at the African American Leadership Forum. Also with me, Michael Eric Dyson, distinguished professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University. He's the co-author of Unequal, A Story of America. Also here, Jeffrey Toobin, a lawyer who extensively covered the O.J. Simpson trial. He's also the author of The Run of His Life, The People versus O.J. Simpson. I thank you all for being here today. Jeffrey, let me begin with you here. Talking to Pato Kaelin, it's a bit surreal for so many who remember his testimony, like myself. What's your reaction to things he said?
Well, he certainly said nice things about, how he wants to live his life and sympathy for the victims. But it is worth remembering that his testimony was equivocating and awful for the prosecution and seemed to me and to many others very much shaded in favor of O.J. Simpson. So, it's all well and good that he thinks O.J. was guilty now, but if he had given more straightforward testimony in the trial all those years ago, who knows, the result might have been different. I mean, I don't want to pin the whole thing on him because there were so many factors at play, but I mean, that was really bad testimony. It was tremendous disappointment to the prosecution, and I can see why.
Well, the burden remained with the prosecution to prove their case, and obviously each witness is going to be beneficial or detrimental in that endeavor. Mark, let me turn to you. You've covered every aspect of the O.J. Simpson trial for CNN. Talk to me about the racial dynamic at the time, because that was very much part of the story. Did it change the way perhaps Americans viewed race and the justice system?
Well, it certainly showed us that 30 years ago, the country was tragically racially polarized. It's probably even worse today because of social media, how it's uncovered some of the covert aspects of racism. We started out covering the trial, and race was really never mentioned. somewhere, somehow, along the way, I don't know who he's going to finger at, race became the factor.
Well, yes, on that point, Michael, and yeah, bringing you on that point, that's a very interesting one that you just raised on that. You've written before in your books about race having three sort of key points: context, subtext, and pretext in your work. I want you to watch this moment here that happened on the Oprah Winfrey Show when the verdict was read.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal J. Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, equality of the full-blown citizen, B.C. of Section Count 1 of the information.
Interestingly enough, Republicans seems to be more aligned in this 2015 poll we have, and it was the end of that trial, when you look to see how many people thought OJ was guilty along racial lines. But talk to me about the role that race played in the perception of this trial.
Well, there's no question, Laura, that there was a split screen of racial perception. The OJ Simpson case was a race queen. It trembled to the ground beneath our feet because it exposed to us, it didn't create it, it exposed to us the fault lines that trace beneath the terrain of American society. There had already been two Americas, one white, one black, unequal, separate, as the Clinton Commission had predicted back in the late 60s. And then we saw Rodney King being his assaulters, the police people who beat him mercilessly, acquitted. So OJ was the culmination of a long trail of travesties, of tragedies, of hurt and pain that African American people had endured. And O.J. Simpson was the perfect avatar for such belief. And the reason he was a perfect ideal is because he was the white man's black person. He was beloved in white America. He was celebrated. The Jews, Hertz commercials, being celebrated for his race-lessness. But Time magazine darkened his face. America saw him through a different prism, and now he became the very embodiment of all that was stereotypical about black masculinity, and of course, the hateful denunciation of, what that blackness meant in America. So OJ, whether he wanted to or not, became a symbol and a prism through which we view the landscape of American race.
Let me turn to you.
Laura.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, Laura, I was the one who brought race into the case very early on, because I was the person who broke the story in the New Yorker that Mark Furman, who was the key detective in the case, who discovered the bloody glove, had once applied for a pension from the Los Angeles Police Department on the grounds that he was such a racist that he couldn't function anymore appropriately as a police officer. It tells you a lot about the LAPD that he lost his case and was told to go back to work as a police officer. I mean, the LAPD had an appalling history when it came to race. And of course, the Rodney King case was the most vivid demonstration of that. However, the tragedy of the O.J. Simpson case, in my view, was that even though that was a legitimate complaint about the Los Angeles Police Department in general, O.J. Simpson got away with murder because he was the unjust beneficiary of that long and unfortunate history. O.J. Simpson killed those two people, and he got away with it by his lawyers doing their job, exploiting the ugly history of Los Angeles.
Well, before you do, I want to hear about all of you, but before you do, I've recently heard this throughout the years, decades worth. And my question is always the same, which is, can we have it both ways in America? That we can believe in our jury system when it's the verdict that you like, and disregard it when it's the verdict you don't like, and suggest that the jurors were somehow misled in a different way. It's always an interesting question as we approach important trials coming up as well. What was the point you wanted to raise, Michael?
Well, I want to first address Jeffrey's point there about the heinous. It is true that it is tragic, evil, and an unforgivable assault upon two human beings who lost their lives. But to say that was the greatest tragedy in light of the accumulated indignities, murder, denials of opportunity, failure to give just due to African American people in the court system, that, my friend, is a weighted tragedy that we cannot merely dismiss. So it's not either or. What happened to those two people was a heinous crime. What has continued to happen to African American people before that crime and after that crime are testimony to the deeply entrenched systemic inequity that continue to flagrantly deny opportunity for African American people. We've lost so many lives as a result of that, and we've got to weigh those on the scale. They are both, I'm not trying to say one is worse than the other, but to suggest somehow that those accumulated indignities are not themselves the story of this would be equally problematic as well. And yes, we can't have it both ways. When we like the outcome, it's great. When we don't, it's horrible. This is what happened to white America. You got just a small taste of what African American people have had to deal with daily. The refusal to acknowledge that a case that was, should have been open and shut was against us. And that's from history, not only in the trail forward. We're talking about, African American people going to court every day and not having juries of their peers. We're talking about evidence that has been set in place to try to convict them. So the point is that this is a very complicated reality, and the jury trial is the best hope we have for arriving at any sense of justice.
Mark, I'll give you the last word. I remember you're covered so well.
The irony that it is being discussed this much and this heavily about race is ironic that OJ was someone who ran from his race. OJ was the person who was supposed to be on trial, but the defense team was successful in putting the LAPD, the evidence gathering process, Mark Furman, the botched crime, on June 15th, 1995 on trial.
It's a really fascinating point to think about the ways in which the defense strategy shaped the perception of what otherwise could be described as a legal ink blot test. What a pleasure to speak to all three of you, Mark Watts, Michael Eric Dyson, Jeffrey Toobin. Thank you so much. So that was the perspective from some of the people who covered the trial. We're going to actually hear from someone who decided the CNN exclusive. Juror number 2 is live with me.
Most kids used to go for the birth. Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
If you work in space flight, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen.
Thousands of pieces of debris are now constituted as an accident in line. I wish I could have done something differently, but I can't do that. We can just make it better for those that follow. Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Hello, Ghostbusters! It's done. We hope you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with every digital.
We gotta figure this situation out.
Sure.
So I can take all these trips because Priceline has all these amazing deals. And that's when I said, deal, right on your way. These aren't any Go to your happy price, Priceline.
I know the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and nanny.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let the TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clear skin.
I feel free. Never scared, that's all you need. Nothing is everything.
With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin in 4 months, and most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, have a vaccine, or plan to. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scams with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders so you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
This tiny home trend, not for me. Now this is more like it. Same goes for my footwear. I went hands-free with wide-foot Skechers slippers. Just step in and go without bending down or touching my shoes. Wide-foot hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
They need a lot that fast. Even in Scott's turf-fed and rapid grass, it goes gas 2 times faster than a steep lawn, giving you a stronger lawn, better than breathing rain. It's got turf-fed and rapid grass there.
Dexcom G7, managing your diabetes just got easier. So, what's your glucose number right now? Good thing you don't need a finger stick. How about free to check your glucose? Oh, the answer's on your phone. What if you're getting low on Wow, it can alert you. And you can even track your goals. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM. Learn more at Dexcom.com.
Try Paramount Plus with Showtime. Visit astound.com to learn more.
I'm on the lunch on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Don't think justice is served. I don't think the jury did their job.
Those are just a few of the very strong reactions to O.J. Simpson's acquittal for the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman 28 years ago. The reactions that put American racial divide on, well, some would say full display. Some of the jurors are still dealing with the fallout from their decision to this day and the attention that it garners. Now, this was the moment, 2 decades after Simpson's acquittal, that Kim Goldman, sister of Ron Goldman, met juror Yolanda Crawford. The decision that 12 jurors made changed the trajectory of my life and our family's life. And it's hard to understand how 2 people can sit in a room and hear the same exact evidence and come to 2 completely different thoughts. Well, joining me now is the juror from that clip, Miss Yolanda Crawford. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. You know, I have been, like so many people, I remember watching this all unfold all the time that you were in the courtroom. You were sequestered, of course. I do wonder what you make of the continued fascination with that verdict.
It does, like, it's been 28 years. I look at it as close to 30, and it's just overwhelming in fact there's still so much attention that's brought to that case. And I was, hoping that eventually it would die down a little bit, but it just doesn't seem to go away.
Do you ever have pause or any thoughts that you made the wrong choice?
Never. I've always been very comfortable with my decision and the decision of the 11 other jurors. We were in that room, we know what went on, and again, our decision wasn't based on what we felt in our gut, whether we did it or not. It was based on what was presented at that trial, the evidence that was shown, that was given to us that we had to consider. And at that point, there was reasonable doubt, and there was something that you could not deny. And that's why the verdict came so quick.
There are some who have talked about this, many in fact, who talk about this decision in light of the fact that it came to trial after Rodney King and the reported beating that we all were witness to, that this was somehow a referendum broadly on race in America. Did you see it that way when you rendered your verdict?
Not at all, not at all. It was based on, like I said, the evidence that was presented by both prosecution and the defense, involved in the case, Mark Furman. Number one, the things that he did, the things that he said, him having to take the fifth during that trial, that brought doubt. And how could you deny it? How could you overlook it? That was something that we took in and we had to consider. And again, it was the reasonable doubt whether or not OJ killed Nicole and Ron Goldman. I don't know. I'm not sure of that. I'm not certain of it. I can't say for certain that he did, but there was definitely reasonable doubt that we had.
Did you get a sense from any of your jurors that what happened to Rodney King was considered at all during the deliberations?
Not during deliberations. I think after years later, I heard some things that were coming from a couple of the other jurors that I didn't like what I heard that came from them, but it wasn't talked about in
You, I understand, heard part of my conversation earlier with Jeffrey Tubin and Michael Eric Dyson, and a few, and of course, Stephen corresponded with Harvard this case. What's your reaction to the way that it is being discussed?
I listened to your last segment with Jeffrey Tubin, and when I heard them put a lot of that blame on Cato Palin, I thought that was tasteless and it wasn't correct. I don't think Cato Palin's testimony favored O.J. Simpson at all. I think he, said what he thought happened that night. He showed Detective Brennan where he was and, the things that he heard. And that's all there was to it. I didn't put much weight into his testimony in regards to O.J.'s innocence or guilt.
What did you make of the performance of the prosecution team, Marsha Clark, Christopher Darden, compared to what was described as the dream team, defense counsel, led by, of course, Johnny Cochran on behalf of O.J. Simpson? Were you looking and evaluating their performances?
I'm sure I was. I don't think they measured up. Especially Christopher Darden. He probably wasn't the right guy for that team.
Why?
He seemed, I want to say at times, very nervous, not confident, unsure of himself. When he asked O.J. to try on the glove, I looked at him like he was crazy. Like, why would you have him do that? But he did it anyway. And
Why do you think that was crazy? Why do you think that was a crazy moment?
Because he didn't need to. He looked at the glove, he could see the glove, he was a big glove. And we assumed that it was good. So when we had him try it on, and it appeared to be tight or too tight, it was just something that backfired. It's something that he did not need to do. We could, again, we look at the glove, we saw it was a big glove, and we would have assumed that maybe it fit. But he just gave him an opportunity to show something different.
That's fascinating, that you assumed that it fit until you put it on, which of course led better to this line of, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I am curious as well about what it was like for you meeting Kim Goldman. What was that moment like for you?
I mean, I sat in the courtroom and watched her daily, so I was familiar with her. It was shocking to see her on that set because that's not what I was told that I was there. Really? So that was the kind of gotcha moment. But it was nothing to do with it at the time. I wasn't prepared to meet her. It was uncomfortable, but it had to happen.
No one told you that you were going to meet her that day and just put you on the set with her?
That's correct.
How did you feel about that and how this case was viewed? What did you think they wanted you to do?
I'm not sure what their thoughts were, but again, that was a big surprise. That was not what I was told that segment was going to be about. So, but it was a little tacky. So,
tell me, what has it been like for you knowing you were part of this trial, you were a juror in a case as you have begun, talks about the lasting, staying power of the fascination of the trial as well. How has your involvement affected your life at all?
I was able to move on, without starting family and just pushing myself away from the kids. But from time to time, I would always get calls from kids. And sometimes I would get them, sometimes I wouldn't. But it hasn't had that type of impact on me. Again, it's just something that I'm pretty much adjusted to. When something involving the case or someone involving the case is relevant, for that day, I can expect a call from a producer wanting an interview.
Did you have any reaction to this yet?
I got a text message early this morning from my coworker, and I didn't know if it was a joke or not, so I texted back, did he die? And he advised me that yes, he did. I don't watch TV. I don't turn on the TV. So I hadn't seen any news, but I started getting phone calls shortly after that. So that's something that came to me.
Well, there's a great show you should watch on television. It comes on 11 p.m. Eastern. It's called Bar Coach Live. And that's just a suggestion for you if you want it. If you have one show to watch, that's the one you should. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, the shocking moment when O.J. Simpson called into Larry King Live. It was the day after he was found not guilty.
On the phone now is O.J. Simpson. How are you?
What O.J. Simpson told Larry, but was the prosecution outsmarted by the defense during the trial of the century? Stephen A. Smith has said prosecutors did a horrendous job, and he is here to weigh in.
The Lead with Jay Tedler tomorrow at 4 on CNN. Our biggest challenge? Uncertainty. Hit fees, surcharges, who knows what to expect. Turn shipping to your advantage.
Keep it simple with clear upfront pricing.
With USPS Ground Advantage. During the Jeep Celebration event, get 13% below MSRP for an average of $8,600 under MSRP on the 2023 Jeep Gladiator Rubicon. Visit your local Jeep dealer today.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not scared. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to Normetrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site. Really? Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
You know, if you were cash back and you could earn on everything with just one card, Chase Freedom Unlimited. So if you're off the racket or playing bracket, you're cash back. Cash back on blackjack, baby back, and
tacos at the taco shack. Switch to a king suite. Silent retreat. Hold on here. This is here. I can't go right now. I'm at a silent retreat. Cash back on everything you buy. Chase free with a limit with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make for it with yours.
It's time for Mainly Tuck's huge annual warehouse clearance sale. Soak up incredible savings with up to $3,500 in instant rebates, along with 0% APR for 60 months financing on new Oxford and Caldera spas. Prices slashed on over 120 used and demo hot tubs. Plus, save up to $7,000 on swim spas and 10% on saunas. Mainly Tuck's huge annual warehouse clearance sale going on now through April 22nd at their 7 New England showrooms and at MainlyTuck.com.
Are you ready?
Four all-star teams return for a waterfront redemption showdown. Making a brand, but only one will make a splash. I think we nailed it. Watch the Mock season finale Monday night at 9 on HGTV.
One of O.J. Simpson's first reactions to his acquittal happened right here, live on this network. It was October 4th, 1995. O.J. actually called into CNN's Larry King Live. Listen to this.
Now, is O.J. Simpson. How are you? I'm doing fine. And one, I want to thank you for, a lot of people told me and my friends have told me that you've been fair, unbased anger. People I've heard that I followed the case, I've heard experts say, this was the testimony today. And that wasn't the testimony today. There were so many times I went back to my cell and I watched TV. I go to my attorney room, I talk to my attorneys and some witnesses, and we say, were these experts looking at the same or hearing or they're in the same courtroom that we were in today?
He went on to thank his defense team, especially the man you saw there nodding, Johnny Cochran, for what they did. I want to bring in Stephen A. Smith to weigh in on the trial and far beyond. He, of course, is the host of First Take on ESPN and the Stephen A. Smith podcast and show on YouTube. Stephen, really glad to have you here today. I mean, that was quite an incredible moment the day after his acquittal, calling into the show, complaining about press coverage and complaining the reporters were getting the story totally wrong. What's your reaction?
Well, he's lucky I wasn't. He would have been on the report. I've always thought he was guilty. I thought he was guilty of double murder. I felt adamant about that. I thought that there was a preponderance of circumstance or forensic evidence that was against him. Obviously, you know the law a hell of a lot better than me, but I just thought that, to me personally, I've often joked if I were a lawyer, there's no way that Johnny Cochran would have beaten me with that level of evidence. And over the years, I've become friends with Carl Douglas, who's on the legal team, a member of the legal team for O.J. Simpson. I still speak to him to this day. I'm very, very fond of him. He's a very successful lawyer in Los Angeles. And one of the things that he said, do you have any idea how great Johnny Cochran was? I said, of course, we all do. It's just that the preponderance of evidence that was against O.J. Simpson, considering the circumstances, I thought he was guilty as hell. Having said all of that, I wasn't as angry as white America was at his not guilty verdict, because in light of what had happened with Rodney King and the history of the LAPD with African Americans, it was a foregone conclusion in my mind that the preponderance of evidence was going to have to be ironclad, and not only that, the defense was going to have to, the prosecution rather, was going to have an ironclad case, and they were going to have to execute it exceptionally well in order for him to be found guilty in light of the climate in Los Angeles at that particular moment in time. So I wasn't surprised by the verdict, but just me speaking as an individual, when I saw the evidence, when I saw the court case, watching it on TV all of those months, you're damn right I thought he was guilty, and I still think he's guilty to this very day.
Well, you know, obviously there's the preponderance of evidence standard in the civil context. There's the beyond a reasonable doubt in the criminal context. What was it about you watching this trial? What was the evidence that made you say this man is guilty, which of course is not what the jury found?
Right. Well, first of all, it was the blood in the Bronco, number one. It was the incident in question and how volatile and Nicole Brown Simpson God rest her soul, nearly being decapitated. It was some of those things as well. But also, you know, as a black man, you're in the white front ago. You got Al Callen, he's driving you home. He's worried that you're going to shoot yourself. He's begging the police to back up and what have you. And I'm thinking along the lines that, you know what, they got you. You know, they've got you dead to rights. And as a result of that, you feel that way. And because of that, you're willing to take your own life rather than going to jail for the rest of your life. It was a combination of all of those things. I don't remember every single detail because it's been many, many years since I've paid attention to it, to be quite honest with you. But as I was watching that unfold, and watching the case unfold over the years, I just felt that it was a classic case of Marshall Clark and Christopher Darden doing a piss poor job of prosecuting the case, more so than it was about his innocence. I just felt that there was so much circumstantial evidence against him, and it was perceived by me to be a crime of passion, rage. And when you heard about the history of him with the Cole Brown incident and all the things I've been back and forth in LA, I can assure you, I've heard many, many, many stories about his behavior and how he was towards her, as well as various others. It just seemed to be very, very reasonable to me. But again, I wasn't a member of the jury. I didn't watch every single day of the trial. So I'm certainly not going to sit here and pretend that I did that.
Without Rodney King, would there have been an OJ acquittal?
I don't think so. I think if Rodney King had not happened, that's just my personal opinion, Laura. I don't know for sure. But I'm just of the mindset that had Rodney King not happened, then OJ, a not guilty verdict for OJ, probably would not have happened. And listen, when I think about Nicole Brown Simpson, and I think about Ronald Goldman, especially Ronald Goldman, of course, both lives being lost so heart-wrenching and what have you, you don't wish that on any, if you're a human being with any kind of soul, you don't wish that on anybody. Let's be clear about that. But to see Ronald Goldman's father, to know that he had no relationship with OJ, and the perception is that he just came by and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and to have that happen to him, and so Nicole Brown Simpson, the reportedly having had to endure what she endured from OJ years ago, for that to happen, your heart just goes out to him. But unfortunately, at that particular moment in time, black folks, they were saying there's a lot of lives that have been lost from our community at the hands of transgressors who happen to be law enforcement officials. And that was a more pertinent and profound issue in the African American community than O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown Simpson or Ronald Goldman. I mean, Jay-Z said it best when, listen, we didn't have black folks, and I think I don't want to speak to you, but it's hard to imagine that a black person in America didn't remember O.J. saying, I'm not black, I'm O.J. He wasn't somebody that ingratiated himself in our community. I'm not happy that the man is dead. I'm not happy that he passed away from cancer. I lost my mother to cancer in 2017. I'm very, very sensitive to that issue. I don't wish death upon anybody. But in the same breath, this was a man that had detached himself from his community. He was the first black athlete ever given a national ad campaign by Hertz in 1975. He prided himself on being different and separate apart from his own race of people. These are facts. And so when you look at it from that perspective, and the only time it appears he found his blackness was when he was indicted on double murder charges, and he needed the support of the black community. He did have a lot of white folks in America looking at the black community like we were absolute fools to be supportive of him in any way, because they knew that about him as much as we did.
Denise Smith, just the way in which this case, this man, that trial has been viewed, it is so eye-opening to hear your perspective for so many people across this country who may not have thought of it the way you have, but certainly these are the conversations we're really having in our homes. Stephen A. Smith, thank you so much.
True. Thank you so much. Take care.
Well, he was a larger-than-life personality who went from football superstar to the big screen. And then it all came crashing down. We'll trace the rise and fall of O.J. Simpson next.
Nobody has more what it takes to reach your Fairmont, Mustang, LTV, or other fine car faster.
schedule a safe flight, and we'll come to you to fix it. This customer was enjoying her morning walk. We texted her when we were on our way. She could track us and see exactly where we arrived.
I don't see my business. Where did you go?
We came to her. The service that fit her schedule.
Let's be touchdown.
Nice to meet you. We got right to work with the replacement she could trust. We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at safelight.com.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema and make him show off, clearer skin, and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let a TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today. From Free Monday to Sunday. So many ways to save. Life ready. While happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
Always try scoop before you run. Listen, the hard dog diet got me shredded.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
With CarGurus, filter millions of listings to land the perfect deal. If only you could do things your way all the time. Imagine that. Get it with Guru.
I was born with wings, but psoriasis swooped in to clip them. It crushed my confidence.
But no longer will psoriasis get a piece of pink.
I can love my skin again with Benzellix.
Only Benzellix targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation.
I can control my plaques and start getting myself back.
Benzellix helps adults with moderate to severe psoriasis control plaques to deliver clearer skin fast for results that last.
I will give myself back for freedom of shorts. Dare to wear black again, from head to toe. Most people got 100% clear skin.
Saw them after the first dose. Serious side effects include suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Benzellix.
Ask your dermatologist about Benzellix today.
What are you thinking?
Thinking, how about Africa? Safari, hot air balloon rides, swim with elephants. Great Florida safari. Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or, what they might go down here
On a ranch.
in Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
That was complicated. That's why VisionWorks organizes their trains by kids and price. So it's simple to find the care you'll love. There are the kids and the price. Now you get it. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Higher shipping rates may be the cost of doing business, but at what cost?
Turn shipping to your advantage with low-cost ground shipping from the United States Postal Service.
I'm Elizabeth Rodmeister in Los Angeles. This is CNN.
Nobody does it better than Earth.
Nobody does better. That's the American icon, O.J. Simpson, portrayed as a hero, an athlete, a friend, but it's not the man we're remembering today. This is the story of O.J., the story about a man who changed American culture. Then everything changed for him. O.J. became the man with the glove, acquitted in court, but not in the court of public opinion. Late night shows made him the brunt of their jokes.
I'm sorry we didn't make it to your not guilty of barbecuing with you, but we're glad to have you back on the sidelines and not in the booth. Okay, well, let's go to the telestrator now. Here's a play your offense has been using a lot this year. Now, you lined up your halfback right behind your quarterback. Your tight end has been running a curl pattern. Now, when Kelly fakes play action, the defense is frozen, allowing you wide open to be open on the other side, opening a hole in the middle and a seam on the left.
Cable news with their headline. 95 million people watched the Broncos chase. 160 million people tuned in to watch the verdict. And as a result, OJ helped solidify the power of cable news. In the year after the OJ verdict, Fox News and MSNBC were created. But it wasn't just cable news that got a major boost from OJ. Ever heard of reality TV? How about the Kardashians? Well, maybe you've heard of one, Mr. Robert Kardashian, father to Kim, Kourtney, and Khloe. He was one of, and of course, Robert Jr. He was one of OJ's best friends and lawyers, a member of his dream team of lawyers. Would the country be keeping up with the Kardashians if not for OJ?
Now, my father was and still is such an influence and inspiration to me, and I credit him with really opening up my eyes to racial injustice. It's because of him that I met my first Black person. Want to take a stab in the dark to who it was? I know it's sort of weird to remember the first Black person you met, but OJ does leave a mark. Or several. Or none at all, I still don't know.
And the country, well, it's not over OJ. The 2016 drama, The People versus OJ, was that year's most watched new show, according to Variety, with an average number of 7.5 million viewers per episode. And here we are, all coming together for an entire hour to reflect on O.J. Simpson. Thank you for watching. Our coverage continues.
Every weekday morning, CNN's 5 Things has what you need to get going with your day. It's the 5 essential stories of the morning in 5 minutes or less.
CNN's 5 Things with Kit Baldwin, streaming weekdays starting April 15th on Max.
Hello, Ghostbusters. It's Doug. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with the review tool. We got a situation. Sure, I can.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
At Planet Fitness, you can get anything for free.
Hello?
Hi, it's Bobby from Idaflag. Hey, we interest you in upgrading to Muscle Lean for $99.99. Wow, I just got the go ahead from my manager to double upgrade you for $149.99. Come with me next time. This is better.
Get a membership that fits your budget. Never pushing, always free fitness training, equipment for every workout. Join the Gentleman Free Zone today. Deal ends Friday, April 12th. So this is pickleball?
If you trade for Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served. You gotta work your chest off. I'd rather work on saving for retirement or college. Would you like to get schooled?
You know, I spend a lot of time thinking about dirt at 3 in the morning. Any time of day. What people don't know is that not all dirt is the same. You need dirt with the right kind of nutrients. Look at this new organic soil by Miracle-Gro.
Everybody should have it. We're great for us.
This is as good as gold in any garden. If people only knew that it really is about the dirt.
You're a dirt nerd.
Huge dirt nerd. I'm proud of it.
Shop at CXO May 12 for up to 30% off special Mother's Day gifts that go beyond the usual suspects. Save on personalized jewelry, original decor, and other things moms actually love. So you need a gift as unique as she is. Etsy has it.
Allergies? With Allegra, they won't stop me. Nothing beats Allegra. It's the fastest, non-drowsy, 24-hour allergy relief. Live your greatness.
Make your first move with battery power made by Steel.
now save $50 on the MSA 57 battery electric set. Regal Steel, Frontiers, and others to find. We unite. Real solutions to help our kids, like community schools, neighborhood hubs that provide everything from mental health services to food pantries, academic tutoring to prom dresses, healthcare, and aftercare.
Community schools can learn so much around public schools, and through meaningful partnerships with families, they become centers of their communities.
Real solutions for kids and communities at AFT.org.
Never miss your favorites with Astound TV.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Feel Away Optimum. Enhanced calming for cats. If your cat sprays outside the litter box, fights with other cats, or scratches the furniture, they could be telling you they're stressed. To help them feel more calm, try Feel Away Optimum.
Tonight on 360, the death and legacy of O.J. Simpson. His double murder trial became must-see TV and a Rorschach test on race, celebrity, and justice in America. Also tonight, abortion and how the fight over it reveals growing influence of religious nationalism on American politics. Plus, a preview of tomorrow's pilgrimage by the Speaker of the House to see the former president and their expected subject of discussion, election security, of all things. Good evening. Anderson is off. I'm Jim Shudo. We begin with O.J. Simpson, who we learned today has died of cancer at the age of 76. And we start by saying it is impossible to overstate his fame for decades, or the decades of notoriety that followed, starting here.
California Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN that it is definitely our California vehicle, and they're almost certain that OJ is in the passenger seat.
June 17, 1994, an estimated 95 million Americans watched this in real time. It was the ultimate drama on the biggest stage imaginable, involving a celebrity in a city of celebrities, now accused of 2 murders. Make no mistake, O.J. Simpson's celebrity went well beyond sports, whether it was winning the Heisman Trophy at USC or becoming the first NFL player to run for more than 2,000 yards in a single season. He turned that fame into a commercial calling card, such that millions of people who've never seen it play watched him run through airports for Hertz Rent-A-Car. And millions more tuned in every week to see and hear him doing color and commentary on Monday Night Football. And if he wasn't on TV or in commercials on TV, he was in the movies. None masterpieces, but most endearing, and all of it giving Simpson the kind of appeal that transcended racial tensions in Los Angeles and the country then and now. Which is why in June of 1994, so many people were so shocked when he was charged with the double murder of his wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman, and why, should be said as plainly as we can, as many will neither miss nor mourn Orenthal James Simpson. Today, the sister and father of Ron Goldman, whom he was found civilly liable of killing along with his former wife, Nicole, said this: "For 3 decades, we tirelessly pursued justice for Ron and Nicole. And despite a civil judgment and his confession in If I Did It, the hope for true accountability has ended." If I Did It, you may remember, is the title of the bizarre account Simpson wrote about those killings. The killings and the spectacle of the trial that followed are where CNN's Gene Casares starts us off.
It is now 7 o'clock in Los Angeles.
It was the most famous car chase in television history. June 17, 1994, the Los Angeles Police Department announced football legend O.J. Simpson is wanted in the killings of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Simpson is a fugitive of justice right now.
Just let me get to my house. Okay, we're gonna do that. Wait, I'll give you what, I'll give you me, I'll give you my whole body. Okay, get to my house. Okay, we're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window.
O.J. Simpson was now a fugitive from justice. Later that night, he was taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was held without bail. At his arraignment, he pleaded not guilty.
Absolutely 100% not guilty.
The televised trial of the century, watched by millions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
The prosecution, led by Marcia Clark and Chris Darden, lined up a slew of witnesses like Cato Kalin, a longtime house guest of Simpson. Kalin, who became a household name, testified he saw O.J. Simpson on his property the night of the murders and contradicted some of Simpson's versions of events.
I heard a thumping noise.
How many thumps did you hear?
Oh,
Yes, 3.
Nicole Brown Simpson's sister Denise took the stand, telling jurors how Simpson abused Nicole. Pictures of her bruised face shown in court.
It was more of like a glazed over, kind of frightening, dark eyes. It just didn't look like the OJ that we knew.
Lead prosecutor Marcia Clark introduced DNA evidence from blood samples collected by Detective Mark Furman and others that pointed directly at Simpson. But it was the cross-examination of that evidence and Furman by Simpson's so-called legal dream team, including Johnny Cochran and Barry Scheck, that poked holes in the prosecution's case. Scheck questioned an LAPD criminologist who conceded there were, quote, procedural errors in how the blood samples were collected at Simpson's Breckwood home. Under cross-examination, defense attorney Eppley Bailey accused Detective Furman of racial bias and using racist language, something Furman denied.
Honestly, what is like, what is the maximum about your effectiveness? But
You answer? Yes. That I don't use any type of language to describe people of any race such as what is alleged.
Tape recordings played in court proved otherwise, damaging the detective's credibility. The Goldman family, who did not miss a day of court, lashed out at the defense.
Ron and Nicole were butchered.
But it was this pivotal moment, considered a huge miscalculation by the prosecution, Chris Darden asked Simpson to put on the bloody glove found at the scene, resulting in Cochran saying the most famous line of the trial in his closing arguments.
if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
After listening to more than 8 months of testimony, the sequestered jury reached a verdict in less than 4 hours.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
Fred and Kim Goldman were visibly distraught in the courtroom.
Justice was not served.
In the circus-like atmosphere outside court, the reaction much different. Cheers erupting as the crowd reacted to the not guilty verdict. O.J. Simpson was a free man. And following this acquittal, there was a troubled life for O.J. Simpson. There was that civil case, and there was a verdict in that, a civil verdict of wrongful death that the Goldmans deserved justice for. O.J. Simpson moved to Florida. There were some infractions with the law. And then there were charges in the state of Nevada, very serious charges of kidnapping and armed robbery. He was convicted. He was sentenced to 33 years in prison. He went to prison in Nevada, served 9 of those years, and then got out. Jim?
Keith Casares, thanks so much. Joining us now, Jim Moret, who anchored hour after hour of Simpson coverage for CNN. He's currently chief correspondent
Inside Edition, also Jeffrey Toobin, is in the courtroom for that not guilty verdict. He's written the definitive best-selling book about the case, The Run of His Life, The People v. O.J. Simpson, also with the Florida Coast senior chief legal analyst, anchor of Florida Coast Live, which airs tonight with the special edition at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Jeff, I want to begin with you. You covered the O.J. Simpson trial extensively. You were in that courtroom, right behind Goldman's family when that verdict was read, and I can only imagine that moment, seeing their reaction there. But I wonder, bigger picture, why, in your view, was the public so fascinated with this case at the time, from that Bronco chase all the way through the verdict and beyond? It's still fascinating, frankly, to this day.
Well, let me give you two reasons. One was this is a case that combined everything that obsessed the American people. It had sex, race, Hollywood, violence, sports, and the only eyewitness was a dog. I mean, this was a perfect distillation of what interests Americans. Second, it is worth remembering how different the news media was in those days. There was no internet. There was no social media. There was very limited cable TV. There was only CNN and Court TV, no MSNBC, no Fox News. So the fact that it was on every day, all day, on CNN and Court TV, generated a tremendous amount of attention, and it was incredibly interesting. It was a complicated story. I don't think it was a mysterious story. I think it is very clear. It was to me then, and it certainly is to me now, that O.J. was absolutely guilty of these two murders, but it was a fascinating story, and there was nowhere else to go in the mid-90s, and that's what people wanted.
That's certainly the drama of a steep fall from grace as well. Laura, do you believe O.J. Simpson's acquittal had more to do with that dream team of lawyers living up to that dream team hype, or the prosecution making missteps? As you know, they came under enormous public criticism, or this mix of celebrity and race, and how that factored into this?
I think all of it plays into this. Also, this is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening a few years after the savage beating of Rodney King. It's happening where people are viewing the justice system, really the legal system striving to be a justice system, through the lens of race. They're looking at police officers and law enforcement that they do not trust, and the notion that there could be somebody to either plant evidence was not so far-fetched to so many people. I think you're also looking at the idea of the competency of the jury, which tells you just how important the jury competency really is. How do the jurors feel? How do they think about the overall system? And how do they trust the actual officers? And remember, this is a really interesting dynamic because over the course of modern American history, well, even not so modern, the idea of a race of a defendant being different than the race of the victim usually does not inure the benefit of Black and brown people. In this instance, it was so shocking to so many that white victims at the hands of an alleged defendant who was Black would have an acquittal in the end. It was really something that was stunning to a lot of people. But this is going to live its way in infamy for so many reasons. For all the things we talked about, for this being led by those famous lines by one Johnny Cochran, a highly esteemed lawyer for the entire Dream Team. But it's also why the notion of race became all the more nuanced, because the average Black or brown defendant who was facing the idea of law enforcement could not be trusted, or the weight of race and beyond, could not have afforded that particular Dream Team or that company had they not been somebody like Orenthal.
And ultimately, no one went to prison for these crimes. Whoever, whether you believe in the acquittal or not, there was no justice served. Jim, as Jeff was noting there, this is pre-social media, it was pre-iPhones, it was pre-people tweeting their reactions in the moment, and yet millions of people around the world followed this case. They felt like, as the lawyer described to me earlier today, the 13th juror in this case in many ways. You had a front row seat to this throughout. Have you ever seen anything like it up to that point? And have you seen anything similar since?
None of us have. They really want to share this experience. And Jeff is right. You had the merger of Hollywood. You had race. You had celebrity. You had money. The different judicial systems for all of those. And the only way you could keep up with this, and it became this national obsession, it was really, in a way, ushering in reality television, because this took the place of a soap opera. Soap operas were basically taken off the air during the period that this trial was on, because you had a national soap opera that people were watching, and it was a serious one with real life consequences.
And tonight, when O.J. Simpson has now passed away, I think it's important to remember the victims and their families, because they are the ones who had justice denied. And I agree with Jeff that if you look at the evidence in this case, it was overwhelming. But we have so many different things at play here in terms of race specifically that allow this jury to say not guilty and be comfortable with it. So I don't think any of us will ever see anything like this again, because the audience now is so splintered. But this was truly a shared experience with some 140, 150 million people watching that verdict live. You'll never see that again. This is really the first major televised trial where people were having a bird's eye view of everything that was going on. And it was warts and all.
And it's important.
And by the way, around the world, like you know, I was in Tokyo at the time. I watched that low-speed car chase, around the world. There were international viewers to this as well. Sorry, Jeff, you had a thought.
What I was just saying, as important as the courtroom experience was for the public, the even bigger legacy of this case is what happened on the day of the verdict, because everybody knew when the verdict was going to be announced, and television stations all over the country had their cameras poised at audiences, and you had racially different audiences. You had large groups of black people, you had large groups of white people, and you saw cheering on the largely black audiences and shock and horror in the white audiences. And it is rare in our experience today, fortunately it's rare, that we see racial differences displayed in such a transparent way as it was at that moment. And it was a real education, certainly an education for me, about how the criminal justice system is experienced by black people and white people in this country. And the verdict and the reaction was a tremendous eye-opening experience.
Laura, I was thinking earlier today as I watched Bill Clinton's comments afterwards. He was acknowledging the enormous divisions, and he was noting, in the 30 years since civil rights legislation, many blacks in this country feel that they haven't made much progress as they might have hoped, acknowledging that. And that struck me. That was 30 years before. It's been 30 years since then. Are those divisions as pronounced today? I think of the reaction to George Floyd's killing, a Black Lives Matter protest that was a equally national experience, one might argue. Are they as pronounced today? Has there been progress? Progress in some areas, not in others? What's your view?
I think it's morphed in a variety of different ways. I do certainly think that Americans do see the world through the different lenses in their own perspective. And race informs that in a very distinct way for so many people. And when you look at particularly the justice system in America and the way in which the weight of the government is against individual defendants, we talk right now at the cusp of this extraordinarily serious trial starting on Monday about this idea of the epiphany suddenly of a perhaps two-tier justice system, that being political in some respects, but this idea of the wealthy and the non-wealthy, now the idea of race and otherwise, these have been issues we've been grappling with as a nation since the justice system was developed, and I think it's all the more important today, but expanded because people have their own silos, they have their own echo chambers that reinforce how they already feel about an issue. So this shows that for a moment in time, everyone had the same Rorschach test, the same ink blot, and it was never the same.
Yeah, the development of those silos are probably one of the biggest since then, right? That you don't have that shared experience of the one place you go to experience things as it happens. Laura Coates, thanks so much. Jeff Toobin, Jim Moret as well. Good to have you all on tonight. And see you at 11 o'clock. Laura, for a special edition of Laura Coates Live, The Life and Death of O.J. Simpson, again at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on CNN. And next tonight, ESPN's Jeremy Schaap and his thoughts on Simpson's passing. Later, only on 360, CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan investigates the intersection of battles of abortion and the former president's support of what's been called a Christian nationalist movement on the right.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax?
I broke 4 generations of family tradition. Ma, I want to make perfume.
So I made barbecue sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Into a TurboTax.
Okay.
Yes, focus on an American Home Shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances, like this AC, with a repair or replacement.
Thank you. It's home, not home.
Pretty sure it's home. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty.
When we say it'll be on time, they expect it to be on time.
Her shipping is your advantage. Keep those expectations with reliable ground shipping.
Thanks, Brandon.
With USPS Ground Advantage.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be for help.
You want to close out?
Should I? Normally I'd hold, but taking the gains is smart here. Right?
Feel more confident with stock ratings from JP Morgan analysts in the Chase app. When you've got a decision to make, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive annuity do's and don'ts for baby boomers and the annuity rate report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuities General today. Call 800-310-4200. That's 800-310-4200. Again, 800-310-4200.
Blue Carbon. Let's see it in film. Sunday, April 21st at 9.
We spoke about this before the break, but it bears repeating. The O.J. Simpson chase happened at a place and a moment uniquely suited to make it unlike anything seen before or since. A place where news choppers were everywhere at a time when cell phones were just starting to become pervasive. During that chase, Simpson, distraught, a gun to his head at times, spoke with LAPD Detective Tom Lang. Here's one key moment.
Yeah, just let me get to my house. Okay, we're gonna do that. I'll give you whatever. I'll give you me. I'll give you my whole body. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window. We're not gonna bother you. We're gonna let you go up there. Just throw it out the window, please. You're scaring everybody. Toss it, please. Too many people love you, man. Don't give it all up. Don't hurt everybody. You're gonna hurt everybody. No, don't. Hey, listen. Think about everybody else, all right? On the freeway, I can do it in the field. I want to do it at a grade. I want to do it in my house.
Brings down Jeremy Schaff, who covered the case for ESPN, where he currently hosts Heat 60 and Outside the Line. Jeremy, good to have you on tonight.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Bring
City
us back.
Manager once meant to
Yeah. Bring us
Yeah,
back to that
it,
moment.
you know, it was, I was in LA that day, and I remember how surreal it was watching the chase as it was unfolding. I got into LA that morning. I'd been in Chicago for several days covering the story from Chicago. And Chicago is where O.J. Simpson flew the night of the murders.
had a meeting with Hertz executives. He was staying at the O'Hare Plaza Hotel. And so the media in Chicago has investigators from Los Angeles came out to Chicago to interview witnesses, to collect evidence, and maybe it was the day before, 2 days before the chase, I don't remember at this point, but how strange it was standing in a field somewhere near O'Hare Airport with all of these police officers and forensic specialists looking for the murder weapon in the field. And then going out to LA, and of course, no one knew where he was for a period of several hours. Then I walked into a bar in downtown LA with a friend of mine, and Chase was up on the TV. In those days, there were giant TVs everywhere. It's like, what is that? And, oh, it's OJ in that bar. What? And I remember spending some time watching it and then walking the streets of LA. And it was like something from the 1950s, where people listened to World Series in their car radios. People were pulled over with their car radios on, listening to the chase. And then the helicopters, the dozens of them that were, flying in the airspace in LA that night, following the chase. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, there's something old and new about it at the same time, right? Old in the sense that you have the country experiencing it at once, which we so rarely do now, but new in that there were some technologies there that were relatively new. The news choppers in the air, cell phones, and so on. I want to ask you this because OJ was what has become far more common today, right? A great athlete who was also a pitchman in movies, their own, just everywhere, omnipresent. But he was, if not the first one, he was certainly one of the first who had that national commercial and sports profile.
Right, O.J. Simpson was ubiquitous, and he was especially notable as one of the first African-American athletes to make that kind of impact, to be a pitchman for corporate America. He was the guy corporate America called to sell its products, to pitch its services. And, that's one of the ironies here, too, right, Jim, because the trial, everything that happened over the course of the next 18 months, so much of it, of course, was about race. And OJ was someone throughout his adult life who had run, in his own words, away from the issue of race. Who, the phrase was often used, that OJ transcended race, as if that was possible, right? But he was someone who was ubiquitous, who was beloved. There was this persona of approachability, friendliness, affability. Today I've been thinking about that difference, right? The difference between the public OJ, the OJ we probably knew, and the real OJ.
No question. It's hard to think of a bigger fall from grace, certainly in the world of athletes. Jeremy Schaff, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you, Jim.
And just ahead, with the Arizona High Court's abortion decision becoming a major campaign topic, we're going to examine how some in the religious community have become alarmed at the former president's support of what's been called a Christian nationalist movement on the right. We're going to have the details next.
Confident about what you start about? So why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
Just say, show me the CarMax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on the vehicle tax. Shop at the all-new CarMax.com.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one pill, once a day treatment used for HIV in many people, whether you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there, whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed and getting to and staying undetected prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy if you take Dofetilide or Rifampin. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. Have hepatitis That's like taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare partner. Common side effects, diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
That's really what takes you Biktarvy. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
Get your backyard ready for any occasion. With the help of quality battery tools by Steel. Only approved Steel dealers. Right now, save $50 on select AK System battery tool sets. Real Steel.
I have tried to diabetes, but I'm managing well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardian. At each day start, I'm doubling on. It was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardians works 24/7 in your body to flush out your sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and low heart disease, Jardians can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, congenital yeast or urinary tract infections, or rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum credit. Stop Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardians is pretty swell, a little pill with a big story to tell.
That's why this was organized and written by kids and right. So it's simple to find material love. There are the kids. That's right. There you get it. Vision works. See the difference.
This is known first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands that every BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what we expect? The ultimate electric
John Deere Tire has the area's largest inventory of name-brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing riding experience for the vehicle, all designed for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And John Deere stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Closed captioning brought to you by Peel Away Optimum. Enhanced calming for cats. If your cat sprays outside the litter box, fights with other cats, or scratches the furniture, they could be telling you they're stressed. To help them feel more calm, try Peel Away Optimum.
Tomorrow, Vice President Harris headlines a pro-abortion rally in Arizona, 3 days after the Arizona Supreme Court authorized a near total ban on abortion. The Biden campaign spent much of this week tying the former president and the overturn of Roe v. Wade by justices he appointed. Even some state Republicans dislike it. Arizona Senate candidate and election denier Kari Lake, who earlier praised the law, said today it is, quote, out of line with where the people of this state are. Some religious conservatives in the party do support it. Most obviously, the Alliance Defending Freedom, a Christian legal advocacy group that helped bring the Arizona case, and whose stated goal is, quote, keeping the doors open for the gospel. They're an influential voice inside what some call a growing Christian national movement inside the Republican Party. Our Tony O'Sullivan has that story.
Your t-shirt says Jesus Christ 24.
Yes,
Is he on the ballot?
not on the ballot, but Trump goes all on board.
Usually, our Christian country, we were founded on Christianity.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am, and I don't like what's going on with the kids trying to do Christians.
What are they trying to do?
Well, this is trying to tie us up.
Are Christians under attack?
No.
America's founding fathers intentionally separated church and state, but Trump and some of his most vocal supporters have tried to blur those lines.
We're going to have one nation under God, which we must. We have to have one nation under God and one religion under God.
This vision of America is known as Christian nationalism, a belief that America is a Christian nation and that Christianity deserves a privileged place in the American government.
What I'll hear
events is the founding fathers were Christian. America was built off Christian values.
Why then is Jesus not Christianity mentioned in the Constitution?
Trump has seized on Christian nationalism and is feeding into it. From speeches,
we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God,
to hawking a $60 Bible.
I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible.
A Bible that includes the U.S. Constitution and lyrics of a Lee Greenwood song.
How any Christian can vote for a Democrat, Christian or person of faith. Person of faith, how you can vote for a Democrat is crazy.
Trump is stoking fears that Christianity is under attack and only he can save it.
But no one will be touching the cross of Christ under the Trump administration.
To use Christianity to control that if you don't see Christianity in Christ the way we see him, then you are not truly Christian. And if you're not truly Christian, then you're not truly American. America is a country that has Christians. Part of it, Christian nationalism, is not Christian at all.
Pastors Jackson, Jacobson, and Shaw are part of a campaign here in Milwaukee that is trying to fight back against Christian nationalism.
Why is Christian nationalism, in your view, such a threat?
It's a threat because it's exclusive. Can you really, with a straight face, look at the life, teachings, way, and death of Jesus and line it up with the correlates of Christian nationalism, anti-Muslim, racist, anti-immigrant? I mean, it just doesn't work.
Polling shows Americans differ on the role of Christianity in government. A minority would support the government declaring Christianity the country's national religion.
You can't have a multicultural democracy and have a privileged religion. It doesn't work.
Do you think the laws in this country, government should be based on Christianity, or is it just totally separate?
Definitely, we should put Christ back into the country where he belongs, and the country would grow a lot stronger.
What does that look like, though, putting Christ back into the country?
Put God back into the church, and put God back into the White House where he belongs.
44% of Americans say the Bible should have at least some influence on U.S. law.
Is America a Christian country?
Yeah.
It's founded as a Christian country,
Yes, it was founded as a Christian country.
but obviously in the Constitution there is that separation of church and state.
Yes, but then there's also always, when I went to public school, we were allowed to pray.
When you say Christianity is under attack in America, you're talking about in the schools, and, you know.
Not so much in the schools, but I just can't come up with anything right now. But I think the biggest thing is I just don't trust Joe Biden.
Some of these fears are fueled by misinformation.
And what the hell was Biden thinking when he declared Easter Sunday to be Trans Visibility Day?
International Transgender Visibility Day takes place every year on March 31st. This year, Easter Sunday also happened to fall on that day.
I think more that Christians are going to be discriminated against under Biden in his second term.
What do you mean by that?
By making yesterday, which was the worldwide Christian celebration of the resurrection, Transgender Day, that was quite a slap in the face.
I will just say that the dates, they've had the Trans Awareness Day on the same date the past 2 years. It just happened that this year it fell on Easter Sunday.
Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
So do you understand it better now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. God loves transgenders and he wants them to come here too.
But not everyone is open to accepting facts. Some, including church leaders, are pushing lies about the election.
I don't even want you around this church. You get out. You get out, you demon. You get out, you baby country. Election thief. You cannot be a Christian and no Democrat in this nation.
And that is what worries these pastors.
I think we are at risk of terrible violence, increasing violence in this country. And that the rhetoric that we're hearing a lot from loudmouth mega preachers is leading us towards the possibility
of no holds barred warfare.
We really do think that democracy is at stake in this election.
I mean, look, Jim, most of the people, pretty much everybody we spoke to at that Trump rally, they believed that Christianity has a special place in American society, in American politics, but they were very much for freedom of religion. They don't want to necessarily get in the way of anybody else's rights. But what you see in that piece there is that there's leaders in this movement that are trying to take advantage of people's Christianity, of their patriotism for the United States, and weaponize it in this political way. And I can tell you, we've spoken to lots of pastors across the country. They are really, really concerned about this. Look, Trump's flirtation and appeal to evangelicals is nothing new, but especially over COVID and everything like that, a lot of pastors have seen their flock, their congregants, leaving these more extremist churches, and they're worried.
And then there's the demonizing, literally and figuratively, of the other side.
Yeah.
Jonas Sullivan, thanks so much. Coming up, breaking news, new details on what the former president wants to discuss during his first ever news conference alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson. That's tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago.
Skin craving next level hydration, new Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Cream. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for quenched, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
There are over 7 million U.S. businesses on TikTok. My name is Dana Valentine, and my husband and I own the Village Bakery. Our mission is to employ people with different abilities. TikTok is allowing us to show what acceptance looks like. This is a community of just complete and unloved. It's the people that lift you up when you're down. People on TikTok do that on a daily basis, and I've never found a community like that ever. Keep TikTok.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the daddy.
I'm the dad. Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to Happy Price, Priceline.
Shop Etsy until April 15th and you have 50% off thoughtful pieces made by real people to brighten your home. Save on lighting, furniture, gifts, and more. When you need just the thing to make your space feel like new, Etsy has it.
You know that thing your family does? Yeah, that thing. Someone made it a thing way back in the day. But where did it come from? And how did it get all the way to you? Curious? Ancestry can help you find out. Because that thing has a story, and it's still being written. See for yourself at Ancestry. In 3 seconds, this couple will share a perfect moment.
Oh, wow. But we gotta sell our houses.
Well, it's perfect. Don't worry, just sell directly to Open Door. We'll close in a matter of days. When life stores open, we'll take the house.
Imagine a future where plastic is not wasted, but instead remade over and over into the things that keep our food fresher, our families safer, and our planet cleaner. To help us get there, America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars to create innovative products and new recycling technologies for sustainable change. Because when you push for smarter solutions, big things can happen.
Hello, Ghostbusters! It's Doug. Of Doug Lenu. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance for the useful. Anyway, we got a bit of a situation here. Sure, I can. Only pay for June. Liberty. Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question can greatly affect your
Are
future.
you sure you're an orthopedist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius, especially when it comes to your finances.
You have a question? Are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan down the road.
I'm Chuck Trelawney on the campaign trail in Omaha, and this is CNN.
Breaking news now on that first ever news conference tomorrow between the former president and the embattled House Speaker Mike Johnson. It's taking place at the former president's Mar-a-Lago estate. Mr. Holmes joins us now with new reporting on what exactly they're going to discuss in that press conference. We understand we have new reporting. What are they going to say?
Yeah, that's right, Coach. So I've given a senior Trump advisor that they're going to use this as a quote-unquote opportunity to draw attention to what they say are state proposals and lawsuits that would ultimately allow non-citizens to vote in elections. Now, to be very clear, there is a federal law that bans non-citizens from voting in elections. This is not a common problem, but it has become somewhat of a rallying cry for Republicans. Donald Trump has gone as far as to say that Democrats want undocumented immigrants coming into the country because they think it will help them in the election in 2024. But it allows Republicans to link this idea of elections, which is going to become a pet issue for them, to the very real and concerning issue for voters, issue of immigration, using really fear tactics to say these people are registering, again, to vote so that they can impact the election. And I do want to say, there are a little bit of nuance here. We know that in some cities across the country, they have allowed non-citizens to vote in non-federal elections on something like the school board, for example. But this is not some kind of widespread problem. However, we are seeing Republicans think it as such. Now, we are also told they are going to use this opportunity to relitigate the 2020 election, which both of them tried back in 2020 to overturn the result of. They are billing this as a press conference, Jim. It is unclear whether or not they're actually going to take questions. However, I am told by Trump advisors they expect them to take questions. That does not always mean that they actually take questions, though.
It sounds like not one, but two misleading arguments they intend to make tomorrow. Kristen Holmes, thanks so much. Well, Republican insiders tonight are quietly at odds with their standard bearer over another non-existent threat, and that is fraud with mail-in voting. Sarah Murray, how's that story?
For the GOP's election skeptics, this is a hard sell.
In the states where ballot harvesting is legal, we are going to ballot harvest. Where states have the universal mail-in voting, we are going to run a universal mail-in voting program.
Especially when the man atop the ticket can't stop dashing vote by mail.
We have to get rid of mail-in ballots.
If you have mail-in voting, you automatically have fraud.
Mail-in voting is totally corrupt.
Republican officials are trying to walk a tightrope, appease Donald Trump by pursuing efforts to curtail the process, while at the same time convincing the base to bank votes early.
If we want to compete and win, we must embrace early voting.
Despite that embrace, the Republican National Committee is also involved in a flurry of legal challenges, making it harder for those early votes to count, according to a CNN analysis of dozens of those lawsuits.
We filed 80 lawsuits already in 24 different states to make sure that we've got good rules on the road.
In Pennsylvania, the RSC and other groups have succeeded in having ballots tossed with a missing or incorrect date on the envelope. In Ohio, Georgia, and Florida, the GOP is defending restrictions on ballot drop boxes. Even in New York, a blue bastion, Republicans are challenging a major vote-by-mail expansion enacted last year.
We wanted to be the biggest, most proactive election integrity campaign ever.
The lawsuits are partly to placate Trump, who emerged from his 2020 defeat refusing to accept he had lost, and instead complaining he lacks the legal firepower needed to win election challenges to keep him in the White House. And while GOP officials insist Trump is coming around,
The president has been very consistent lately, right? What he has said is that we would like ultimately there to only be voting on election day, but that's not the law.
his harsh criticism has made it harder for battleground state Republicans to catch up to Democrats' advantage with early voters.
Hi, my name is Tom Eddy, and I'm the chairman of the Erie County Republican Party. I'd like to talk to my fellow Republicans about voting by mail-in ballot
In Spring County, Erie, Pennsylvania, Eddie asked Trump's team ahead of a local rally last summer to please have the candidate mention he supports mail-in ballots.
I went to the rally, I'm sitting behind him, he starts talking about voting, and I thought, oh boy, here it comes.
No such luck.
I will fully secure our elections, very important. Our goal will be one-day voting with only paper ballots.
I think Donald Trump just says, I accept mail-in ballots, especially here in Pennsylvania and here in Erie County. That will turn a lot of people around and say, okay, if he accepts it, I'll accept it.
Listen, I mean, it's amazing to watch. It's part of a continuing effort to undermine the results undermine confidence in the results of the 2020 election. But have GOP officials expressed frustration about the president's rhetoric on this?
I think there is some frustration because they want to win, but when you also talk to these local GOP officials, they understand they don't love mail-in ballots either, but they're saying, look, if we want to change the laws, if we want to change the rules, we need to actually win elections.
There you have it. That's how democracy works. We should. Sarah Murray, thanks so much. Still ahead, gunfire hits a UNICEF aid convoy, leaving bullet holes in one vehicle. Thankfully, no one was injured, but much needed supplies for the children of Gaza could not get there to where they're needed. I'm going to speak with the UNICEF spokesperson who was part of that convoy. What she has to say about the dangerous situation and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. That's next.
You know, I spend a lot of time thinking about dirt at 3 a.m. any time of day. What people don't know is that not all dirt is the same. You need dirt with the right kind of nutrients. Look at this new organic soil from Miracle Grow.
Everybody should have to look great for us.
This is as good as gold in any garden. If people only knew that it really is about the dirt.
You're a dirt nerd.
Huge dirt nerd. I'm proud of it.
Cracked windshield? Schedule with Safelite. We'll come to you to fix it. This customer was enjoying her morning walk. We texted her when we were on our way. She could track us and see exactly when we'd arrive. We came to her with service that fit her schedule. Nice to meet you. We got right to work with a replacement she could trust. We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at safelight.com.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
When it's time for an update or a complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way. From design and products to removal and installation. We handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Electric for short trips, gas for long.
Quite a paradox.
It really is both. The Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
At Fisher Investments, we may look like other money managers, but we're different. You can't be that different. We are. We have a team of specialists not only in investing, but also in financial and estate planning and more. Your clients rely on you for all that? Yes, and as a fiduciary, we always put their interests first. But you still sell commission-based products, right? No. We have a simple management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better. Huh, we're more different than I thought. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Ooh, this looks romantic.
Welcome. Adios. Check up. Oh, what's getting up here? Fine, but you know, I think we're just going to look at that. Do we have the evening roast? No. Good. Not that it's very no.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo,
When other vacation rentals have no privacy, try one that has no one but you.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your MyAstound account, you can add new services, confirm your tech appointment, go paperless, and sign up for text messages. Plus, now you can add Astound Mobile, which runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astound.com now and check it out. Your MyAstound account makes
Creamy mayonnaise. Every dollop is so rich and creamy. It makes any sandwich delicious. Irresistible. Healthy mayonnaise.
This small thing is the next big thing in diabetes. It shows your glucose and predicts where it's headed, just like that. Not magic, it just feels like it. Dexcom, powerful, simple diabetes management.
The Situation with Wolf Blizzard tomorrow at 6 on CNN. UNICEF, the UN agency that helps children, says one of its vehicles came under fire on Wednesday while waiting to enter northern Gaza. Thankfully, no one was injured. Here's UNICEF's Tess Ingram, who joined us in just a moment and was part of that convoy.
Active shooting broke out in the area. Our car was hit by a few bullets. We just got back and there's big clear bullet hits here and another one here along the window and a few others.
This came 10 days after 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen were killed in what Israeli officials call a mistakenly targeted military strike. Aid agencies are reporting dire needs in Gaza. And yesterday on Capitol Hill, Samantha Power, America's top humanitarian official, said yes when asked if famine was already occurring in Gaza. UNICEF's Tess Ingram joins me now with more. Tess, it's good to have you. Can you walk us through what exactly happened? As I understand it, you were on a coordinated aid mission yesterday in northern Gaza. What happened next?
So, as we say, it was a coordinated mission. We planned in advance. We had UNRWA and UNICEF colleagues together trying to bring nutrition supplies, medical supplies, and 10,000 litres of fuel for water points in the north of Gaza. We travel north. We're heading towards the Wadi Gaza checkpoint, where we're instructed to hold at a waiting area, which is just south of the checkpoint. And this is a designated area where UN convoys often have to wait. While we're there, gunfire breaks out in the vicinity. It seems to be coming from the direction of the checkpoint from the north, and it seemed to be aimed at civilians who were in the area, who then turned and ran away from the checkpoint. We were just to the west of them. We were 3 cars and 2 trucks, and one of our cars, the car that I was in, was hit by 3 bullets, 2 on my door, 1 on the window, 1 on the door, and 1 on the hood of the car. So this is obviously an incident that should not be happening on a coordinated mission in a designated area where we have been instructed to wait, let alone at all.
I wonder, in those circumstances, you coordinate in advance, so you're communicating with the IDF, they know where you're going, why you're going there, you stay in the designated areas. In the midst of this gunfire, do you have any ability to call the IDF and say, hey, wait a second, we're caught in the middle of this?
The lead convoy was an UNRWA vehicle, and our security colleagues at the front there, I know that they were in contact with Israel during this incident or in the wake of it. I'm not sure if they were able to do it immediately during the fire because it was so sudden and quite rapid.
Has the IDF reached out, provided any explanation as to what happened here, or responded to your question?
UNICEF and other parties in the UN have reached out to the relevant Israeli authorities, but we yet to receive a response. And the response that we're really seeking, Jim, is that this won't happen again. Just 7-8 days after the World Central Kitchen incident, have something like this happen when the dialogue has been so much about preventing incidents like this, especially on coordinated missions. That's what we're after.
I spoke to you last week, just after that deadly strike on the World Central Kitchen convoy. I asked you if you trusted then the IDF's pronouncements that it would keep aid convoys safe. You told me then you didn't, and I wonder how you feel now following this incident.
Look, I think that it's clear that the system that is meant to protect humanitarian aid workers in the Gaza Strip is very broken. And what we need is that system to be repaired with urgency so that more incidents like this don't keep happening. not just to us, but to civilians as well.
Have there been any changes in the last week? Because I spoke with senior IDF officials as well in the wake of the World Central Kitchen attack. They said that changes were coming, right? They acknowledged responsibility. They said changes were coming. There's some discussion of putting this reflective tape on the vehicles or the convoys so it could easily be spotted from the air. Have you seen any measures like that taken?
I can't speak for the whole UN or humanitarian community, but at UNICEF, no, we haven't seen a difference. We don't have that tape on our vehicles. We had this mission that was coordinated, and we still ran into this dangerous incident and extended delays that ultimately prevented us from completing the mission and taking these important life-saving supplies to the children that need them. So no, we haven't seen change yet, and it's really needed urgently to make sure that hopefully as more trucks come in, as has been promised, that we're able to distribute that, because these two things really go hand in hand, the delivery and the distribution.
No question. So before we go, you mentioned that aid. What happens to that aid? Will it get delivered?
We're hoping so. Despite the incident, we're going to try again, hopefully this weekend. We're putting in another coordination request because it's just too important to give up. We've got treatments that we know can help the malnourished children in the north of Gaza, and we desperately want to get it up there.
Well, Tess, thanks so much for your time, for joining us. And as I said last time we spoke, please keep yourself and your team as safe as you can.
Thanks, Jim.
The news continues right here on CNN.
Up front next, breaking news. We have exclusively details about New York City at this hour, preparing for the first criminal trial of a former president. This as the president's legal team is zeroing in on what may be their only hope. Plus, O.J. Simpson's longtime manager is out front. He has 70 hours of footage of his former client, and he's going to share the details of their very last conversation just before Simpson died. And real-life castaways. Tonight, you can hear from the pilot who found 3 sailors who had been trapped on a tiny remote island, found only because they spelled the word help on poultry leaves. So out front. And good evening, I'm Mary Burnett, out front tonight, racing for Trump. And we have exclusive details this hour into the preparations that are right now being made for Trump's first criminal trial, starting in 3 days. Cameras, drones, bomb-sniffing dogs, barricades. Federal and New York City officials have been pulling on every resource they have for what will be an unprecedented several weeks. And in a moment, we're going to take you inside the NYPD's Joint Operations Center, where officials are combing over sensitive intelligence ahead of Trump's appearance in the courtroom. That courtroom will be one of the most secure rooms in all of New York. Inside, a former president and a jury of 12 men and women who will ultimately decide guilt or innocence. And that jury may bail Trump out. This is important to consider because you don't usually hear this part of it. Think about it this way. It is a criminal trial, and in that case, juries must be unanimous. So, putting it another way, one juror is enough to prevent a guilty verdict. So, you hear Trump complaining about taking a fair trial in Manhattan. Well, actually, no, the odds may be in Trump's favor, just looking at the politics of it. Our Harry Andrew crunched the numbers. Joe Biden won 87% of the vote in Manhattan in 2020. There are 12 jurors. Let's do the math. I mean, there's about an 80% chance that at least one juror of the 12 is friendly to Trump or even a Trump supporter, assuming that jury pool is reflective of Manhattan's electorate. And that one is all Trump needs. Just one supporter to stake the government's case into a payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels just before the 2016 election. The whole trial is about whether that payment was made to influence the election. And tonight, Trump unleashed once again on the judge in the case.
I was recently informed that another corrupt New York judge, Juan Merchan, gagged me. That's gagged, like you can't talk. But he gagged me with respect to a case that everyone, including the DA, felt should never have been brought. This judge should be recused, and the case should be thrown out. He's totally conflicted. There's never been a judge more conflicted than this one. There has virtually never been anything like it.
We can say all those things, and the judge, as a judge should, remains quiet and above it. Bryn Gingras is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where jury selection will begin on Monday morning. And Bryn, you have done extensive reporting are you learning from your sources about the security preparations underway for this unprecedented moment?
Yeah, Aaron, it will be a robust security package, as Alex continually described to us as one that has been practiced and discussed for the last couple of months. Now, listen, this courthouse here behind me handles hundreds of cases daily, but this is a trial like no other. It's expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. So law enforcement really on a state, local, and federal level needs to have this delicate balance of protecting the public, the former president, while also allowing business as usual.
The crush of media, protesters, and supporters, and the complicated task of protecting the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, who is also the defendant.
This whole area is going to look very different come Monday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of the areas are to be frozen, for the arrival of the president.
Outside the Manhattan Court, this is where Donald Trump's trial kicks off Monday. Police are preparing for what even they describe as an unprecedented several weeks.
Is there any difference from your standpoint on the ground now that Trump is the presumptive nominee rather than the past president?
Well, that's why I say we're obviously going to ratchet it up.
That means the building will be wrapped in a security blanket of cameras, uniformed officers, drones, bomb-sniffing dogs, and barricades.
This is just a small sample of what's available.
CNN was given a look inside the NYPD's Joint Operations Center, an intelligence and visual hub for the NYPD and its law enforcement partners.
It's a big challenge. It's a lot of moving parts. The attention of the nation and often the world will be on New York City for this entire event.
This is the first criminal trial of a former U.S. president in history. Donald Trump has been in and out of courtrooms for the past year.
This really is just a continuation of what occurred when he was on the civil trial.
Giving law enforcement a head start on how to prepare and what to expect. It includes being nimble, responding to immediate threats.
We got word that bomb threat this morning.
Since Trump's indictment, law enforcement says threats against judges, district attorneys, and others have become almost expected.
We're going to be looking at the threat picture, constantly. Social media, probably just listening to people make calls and making threats online.
How do you handle that?
We want to find the basis of the threat. Is it real? Is it an online warrior? Is it, what extra security preparations do we have to take?
It includes also protecting jurors. We're told those picked could possibly be treated the same as jurors in Trump's civil trial against E. Jean Carroll. They may be driven in daily from a secret location for their safety. And moving Trump, who likely will spend most of his nights at Trump Tower, will be a calculated choreography between the NYPD and Secret Service, who have triggered more robust security plans.
It's unprecedented. Yeah, it is. And that's why we've ratcheted it up to make sure that everything moves off without a hitch and everybody goes home safe.
All right, let me take you inside the courthouse to that 15th floor. That's where the trial is going to take place. It's going to be shut down to the general public come Monday. The elevator the former president uses will also be frozen. Inside that fourth room, Trump will sit at the defense table. Behind him will be Secret Service, and in addition to that, there will also be court officers sitting in queues to create a protective barrier between Trump and the general public. Aaron?
It's really incredible to think about it. All right, thank you so much, Bryn, with all that reporting. Let's go now to our legal analyst, Ryan Goodman, in La Samara, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. So thanks so much to both of you. Ryan, you hear Bryn in the massive security, all this reporting that she has done. And on Monday, we've got 500 jurors who are going to parade in like we do every Monday. They're going to go through all of this, right? They're going to be well aware of this building they are walking into. Is that an impact?
I think it must. It's just the gravity of the situation, the quality of the situation. That I would think impresses upon them in that historical moment. And that if they do end up serving on a jury, that they have a task to perform when they're going to law. Such a solemn experience. The fact that this security presence gives them a deeper sense of it. And one hopes that they may perform their duties as they're supposed to.
All right, so Mark, in the 500 that are going to walk in, right, you're only going to end up with 12, ultimately, who are going to be the decision makers. And you have been involved in so many jury selections in high-profile, high-stakes criminal cases. Trump's team, their goal, right, is to get at least one person on that jury, just one is all they need, right, to raise a question. And I just shared Harry Ensign's map. You know, they're going to say that these decisions are made in politics. Of course, Ryan is saying we all hope that they aren't. People are going to do their duty as citizens. But even looking at it from that perspective, on Manhattan voter rolls, you've got an 80% chance that there will be one juror on that panel who will be a Trump supporter or favorable to Trump. So what is the defense looking for? How difficult is this going to be for them?
Well, actually, I think it's going to be quite easy for the defense from that perspective, because you're right. They have to get somebody on that panel. And we as defense attorneys don't like talking about moving for a hung jury, right? We want an acquittal. But the harsh reality is, the political harsh reality is, he does not want a conviction before the election. And a hung jury will put this case off another couple of 3 months, potentially. So yes, the defense is going to be looking for that sympathy jury. That's somebody who is willing to listen to Trump, willing to like Trump before they even walk into a courtroom. And you're right, 20% of the people, even in Manhattan, like him. But nationwide, we know there's a great percentage of people that have a sympathy or an empathy for Trump. And that's what they're going to be fighting for.
And you know, Ryan, in that context, Trump posted that video today. I played a clip of it, railing against the gag order from the judge, which it may be surprising to a lot of people watching it. Once he's allowed to do that. The gag order actually is saying you can't intimidate witnesses, and you can't do that to family members of the judge. But the judge himself is not included in that. So we're going to see a lot more of this, right? We're going to see a lot more of this as he tries to, you know, inject this uncertainty and poison into the atmosphere around this judge. So the jury's been told not to watch. There's no jury in New York. There's no one who hasn't turned on local news or something and seen some part of this. How do you get around that?
It's very difficult to get around it. Another example is just being in New York, you're getting in the backseat of a taxi that starts out with television news, local news, and it's going to be the biggest news around.
And it's going to be the jury selection in the Trump criminal trial, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also jurors have families, and jurors have friends and colleagues, and this will be a part of the information environment in which everybody is kind of stewing. So the idea that these kinds of statements by former President Trump don't reach the jury one way or another is hard to believe. And that might in fact be part of its strategy, or its strategy might be to the general public, but this is an indirect effect.
Sure, it certainly is. I mean, Mark, I know you believe that Trump's team could actually play into the comments that he's been making about the judge to help him at the trial. Walk us through that.
So I think they have to, and they have such great environment with it, which to do it. Because look, either he's an arrogant person who's ignoring the law and the process, or he is so innocent and he is so upset with being falsely accused that he has to present himself like that. And quite honestly, if you look at it through that lens, then the defense can lean into it, right? They can say, you should exempt you for, because let's face it, as was just said, there is nobody in this panel who has not heard about this case, and for that matter, has not made some predisposition about it. We're not trying to get people who haven't heard, they've been hiding in a corner somewhere, but we want people who will acknowledge what they've heard about it. And the defense can play into that by saying, you heard my client, heard him complain about the process, heard him complain about the judge. Are you okay with somebody who believes he is so innocent that he has to speak out? What a great defense question to present.
And I'm glad we have you, because you get a real insight into their worldview, because you've done these proof of defense cases. Thanks very much to both of you. Next, I'm going to speak to O.J. Simpson's longtime manager. He had a roller coaster relationship with Simpson over decades, and tonight he's going to tell you about it, sharing some of the 70 hours of videos he filmed with Simpson, and the details of their last conversation just before Simpson died. Plus, we have a new video just in out front from the southern border. This video that we've just gotten is a group of migrants crossing into California, evading Mexican authorities right before our cameras. Our David Colbert is there. He saw it. He's live in Tijuana after this. And breaking news, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene tonight says she will go ahead with trying to oust Mike Johnson, even if Trump backs Johnson. And she is just speaking to Armando Raju. We're going to bring that to you.
170 million Americans find community on TikTok.
I'm patriotic Jimmy. My school broke down. I went into a depression.
I posted it to show that he's not always happy. Within 24 hours, people donated over $5,000. Set up the Patriotic Kenny Foundation to give Uber to senior veterans. None of this would have happened without TikTok. Keep
TikTok. I'm a TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let the TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today. From design and products to removal and installation, Revapp is with you through every step of your remodel. Call or visit Revapp.com for your free in-home design consultation.
You know that no kids get this. What you talking about? All kids always get them. TNT sketches the bids. TNT sketches the bids. I really don't know this sketches the bids. You want more teams always get them.
I'm getting vaccinated Pfizer pneumococcal pneumonia vaccine.
So am I, because I have risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I already got the pneumonia vaccine, but I'm asking about the added protection from Prevnar 20.
If you're 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved in adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects were pain and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and joint pain.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
I don't want to risk ending up in the hospital with pneumococcal pneumonia.
That's why I chose Prevnar 20.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about the Pfizer vaccine for pneumococcal pneumonia.
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question.
Are you sure you're not a theist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius, especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan out of it. Taking a trip in the next 12 months, airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again. Sunsweet Amazing Fruit, the feel good fruit.
My blood pressure is borderline. I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic Healthy Blood Pressure Formula works safely and naturally with a custom blend of garlic vitamins and minerals and is odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlic.
I'm Rafael Roma, the Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. This is CNN.
Breaking news, the family of Ron Goldman, who was murdered along with Nicole Brown Simpson, speaking out for the first time on the death of O.J. Simpson. Saying moments ago, that quote, the news of Ron's killer passing away is a mixed bag of complicated emotions and reminds us that the journey through grief is not linear and hope for true accountability has ended. Simpson was acquitted of murdering Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson in 1995 criminally, part of a spectacular downfall of football superstar. Tom Foreman covered the O.J. Simpson trial. He was there, sat in that courtroom, and begins our coverage tonight out front.
Police believe that O.J. Simpson is in that car.
For 2 hours over 60 miles almost 30 years ago, the low-speed pursuit of an American icon became an American sensation.
The people were leaving their homes and their work and their work, and they were racing these overpasses.
And when the White Broncos stopped O.J. Simpson to face murder charges over the killing of his ex-wife Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, the country was hooked.
That was our first introduction to reality TV, what it looked like when we were obsessed.
Simpson was a superstar, a Heisman Trophy winner in college, one of the most dazzling running backs in NFL history. For many black families in particular, a runaway success. Nobody does it better than her. Choose for the beloved celebrity in commercials and movies. as yet equal as defendant eclipsed everything else. Through 11 months of court proceedings and non-stop media coverage, the nation was captivated by daily debates over DNA evidence, police procedure, and dramatic moments made for TV.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
When the verdict came down, by one estimate, 150 million people watched live. Many splitting along racial lines over whether the ruling was just or just wrong.
It's just unfair.
A massive civil suit by the victims' families did not go as well for Simpson. He was ordered to pay tens of millions in damages. He lost his house and Heisman and kept hundreds of thousands in pension funds.
Our family is grateful for a verdict of responsibility, which is all we ever wanted.
Simpson had future legal problems. In 2007, he was arrested after an armed robbery involving sports memorabilia he said was his.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal anything from anybody, and I didn't know I was doing it.
He wound up convicted and sentenced to 33 years in prison. Paroled in 2017. Through it all, he maintained his innocence in the murders that changed his life and American society, too.
Right now, I'm at a point in my life where all I want to do is spend time with as much time as I can with my children and my family. I've done my time.
You know, Tom, it just brings back so many memories for those of us who remember where we were in those moments of verdict, of the Bronco, and you were there in that courtroom through so much of this. We've got video of you. You know, I think it's obvious who it is. You were covering the O.J. Simpson trial from beginning to end. Now, what stands out to you the most from all those months that you spent in court?
Aaron, as I went by, I didn't spend a lot of time in the courtroom itself. I spent a lot of time covering everything around that and all the analysis outside. One of the things I was very struck by was how early you could see this divergence happening. Where parts of the community, in large part the black community, were saying, yes, you have to be suspect of police evidence. You have to be suspect of prosecutors. Yes, we're listening to what the defense has to say. And many people in the white community, the opposite. We're like, well, no, you trust the authorities. They have a case here. They're pursuing it. You could see that happening for months before you got to the verdict. So the response after the verdict was really no surprise.
And it's really amazing. We remember that white Bronco chase. I remember where I was watching that with a group of people. And Larry King was on the air at the time. And you see him here. The entire country glued to TV watching all this play out in real time. I mean, really, it changed. This particular moment is a part of now American history, cultural society. Did you have any inkling at that moment? You'd be spending the next 16 months of your life covering this case. And what do you remember about that white Bronco chase?
What I remember most of all about the white Bronco, remember we weren't living in cell phone time. People were picking up landlines and calling everyone and saying, turn on your TV. This astonishing thing is happening. And we're watching this slow motion chase down the road. And we've seen many car chases in LA. They were publicized at various times, but nothing like this. And everyone's saying, OJ is in that car. I'm telling you, Aaron, people who didn't live through it, who didn't see OJ play football, right, back in the day, it's hard to understand what a gigantic figure he was. So very, very high to fall so very, very low.
It is absolutely incredible. And as you say, one of the things even then that stood out was just this odd, sort of suspended nature of it and how slowly it seems to move. All right, Tom Foreman, thank you very much. Out front now, Foreman Pardo. He was O.J. Simpson's longtime manager and had more than 70 hours of tapes of O.J. during the time that they spent together traveling the country. And Norman, I really appreciate your time tonight. As we think about this, and the historical figure that he was, you've noted since 1999, you were part of his inner circle for years, and I know you say there were a lot of different OJs. What do you mean?
OJ is like a chameleon. He would change from one OJ to the next. You get, like a thug OJ to a business OJ. And you couldn't tell when he's going to switch. I don't know if he meant to do it all the time, but he did.
He would fit into any environment he was at. If there was a bunch of high rollers, he'd fit right in. If there was a bunch of people, him, he'd fit right in. It was amazing to watch the different OJs appear.
He did post a video in February, so very recently here, very proximate to his death. And I just wanted to play it for you. Here it is.
I don't consider obviously it's an issue, but hey, I think I'm just about over it. I'll be back on that golf course, hopefully in a couple of weeks.
As I mentioned, that was just February, and I know you talked to him very much more recently than that. What was that conversation like, and how did he sound?
He sounded like OJ, just not quite as, I could tell he was damaged by his voice. But at the same token, it was time, I think, for us to get together and talk for a few. We had a very roller coaster relationship, I guess you would call it. He got extremely angry with me when I was doing that move, he could feel the cold. He didn't like that at all. He didn't like me contacting the other guy that put him the night of murder. So he stopped talking to me. Said, I don't know you anymore. And he erased me. That's what OJ does. When he's done with somebody, he just erases them. But then, we got back together, and I think he just wanted to. He knew what was happening to him, and he didn't want to leave in bad terms. That's all I know.
I mean, you mentioned obviously you did in your work at the time, 2013, right? You implicated him in the murders. Was this last call? I guess it sounds like what you're saying. Was it a reconciliation after that? I mean, did you get the sense that it was a?
Yeah.
I don't want to use the word apology. You tell me what it was like, but a goodbye.
Yeah, because he wanted to put it on the past, and I did too. Let's just put it in the past, call it a day. We both agreed to that. And then we just happy talk about the things we had done, and because sometimes the person, when he gets real sick, wants to hear happy talk.
You have recorded, I know, more than 70 hours tapes of the time you spent together, Norman. As I said, you spent a lot of time together, and all these different feeling OJs, as you said. And at one point in the tapes that you shared with us, there's a song playing about OJ. And in this song, it's about OJ having killed his ex-wife. And he's on your tape listening along. So here's some of that. Do you remember anything about that moment as you were rolling on him with that song?
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating. I thought that was fascinating to watch his expression. Because it's very rare you get the expressions of somebody who's actually being called a murderer on then singing with him. So that's why I put it on, I don't know if I can mention it, but ojtapes.com is where I put all the things, put them up there. Because I think the public needs to see the different faces of OJ. Maybe they could take a little bit from the tapes that I did. But I thought it was really strange that he would sing with that. But that's just me. I mean, I don't know if you look at his expression getting into the song. Right? Free melting and all the whole 9 yards.
How could you even looking at him though in that moment?
A lot of faces.
Yeah, react to that. I mean, knowing that at that point you come to the conclusion that you implicated him, that in the murders, and he could sit there and sing along with that song. Did you ever understand the psychology of that, given how well you knew him?
I think it's because in his mind he didn't do it because he didn't actually do the murder. And OJ's not a great guy. He's not that nice of a guy. He's not a bad guy. He's just, is he a murderer? That's the question everybody has to ask themselves. The only way to do that is actually just watch his matter, and listen to him. He'll tell you everything. It took me 20 years of investigating work to figure out what happened. It wasn't something you're going to learn overnight. So there's too many smoke and mirrors out there right now.
Well, now you've had a chance over all these decades to think about it, to study it, and you have that conversation with him just recently. What do you think he leaves behind and for lack of a better word, what's O.J. Simpson's legacy?
He's gonna leave behind a mystery that everybody's gonna wonder. Something that people will talk about probably forever. They're teaching it in schools. I mean, that's why I'm on tour now. The schools want me to speak. They want me to, talk about what all happened. So that's what I'm doing right now. Because people still want to know what happened that night. And they'll never know how he did.
Well, Norman, I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with me and to share some of this. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me on here. So thank you.
Stop watching that video of him singing along with the song about killing. We're coming up on CNN Marco for the special hour at 11 on the life and death of O.J. Simpson. And next, we have new videos just into outbound of migrants evading Mexican authorities illegally crossing into California. We just got this video, our data over there, saw it. We're going to take you live. We'll go to Mexico to see exactly how they did it. And breaking news, new images just into out front of the sailors who were rescued after being stranded on a remote island. They stole the world's help on the sand, and a Coast Guard commander will be speaking out about the rescue. For the first time out front.
The wind in your hair, the sun at your back, and nothing but nothing all around you. Get out on the water in the Florida Keys and Key West.
Introducing Ned's Black Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. Otezla can help you get clear skin. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Oh, please! And ticks! Intestinal worms! Well, heartworm disease, no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with urologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Used with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one pill, once a day treatment used for HIV in many people when you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there when you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed will get to staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy, take Dofetilide, or Refinitiv. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take if you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects are diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Biktarvy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
Simple principle. When selection gets low, savings tend to disappear. But now that there's a great selection, there are lots of great savings deals. So come to the Toyota Spring Savings Event, where you could get special low 1.99% financing on most 2024 Tundra hybrid and gas models, which could save you up to $3,400. Great selection means great savings deals. At your Winland Toyota dealers, your all-wheel drive headquarters. Toyota, let's go places.
You're going to buy a storage shed for the backyard, and it better be as nice as your house. Then look at a Reed's Ferry shed. A Reed's Ferry shed is so good looking you can put it in the front yard. And better quality with no sheds at the home See yours online at reedsferry.com. Then make the call.
Call 888-85-CHEF.
Need a chef? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one. CNN This Morning with Casey Hunt. Tomorrow at 5 Eastern. Closed captioning brought to you by Feliway Optimum. Enhanced calming for cats.
If your cat sprays outside the litter box, fights with other cats, or scratches the furniture, they could be telling you they're stressed. To help them feel more calm, try Feliway Optimum.
Tonight, we have new video just into Outfront. This is video from the southern border. We had a drone there, and it captured a group of migrants illegally crossing into California and heading towards U.S. Border Patrol officers. They were able to evade Mexican authorities who say they're ramping up enforcement on their side of the border to keep migrants from reaching the U.S. So our David Holbert is out front there at the border in Tijuana, Mexico. And David, it was you and your team who captured this video of these migrants as they were crossing the border. What did you see? How did they do it?
Yeah, we're here with migration officials from the Mexican side. I think the last couple of days, trying to get a better sense of these revamped efforts to try to stop folks from illegally crossing. And it's interesting because having covered the border now for several months and going back even more than a year, this is the toughest level of enforcement I have seen at the U.S.-Mexico border, and it's coming from the Mexico side right now. And the video that you pointed out, we were there with Mexican officials as they were showing us some of the vulnerable spots on the wall. And that is your question, is how many of these migrants are still getting through. They'll either, as you can see behind me, use portions of the wall and have equipment to cut out little squares, and usually they're doing that with smugglers who are backed by cartels and able to get in. Or you can even see up here on this portion of the wall, there's markings higher up, and there's a lot of them. They have made these ladders that essentially they'll throw up and then they'll scale up the wall and continue down the other side. Now, when they get to the other side of this one here, they're on U.S. territory, but there's yet another wall in this portion that keeps them from entering the U.S. right away, so they have to be processed, and many of them are trying to get those claims for asylum processed by U.S. officials there.
It is amazing, David, what you're showing us, what you're seeing in plain sight, the markings, the places to throw the ladders up, just seeing it so tangibly. And these crossings, I mean, obviously you've got, the United States has a crisis on its hands, but what's fascinating from what sounds like what you're saying is it's Mexican authorities who are taking action, that residents in Mexico are increasingly frustrated with the migration crisis as well. So what are you seeing on that?
So we were hearing that, and we wanted to see it firsthand there. And that's why we came down here and wanted to spend some time with Mexican officials and to see what they have put together as far as these new efforts is quite striking, because it is in many places along the border much more than you'd see from the U.S. side as far as a law enforcement presence. As far as what residents think, and I'm going to show you where we are because this gives a bit of better context. This is actually a neighborhood here. If we can, this is a private community that backs up right to the U.S.-Mexico border. And it's interesting because we've been in touch with residents on the U.S. side, and they're angry. They may have shared with us for the past several months that they have these migrants coming through their property, and that is frustrating them. The same type of frustration is felt here on the Mexico side. And communities like this is actually a private wall, are dealing with smugglers who will come through, and they'll drop off groups of migrants in areas like this. And then even in this portion, you can see they have pulled back some of the barbed wire on this private cement wall, and they use that then to climb over the actual border wall. And so what has now been the result? Well, the folks in this community have petitioned their state's governor of Baja California, who in turn has had the Mexican National Guard, and we saw this just a couple of hours ago, patrolling neighborhoods like this one. So you have to imagine that, Aaron. You have in your own community National Guard member here on the Mexico side now coming through and setting up camps in some places to patrol. And tomorrow we're going to have much more on some of the remote camps that Mexican officials have deployed to and set up an infrastructure. We're going to show you that exclusively when we're doing it 44 hours from now.
Wow, it is absolutely incredible, and it's just so amazing when you see them actually just walking through the scrub there. It's just that instability, that uncertainty that is so pervasive and permeating both sides of the border from what you're showing. All right, David Colbert, thank you. David mentioned, and he will have that exclusive report up front tomorrow, that rare look at the conditions on the ground at some of those remote sections of the border wall where he's going to take you tomorrow, and you don't want to miss that. So we'll see you tomorrow, David. All right, and I want to go now to the Democratic Congressman from New York, Tom Suozzi. He's on the House Homeland Security Security Committee. He won the special election to replace Congressman George Santos in large part because of his focus on border security, which you were incredibly focused on, Congressman Suozzi. So you heard David Culver's report, and I don't know if you can see the return, but it is incredibly powerful to look at the wall and see the markings where the ladders are thrown up, where the barbed wire is pulled back. The context here, Congressman, we've got a new Axios poll tonight that finds 42% of Latino adults in America support a wall or fence on the U.S.-Mexico border. And that is not just maybe larger than many listening may expect, it is also up 12 points in the past 3 years. Should President Biden be hearing this as a glaring wake-up call?
Absolutely. This is a problem that the American people are concerned about. And I've always said that the best elected official, the best politician, is the one who says what the people are thinking already. And the people of the United States of America, whether they're Republicans, Independents, or Democrats, are concerned about the border. They're concerned about what they see on your show tonight, what they see as chaos. And, you know, a wall's not going to solve it by itself, but listen, make it part of the solution. Let's get a bipartisan solution like the Senate bill that was negotiated by James Lankford, one of the most honest, ethical, conservative Republicans in the Senate, along with Senator Chris Murphy and Senator Kristen Gillibrand, Sinema. Let's use that bipartisan compromise and let's push it forward.
Well, part of the reason that this is hitting such a chord, there are many reasons, but it's also the fear of the unknown. What is coming across the border? Okay, and the former National Intelligence Director James Clapper, I recently had a conversation with him, Congressman. He told me that he's, quote, very concerned about terrorists exploiting the southern border. He said it was, in his words, a serious national security concern. In that context, today, the FBI Director, Chris Wray, warned about his growing concern, and I want to use his words directly, about the potential for a coordinated attack here in the homeland akin to the ISIS-K attack we saw at the Russian concert hall. So in that concert hall in Crocus, 144 people were killed. What more do you know about this Wray's story?
I know that people are concerned. People are worried. That uncertainty of what's going to happen because of this open border is making people worried. And we have to recognize that, you know, people said to me during my campaign and even now, oh, the border, that's a Republican issue. No, it's not. It's an American issue, and we must address it. Now, the president has started addressing it much more. He talked about it at the beginning of his administration. Now he's talking about it more. I'm hoping he'll take some unilateral action, and we can force a bipartisan compromise. If we had a deal on the table that was endorsed by the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, even the Border Patrol Union president, the big Trumper, endorsed the deal, and President Trump swooped in and said, oh, I don't want to give Biden the victory, I want to run in the chaos. Well, that's unacceptable. Let's make a deal. Let's actually address this very real problem.
All right, you just, as I mentioned, obviously your House Homeland Security, you did also just return from Ukraine. And so I'm sure that what we heard today from the American General Chris Cavoli, who happens to be the head of the U.S. European Command and the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, stood out to you. I mean, it stopped me in my tracks. He said, Russia's military, again, I want to quote it directly, has grown back to what they were before the war began. I mean, that's incredible, Congressman. We've been, hearing about the decimation of the military, their inability to provide for it, their inability to mobilize, mass death of Russians on the front line. And now we're hearing they're back to the way they were before the war began. Congressman, it's shocking. I mean, this seems to be proof, at least, of the inefficacy, perhaps even the failure of U.S. sanctions, to say the very least.
The sanctions have to be enforced more strongly, but we need to recognize Russia is conscripting more soldiers, they're building more weapons plants. And Ukraine has done a fantastic job fighting back, but right now they're running out of ammunition. And we need to help them. As you heard the Japanese Prime Minister say today, this is important for all democracies throughout the world. And I was happily surprised to see how much bipartisan support there was for the Prime Minister of Japan's comments about the need to fund Ukraine and to support Ukraine. That support is in the United States Congress. We need Speaker Johnson to put it on the floor, stop letting Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other extremists block it. Let's get this on the floor. I promise it will pass.
All right, well, Congressman Suozzi, I very much appreciate your time, and you just mentioned Speaker Johnson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. We do have breaking news. because Marjorie Taylor Greene has just spoken to our Manu Raju moments ago, and she's updated him about her plans to oust the Speaker Mike Johnson, even if he has Trump's support. So Manu has the breaking details there. Plus, we have more breaking news because for the first time tonight, you're going to hear from a Coast Guard commander who spotted the word help on that sand of a remote island, leading to the rescue of 3 sailors. We also have new pictures of their rescue this hour for you.
Looking for a bladderless pad that keeps you dry. All of the things that you're looking for in a pad, that is always the Speaker. Look at how it absorbs all the liquid. Oh my gosh, and locking it right on in. And look at that, totally absorbed. I gotta get some Always Discreet.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
If you have this, consider adding this, an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Medicare Supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't and let you see any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S. who accepts Medicare patients. So if you have this, consider adding this. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking our money. How about Africa? Our hot air balloon ride, swimming elephants, right? Rainforest safari. Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or put the money towards down there.
On a ranch.
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, skinny risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm understanding.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death, in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
Lost weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles with pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or is allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in the neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
That's about the power of 3 with Ozempic. File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
Breaking news, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene not backing down. Just telling our Manu Raju that she is going to keep trying to expel Speaker Mike Johnson, even if former President Trump supports Johnson. Tomorrow, of course, Johnson and Trump are supposed to meet at Mar-a-Lago to discuss what they are calling post-election integrity. Salin Sirfati is out front with the breaking detail.
I think the motion to vacate is also being supported by quite a few members in our conference. That's an internal House issue with our elected Speaker of the House. Totally two separate issues. Hopefully they have a great meeting tomorrow.
In the middle of the most precarious moment of his rookie speakership,
I think the sword hangs over Mike Johnson's neck.
Speaker Johnson making a trip to Mar-a-Lago tomorrow to appear side by side with former President Trump and talk about what the Speaker's office is billing as election integrity. The pivotal meeting coming as Speaker Johnson is fighting for his political life from a challenge from Trump's close ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I absolutely love President Trump. I have a great relationship with him.
Marjorie Taylor Greene escalating the threats against the Speaker to oust him, but
current Speaker of the House we have right now is getting rolled in every single meeting. He is negotiating from weakness.
On the intensifying the thorny intra-party relationships that Johnson and Trump are attempting to navigate when they appear together tomorrow with stakes high for their party in the election year.
Mike Johnson he's literally turned in for Mitch McConnell's twin and won. He's a Democrat.
CNN that amid green threat, allies of Johnson have asked Trump to either publicly support the speaker or at least stay out of it altogether. And sources close to Johnson don't dispute the timing of the visit, potentially only helping Johnson. Though this is a pre-planned event, this is not inconvenient for us. It's convenient for us. Acknowledging Trump is beneficial for them right now. The meeting coming 2 days after Trump dealt Speaker Johnson an embarrassing blow, defying Johnson and Republican leadership. Trump urging House Republicans to kill the reauthorization of the controversial surveillance law FISA, leading to his failure on a procedural vote. Despite this, Johnson and Trump have been slowly growing their relationship since Johnson's surprise ascent to the gavel.
Well, this time yesterday, somebody was thinking about it, and then we put out the word, and we put it out.
Johnson, an election denier,
The Constitution is clearly violated in the 2020 election.
has visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago at least twice and endorsed him in November.
That was one of the closest allies that President Trump had in Congress.
Johnson's predecessor, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, was even closer to Trump.
I think the president's done a tremendous job.
When Trump personally helped him get elected Speaker, it was then Marjorie Taylor Greene who stepped in, fielding calls from Trump to help sway McCarthy's opposers.
Mr. Speaker.
A mere 4 months later, it was Trump, however, that declined saving his job. McCarthy was facing his own rebellion from his right flank, a fate Johnson is hoping to avoid.
And these intra-party dynamics and this threat to Speaker Johnson providing quite the backdrop going into tomorrow's meeting. A source close to the Speaker tells me tonight that they would, of course, welcome anything that President Trump wants to say in support of Speaker Johnson, but they're not aware, even at the 3 hour, how much or how little he will get into it. That he is the one that will really decide. Erin Sunland, thank you very much. And next, we do have breaking news. We just gotten some new images of the 3 sailors who were rescued after being stranded on a remote island in the Pacific Ocean. And we're hearing for the first time one of the pilots who found them after he saw the word help spelled out on the beach.
You know there's no T in sketches? What are you talking about? All T always in sketches. T&D sketches to win. T&D sketches to win. T&D sketches to win. T is always in sketches.
When it's time for an update or a complete remodel, Revap is with you every step of the way.
We're going to take everything down.
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs.
I mean, you're right. Turned out amazing.
Revap, with you every step of the way. Call or visit revap.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Make your first move with battery power price. Right now, save $50 on the RMA 510 battery mower, plus get a free extra battery. Real steel. Find yours.
They tell you something.
That's really stupid.
We're going to get in a minute, okay? That's the benefit to it.
Meanwhile, at Verba, when other vacation rentals are used, try one of the units you're doing in that river.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly.
So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected.
Asking the right question. You're great at your
Are
future.
you sure you're an orthopedist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius.
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner? Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interests. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan out of it. Fish your favorites with Astound TV. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Every dollop is so rich and creamy. It makes any sandwich delicious. Irresistible. Hellman's Mayonnaise.
With Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM, you can achieve diabetes results without finger sticks. See how exercise affects your glucose, making it easier to spend time in range and lowering A1C.
I'm more legal than the Pentagon, and this is the end.
Breaking news, and this breaking news is a miraculous story that we are happy to report. Outfront has just spoken to a Coast Guard pilot responsible for the rescue of 3 fishermen on a remote island in the Pacific Ocean. They made this help sign out of palm leaves after their boat hit a coral reef and started taking on water. And they took shelter in this extremely small, uninhabited island. So a Coast Guard plane goes out flying, moving against hope, searching for the men, and literally spots the fleet or help spelled out. And that pilot is taking out now to Outfront tonight.
We could see it from a couple thousand feet up in the air. We noticed the island first, and then on the first circle, we were able to see the help sign. We were later able to tell that it was made out of palm fronds. We were able to establish communications with them via handheld radio. They all confirmed that they were thirsty and hadn't had water for a while, but that they were able to receive the survival kit from the Navy GA that responded from the unit. And so they said their medical condition was good, and they didn't require anything else.
It's amazing. Commander Arnold and his team rescued them. The men had lived on the island for more than a week, surviving off coconuts and what little water they could get. And in another incredible twist, when the Coast Guard reached the island, they learned the 3 men were surprised to hear that one of the rescuers who came along actually speaking in their local language. And more surprised to learn 3 fishermen and that rescuer were related with 2 cousins. An incredible story. And now tonight, payback. Former President Trump is determined to address his personal grievances and punish his political enemies if he's reelected. And we've got new reporting from CNN's Phil Mattingly. And Phil is going to show you exactly who Trump is going after, what he plans to do, and how. Phil Mattingly is out front.
Just days, Donald Trump becomes the first former president to go on criminal trial.
It's all coming out of the DOJ. A thing like this has never happened before.
His ideal fact challenge, rhetorical defense on the campaign trail, obscured a stark reality.
These radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement.
What he alleges is the exact authority Trump plans to claim in a second term, according to a CNN review of campaign policy proposals and conversations with advisors and allies. The threats leveled at his opponents.
I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Ready to be acted on if voters return to the Oval Office. One Washington Republican who talks to the Trump campaign framed it, Democrats, first, we are going to hit back harder. And confronted with the lack of any evidence of White House involvement, Republicans said that's what he believes. That's what his people believe. And unlike last time, this is his party now. And many voters don't seem to mind. Trump has repeatedly attacked prosecutors, judges, their families, their relationships, former officials, and his political opponents. He called for former GOP Congresswoman Liz Cheney and the rest of the January 6th committee to be jailed. He floated execution of the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The guy accused the president of being on cocaine last week, and nobody even blinked, one Biden campaign official said when asked about Trump's strength in the polls. After all, this animated feature of Trump's 2016 campaign never actually came to fruition. You know, Trump's affinity for vengeance existed long before that first campaign.
If given the opportunity, I will do it.
And was often raised in his first term.
One of my favorite preoccupations during my time as National Security Advisor was counting how many times Trump said John Kerry should be prosecuted.
It ran headlong into advisors, Congress, and the courts, loath to bend to his will.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
This time, it's different.
4 indictments and 88 felony charges have sharpened Trump's privately raised desire for revenge.
If they did it, they've already done it. But if they want to follow through on this, it could certainly happen in reverse.
Congressional Republicans who pushed back on Trump are gone or on their way out, almost always replaced by loyalists over their election to Trump's endorsement. Federal courts blocked or forced withdrawal of an unprecedented number of Trump rules. They are now stopped with hundreds of young and sharply conservative Trump appointees. At the same moment, Trump and his advisors embraced a maximalist theory on his presidential authority. The advisors who blocked Trump's wishes replaced by Trump devotees.
I put great people in, but I also put people that I made a mistake with.
On the backbone of expansive policy proposals targeting Justice Department, national security, and intelligence officials, laying the groundwork to terminate career government officials deemed insufficiently loyal.
We need to make it much easier to fire rogue bureaucrats who are deliberately undermining democracy.
And with Trump escalating his rhetorical warfare in advance of his trial next week on charges brought by the New York District Attorney, it should be noted there's a policy proposal for that, too.
I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA and AG in America for their illegal races in reverse enforcement of the law.
Aaron, I think the point here is this. There's no question next week Donald Trump faces the highest stakes legal challenge of his career. But if he survives the first criminal trial and any other that occurs over the course of the coming 8 months and wins re-election, he will enter the Oval Office emboldened personally. And with more power than we've seen probably in decades from a president and a team, we're not hiding this. They're making very clear what they want to do, how they want to do it, and that their supporters want them to deliver.
And listen to what someone tells you. Thanks for joining us. The news continues right here on CNN.
Happening now, breaking news. O.J. Simpson dead at the age of 76. Simpson's family says the NFL legend, whose career was eclipsed by a 1995 double murder trial and his highly controversial acquittal, died after a battle with cancer. We'll look back on his life and the trial of the century. Here in Washington, the FBI director delivers a very stark warning amid Republican infighting over a key surveillance law. I'll ask the House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McFaul if Speaker Johnson could finally control his unruly confidence. And stunning developments in the scandal rocking the world of baseball. The former interpreter for Shohei Ohtani now charged with stealing $16 million from the superstar's bank account. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation
This is CNN Breaking News.
Let's get straight to the breaking news tonight. O.J. Simpson, the NFL star, whose 1995 double murder trial and contentious acquittal captivated the nation, is dead at 76 after fighting cancer. CNN's Stephanie Elam has the latest.
Tonight, O.J. Simpson dead, leaving behind a controversial legacy.
If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Some only know him for the so-called trial of the century for double murder, after the infamous slow speed chase. Others recall Simpson's heyday as one of the best running backs in football.
What a beautiful day it is here in Las Vegas.
This is the last public statement Simpson made on social media in February, about 8 months after announcing he had cancer.
Let me take a moment to say thank you to all the people who reached out to me. My health is good. Obviously, I'm dealing with some issues. But hey, I think I'm just about over it. I'll be back on that golf course hopefully in a couple of weeks.
Simpson died 2 months later. Reactions on the Pro Football Hall of Fame celebrating his on-field success as, quote, the first player to reach a rushing mark many thought could not be attained in a 14-game season when he topped 2,000 yards.
I'd like to express my condolences to the children.
Cato Kalin, who rose to fame as a witness in the murder trial, put the focus on O.J.'s ex-wife, Nicole Brown, and friend, Ron Goldman, who were stabbed to death outside Brown's L.A. home in June 1994.
Nicole was a beacon of light that burned bright. May we never forget her.
Others reflecting on the polarizing life Simpson led.
You scared everybody, man. I'm not going to hurt anybody.
The football star led police on a shocking low-speed chase on live TV after he was charged in the murder.
With every freeway overcrossing, there began to gather more and more crowds of people.
But Simpson fought the charges in a trial that divided America. It happened as racial inequality in the justice system was front and center, following the 1992 acquittal of the LAPD officers who beat Rodney King and the riots that followed. The nation stopped in its tracks to hear the Simpson verdict read on live TV.
Boyd J. Simpson not guilty at the time of murder.
Was he framed by the police, or did he get away with murder? The debate raged at the water cooler, and Simpson capitalized on it, writing a book entitled If I Did It, which the publisher ultimately never released.
There's never closure. Ron is always gone.
The family of Ron Goldman, who won a wrongful death civil suit against Simpson in 1997, won control of the book rights and released the book under the title I Did It, Confessions of the Killer in 2007.
I didn't know I was doing anything illegal.
It wasn't until 2008 that Simpson would go to jail, serving 9 years for takeout, armed robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon, after he broke into a hotel room to retrieve his stolen belongings.
What we have is satisfaction that this monster is where he belongs.
The legal turmoil overshadowing what had been a trailblazing life.
And we now have a statement from Kim and Fred Goldman, that would be Ron Goldman's sister and father, and it says in part, quote, "The news of Ron's killer passing away is a mixed bag of complicated emotions and reminds us that the journey through grief is not linear. For 3 decades, we tirelessly pursued justice for Ron and Nicole, and despite a civil judgment and his confession in If I Did It, the hope for true accountability has ended." And their message goes on to say that they will continue to advocate for the rights of all victims and survivors, and saying that they thank people for keeping them, and especially Ron Goldman, in their hearts. And so you can see, even though O.J. Simpson's life is over, the legacy of the pain from all of the turmoil in his lifetime still persists.
Walker's great indeed. Stephanie in Los Angeles for us. Stephanie, thank you. Let's get some more from our experts, including some former CNN journalists who extensively covered Simpson's trial. And I'll start with Roger Cossack, an old friend here at CNN. Now, Roger, you were here at CNN covering O.J. Simpson's first criminal trial almost, 30 years ago. This case is often called the trial of the century. Put it into perspective for us.
Well, for me, it was someone who suddenly was thrust on television to describe this trial of the century. It was, of course, life-changing, but it was a culture-changing event for the country. Suddenly, O.J. Simpson, who we all had thought of as this wonderful football player and pitchman, no one could believe that he would have done something like this, and there he was. The trial that Robert Shapiro did, I always thought was a brilliant thing. You know, he would not rest, and he made that preliminary hearing go very, very quickly, and that trial went very, very quickly. I always thought that perhaps by doing that, the prosecution really wasn't ready for this case as well as they should have been. Perhaps they just thought it was a slam dunk. But this changed, certainly changed put reality TV, I think, on the air, and I think changed the way we viewed trials and events ever since.
Very important. Jim Moret, you also covered this trial for us at CNN at the time. Talk a little bit about how towering and controversial a figure O.J. Simpson was.
Look, O.J. was a beloved figure. He could not walk down the streets of Los Angeles without being met with accolades. People saying, "Hey, O.J., how are you?" He was loved. He was beloved by the cops. He was beloved by his fans. He was a pitchman. He was an actor. He was an athlete. He was bigger than life. And as Roger said, it was hard to reconcile that O.J. we knew with this O.J. that was being presented by the prosecution as a sociopathic double murderer, somebody who could do something so horrific. And let me tell you something, having seen the autopsy photos, he was a horrific killer. Make no doubt about it. You have to think about the victims' families today more than anyone. But it was hard to reconcile these two OJs, and the jury eventually sided with OJ himself and said, not guilty.
We bring Laura Coates into this conversation. Laura, this trial came shortly after the Rodney King case. And I want you to take a look, and our viewers to take a look at this. This is the audience reaction when there was live coverage of the jury's verdict during the Oprah Winfrey Show. Listen to
It
this.
was a crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony offense of hold on to, being as the top one of the information.
This really gets to the deep racial division surrounding this entire case.
It's so true. I actually remember watching that. We recorded it in my high school, actually. It was when the verdict came out and was taken out of classes to actually see this all play out. This really showed you not just that O.J. Simpson was on trial, but through the lens in which people view the justice system. Here we are on the verge of a major trial this coming Monday, a high-profile case where the defendant says there are two systems of justice in this country, two-tiered, one for the rich and one for the poor. Well, we also know there's one for Black people and those who are not. And I think one of the things that what this trial showed was how people viewed what was fair, what the influence of the cops would be. Remember the infamous part about Mark Furman taking the stand, and at first glance, out of casting the quintessential detective and police officer, only to be confronted with his own racist statements and changing the tide of how the jurors essentially saw this. I remember thinking at the time, among conversations in family and friends and community, about how following Rodney King, there was such distrust for the police. And of course, here was somebody with a lead Black defense attorney in one Johnny Cochran. You had a defense team that was built of the most statured of defense counsel, and you had a very wealthy Black man who had, for all the reasons we talked about, had all the accolades and praise. And so this was the lens which people started to view the justice system, whether it was fair or not.
We're bringing Jane Velez Mitchell into this conversation. Jane, you also covered this trial for us back then. Take us back to Los Angeles at the time of the trial. What was the atmosphere like as this trial was actually taking place?
Well, it was so charged. It was all anybody could talk about. And it was a divisive situation. You never knew who was going to say what about this case. But I have to say, the lessons of this tragic saga are still with us today. The prosecution had overwhelming evidence. It was, well, as Mark Clark said, it was a trail of blood, right from the crime scene, the O.J. Simpson car, the O.J. Simpson estate, right into his bedroom and to his socks. The blood found on his socks. But the credibility of the police department was at stake because the key detective collecting all that evidence was a man who had used the N-word something like 41 times, and that was caught on tape, and he lied about it. So the lessons of police departments today still resonate. You can have all the greatest forensics you want, but if your credibility is shot and the people don't trust you, then forget about it. It doesn't matter. And that's something that I think still is a lesson for law enforcement across the country today. The other thing is there was tons of DNA evidence. And I remember I was a local news anchor working out of Paramount Studios and anchoring as hours and hours of this DNA evidence came in. A lot of it's very complicated. People were not that familiar with DNA the way they are today. So the prosecution thought they had an overwhelming case because of the overwhelming nature of the DNA evidence, but a lot of people really didn't get the DNA evidence. And the final thing I would say is that some of the best witnesses, like the woman who said she believes she saw O.J. Simpson in his car leaving the crime scene, and the guy who said he sold them the knife, well, they never got to testify because they sold their stories. So the media madness played a huge role in all of this as well.
You know, it's interesting, Jim Murray, I want to get back to you. Whether you've seen the trial, whether you saw it or not, all of us have heard the phrase, if the gloves don't fit, you must have quit. How defining was that moment?
Oh, it's extremely defining. It gave the defense an opportunity to basically have O.J. Simpson testify without burden of cross-examination. O.J. Simpson was controlling that glove. He could make it appear as if it was too small. It was the worst moment for the prosecution to allow that to happen, and it is a gift to the defense.
You know, it's interesting, Jane. O.J. Simpson clearly assembled a so-called dream team of lawyers for his defense team. Why did they get that moniker?
Well, they were very, very clever. There was Even allegations that they redecorated O.J. Simpson's home for the jury tour, taking basically what he had there out and putting in some things that might appeal to the jury. So they were playing fast and loose in a lot of ways, and I really feel that by accusing the Los Angeles Police Department of planting evidence, they were taking a huge risk. A lot of people might not buy it, but it turns out that that argument, that all that damning evidence that was found, the blood drops here, there, and everywhere was planted, that did resonate with the overwhelmingly African-American jury. And as you mentioned, this comes in the wake of a sense of mistrust of the LAPD. You know, anybody who's seen that Rodney King beating, which happened in 1991, leading to the riots of 1992, you know, you can see why there was such mistrust.
Important points indeed, everyone. Thank you very much. Important note to our viewers, stay with CNN for Laura's program later tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern. She's devoting her entire show to special coverage, the life and death of O.J. Simpson. Just ahead, deep divisions among House Republicans right now, putting a key national security bill at risk. The chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee is here live. We'll discuss plus how jury selection will play out Monday in Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial and what defense lawyers will be looking for. Stay with us. Here are the situation.
Welcome to Lobster Fest. Is your party ready? Ready to tingle with tails on tails on tails? Try Lobster Lover's Dream while you can. It's one of 10 next-level lobster creations. Lobster Fest is ending soon, so hurry in.
The UPS store is not just a shipping store. We're the shipping store. Believe the packing to us store. But we understand this is more than a package store. We're the packing, shipping, guaranteed store. A peace of mind store. We're the right around the corner. Go to, we ship it on store. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Keep your private info private. Shred today at the UPS store.
One greetings happen. Yeah, that's not good happen. Huge things happen. Home happen. Be there with Ring. Learn more at ring.com.
I won't let my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis symptoms define me. Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions to Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your fear of Tremfya. Tell your doctor if you have any infection or symptoms, or if you have a vaccine or policy.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Cracked windshield? Schedule at Safe Light, and we'll come to you to fix it. This customer was enjoying her morning walk. We texted her when we were on our way. She can track us and see exactly when we'd arrive. We came to her with service that fit her schedule.
You must be Miss Gown.
Nice to meet you. We got right to work with the replacement she could trust. We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at SafeLight.com.
Safe Light. Hey, Safe Light replace.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me.
Always try scoop before you run. Listen, hard on diet got me shredded.
It's time you listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
So my daughter tells us you're in television.
And only $40 a month.
Unlike that last overpriced package.
Why can't you let me on the stream my favorite channels for less?
The family has value.
Sing is value.
Well done, Viv. You got the presents, the balloons, and the raptor cake. Now how about something to put a smile on your face? Aspen Dental provides complete, affordable care with dentists and labs in one place. Plus, free exams and x-rays for new patients without insurance, and 20% off treatment plans for everyone. Quality care at a price worth celebrating. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
After Advil,
Let's say this.
What about your back?
before Advil.
Advil Dual Action fights pain two ways. Advil targets pain at the source with a sick benefit blocks pain symptoms. Advil Dual Action.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Hands-Free Slip-Ins.
Just slip in. That's all I need to do with my new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. It's like slip-ins have an invisible built-in shoehorn, so my foot slides into place. What could be better?
More chaos up on Capitol Hill tonight. House Republicans deadlocked over the future of a very controversial surveillance law as FBI Director Chris Wray urges Congress to renew what he calls an indispensable tool, in direct quote. Joining us now, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Republican Congressman Michael McCaul. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. Are American lives at risk if Congress doesn't reauthorize FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, as the FBI director warned today?
100%. I agree with Director Wray. Going through my prior life as a federal prosecutor after 9/11 counterterrorism, I worked with the FBI on FISA warrants. We stopped a lot of bad things from happening. If we do not reauthorize FISA tomorrow and we go dark, it will put American people in jeopardy. It puts them at risk at a time when the world is actually becoming more and more dangerous, whether it be Hamas out of the Middle East and Iran, to the jihadists in Afghanistan and the Middle East. This is the wrong time to play politics with this.
Are you okay with a 2-year extension of FISA as opposed to 5-year extension, which so many people actually do want?
I would prefer the 5 years to give the FBI certainty. However, I understand why Speaker Johnson compromised on the 2-year, and that was to get enough Republicans to vote for what's called the rule to then proceed with final passage of the bill. So I think this was probably a necessary compromise that will get us past the rule into final passage, hopefully tomorrow morning.
We are just learning, Congressman, that the holdouts on FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, appear to be warming to at least some modifications, namely that the new version of the bill be that 2-year reauthorization instead of what so many want, that 5-year authorization. You're okay with the 2-year window at least as a minimum?
I would think a 2-year reauthorization rather than letting FISA expire. That would be extremely dangerous to let that happen. And by the way, if we have significant reforms over 50 in this bill that deal with issues reconciled the Carter Page incident into the investigation of the former president. That's what a lot of my colleagues are concerned about. I think a lot of those concerns are taken care of by the reforms that put the underlying bill.
Do you think the former President Donald Trump is right when he says he was once the target of FISA?
My understanding is in a sort of reckless way that he in fact was. Now, he came out yesterday saying that he wanted to kill FISA and then had to come back and explain that he was mistaken and that he doesn't want to kill FISA. I mean, it's a fairly complicated statute that involves not just FISA, but what's called 702. And I think he's corrected that error. And obviously, on my side of the aisle, that's a very important thing to know that he supports overall passage.
Yeah, it's interesting. The House Speaker Johnson is scheduled tomorrow to give remarks with the former president down in Florida and Mar-a-Lago, just days after Trump helped deliver another blow to Johnson's leadership. Is Johnson taking his marching orders from Trump?
Well, I mean, he went forward with FISA and got criticized. I personally think Wolfie's committed to getting us a supplemental bill on Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan and the Pacific. I hope by next week we can get this done, regardless of what the former president says. I hope the meeting down there that he has with the former president, he can get him on board with some of the reforms that we have to the Senate-passed version of the supplemental.
See what happens tomorrow. We'll see what happens. We got desperately needed military aid for Ukraine. Congressman Michael McCaul, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up, what Donald Trump is now saying about the judge in his upcoming hush money trial, with jury selection now just days away.
We
know, I spend a lot of time thinking about dirt
At 3 in the morning.
any time of day. What people don't know is that not all dirt is the same. You need dirt the right nutrients. Look at this new organic soil by Miracle-Gro.
Everybody should have it. It works great for us.
This is as good as gold in any garden. If people only knew that it really is about the dirt.
You're a dirt nerd.
Huge dirt nerd. I'm proud of it.
Realtor.com is the only site that lets you find homes with assumable mortgages, so you can take over the seller's mortgage at a lower interest rate.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Go to Realtor.com to learn more.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places for them to be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of your perineum can occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I wrote 4 generations of family tradition.
Huh? I want to make the few.
so I need barbecue psyche count. I guarantee her maximum refund. Into TurboTax.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes take you out of the moment. Now there's Skyrizi. So you can show up with clearer skin and show it off. Skyrizi, you can take home 90% clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you get moving, less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and less joint pain. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about how Skyrizi can help with your skin or joint symptoms. Learn how Algae can help you save.
Real Ram and my trucks are what you do. You do truck life better than anyone else. You do trucks that work harder and play harder. And you do trucks that win by breaking every rule what a truck should be. So this truck month, what you should do is drive a Ram. Trucks are what we do.
During Ram Truck Month, Henry rolled out manufacturer's pricing with lower starting MSRPs plus $1,000 bonus cash on 2024 Ram heavy-duty trucks. You deserve a mobile service that lets you stand out. Introducing Astound Mobile. We have mobile plans that fit you. Save more, do more, be more. On one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. With Astound Mobile, you only pay for what you need. Buy the gig or go unlimited. You already have award-winning internet. Now you can add mobile starting at $15 a month per line. 2 great services, one astounding company. We are astounding.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
We found all our treasures. Maybe we can't be found.
Discover your treasure on the unique, fantastic finds live auction show. I sold.
Blue Carbon, a CNN film, Sunday, April 21st at 9.
With just 4 days until the start of Donald Trump's hush money trial, everything appears to be on track, despite multiple attempts by Trump and his lawyers to delay. The former president lashing out once again today at the judge overseeing the case. Listen.
Another corrupt New York judge, Juan Merchan, gagged me. That's gagged like you can't talk. He gagged me with respect to a case that everyone, including the DA, felt should never have been brought. It only happens to me because I'm able to tell people what's happening, and those people get extremely angry with what's happening. This judge should be recused, and the case should be thrown out.
All right, let's get a reaction from our chief legal analyst, Laura Coates, and CNN legal analyst, Elliot Williams. Laura, what can we expect when this trial gets underway on Monday with juries?
will impart perhaps some more whining about woe is me, but this is going to happen by all accounts. And we're going to have the voir dire process, which essentially has jurors potentially will come into the courtroom, have to answer questions along this questionnaire. There a lot of going to be run-of-the-mill, though, Wolf, about your views on police, about your views on justice. But there are going to be a lot of targeted ones about your views on Trump, where you get your news from as well. And you're going to have the defense and the prosecution trying to figure out who's going to be the audience member that they can persuade the best to meet their burden of proof or to defend the actions. It will be something that will have you thinking to yourself, what would be the ideal jury? Trump is going to be somebody who believes they can buck the system, is anti maybe the political establishment in some ways, maybe in favor of him. For the actual prosecution, though, they want people who are going to simply say they're going to follow the law. Here's you're not going to have someone who is going to have no idea who Donald Trump is or the subject matter of this case. Those people do not exist.
Is there a chance of Trump, even at this late moment, can get another delay?
Anything is possible in this world, including the fact that he could very well try to get rid of his counsel. Now, that could be a very transparent move for the judge to suggest, hold on, suddenly after 3 motions and 3 days failed, you want to have new counsel. The stranger things have happened, but if that were to be the case, I would expect this judge would want to have a very quick turnaround for the next trial date because they are ready to go.
Yeah, certainly are ready. But Elliot, you heard Trump say that he's under a gag order, and I'm quoting him now, because people get extremely angry when he tells them what's going on, what his reaction. What do you think about that?
It's a typical strategy by the former president to take a half-truth, spin it into a lie, and then keep repeatedly saying it to the public, or at least a segment of the public believes it. And this idea that the gag order is because he makes people mad is simply not true. The purpose of gag orders in any context, even outside of Donald Trump, is to prevent anyone from, number one, impeding the administration of justice, or number two, spiking threats to members of court personnel or court staff or anything like that. That's the sole reason. And he is getting in the way of his own trial and his own ability to get a fair trial with the kinds of speaking that he's doing. Now, many people will believe this idea that this is all about Donald Trump, but no, whenever defendants speak out of the way he does, they run the risk of getting gagged.
As we know, Laura, this is clearly a historic moment. The first time in American history that a former president will face a criminal trial right now. So what's your assessment? What are the chances that he will be convicted?
Well, too bad we don't have cameras in the courtroom because of the historic nature of this. Countering what's happened in the O.J. Simpson trial, months and months of watching, you could actually see the justice system on full display. Here, we're going to be left to the devices of not only our own commentary and those in the courtroom, but for Donald Trump himself coming out in the courthouse to actually give his version of it. Why that's so important is because you're going to want to understand the way the process works, how the motion practices come down, what comes into evidence and what does not, the demeanor of the judge if he is constantly attacking. I think one of the reasons this judge did not include himself in the gag order is because he didn't want to take the bait. The idea of the here, ducky scenario that Trump is trying to put into place, he doesn't want to follow because he knows full well that any iota of indication that he gives that somehow he has a personally vested interest or retaliatory stance could be used against him. That's the real issue of not having the people able to have a camera. At the end of the day, we're going to actually see a former president of the United States, a presumptive Republican nominee, standing trial, and he still has, remember, the presumption of innocence.
Certainly does. How do you see it?
How do I say? I think the trickiest thing, this is picking up Laura's very first question about jury selection. How do you get 12 people who are palatable to vote to all sides? And the mere fact that someone has an opinion about Donald Trump in either direction doesn't disqualify for voting in the jury. It's all about, can this person credibly say, I can put my personal views aside and judge this defendant not honestly and openly. And that's a really hard exercise when the person on trial is literally one of the top 5 most famous people on the planet. So it's something I'm going to be watching for very closely. What exactly do they get out of this group of jurors and where they get?
Jury selection starts on Monday. And jury selection, especially in a trial like this, is so critical.
So critical. And, and I've been burned. I'm sure Laura Coates has been, she's a better lawyer than I am, but I'm sure she's been burned with jury selection because you're trying, it's the pop psychology to it. It's law, but also trying to read, can this person follow orders, not just do they love prosecutors or cops, but how will they be in a group when working together? Who's going to be the fourth person? And, sometimes you just mess up.
Extensive live coverage starting Monday of this historic trial. Elliot Lane, Laura Coates, both of you once again. Thank you. Just ahead, we'll have more on our top story with a closer look back at the lives and legacies of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Gold.
Hey, with Priceline DS Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'll do that.
I'm the dad.
Hey, physically it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy Priceline.
That was complicated. That's why Disney World organized restaurant becomes taste and price. So it's simple to find material love. There are the taste and price.
Now you get it. Vision Works. See the difference. I know the TurboTax expert because I have 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed. Let the TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Before Apoquel Chewable fell into ditch, giving Doc's bills was a battle of wits. Oh, Maria, I wanted to hear foolish game. Is he kind? He's totally gone. Itch relief just got easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is now available in a tasty chewable that works in a day.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. It may cause worsening resistant parasitic skin infestation for pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel Chewable. Do it. After Advil, let's say this.
What about your back?
It's fine. Before Advil.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source using the benefit box pain symptoms. Advil Dual Action.
Shop Etsy until April 15th and get 50% off shopful pieces made by real people to brighten your home. Save on lighting, furniture, gifts, and more. When you need just the thing to wish your face and
Our biggest challenge? Uncertainty. If these surcharges, who knows what you expect? Turn setback to your advantage.
keep it simple with clear upfront pricing.
With USPS Ground Advantage.
Always try scoop before you run. Listen, hard on diet company. Shred.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
Reed's Ferry Sheds. When you visit Reed's Ferry, you'll see a bigger selection of high-quality sheds in every size, style, and color. Pull up your choose the perfect shed for your property, custom built just the way you want it, and delivered to your backyard.
The moment we walked into Reed's Ferry, we thought the showroom was excellent. Everything was great, and the customer support was fantastic.
See yours online at reedsferry.com. Then make the call. Call 888-85. Need a shed?
If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
That's right. Hi, Red Window in Woburn. Our competitors think we're in Woburn because they're not from here. If you call them, they're someplace here. That's why we go to Mid, they're looking for Ned. In Peabody, they think they're in Peabody. And when they go to Situate, it really hits the fan. So yes, White Window. For quality windows installed by your local team, call the company that leaves the hill out of April.
All right, Window.
Better window installed for the right price. Right Window. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, and this is CNN.
We're now on the breaking news. O.J. Simpson dead at the age of 76 after a battle with cancer. Simpson's career on the football field was quickly overshadowed after the double murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman. Brian Todd taking a closer look at the victims for us. Brian, Simpson's acquittal in this case remains so controversial, like nearly 30 years later.
Controversial and still very painful, Wolf, for the relatives of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. On a day when so many are talking about O.J. Simpson, the sensational trial, and his legacy, we also wanted to do a deeper dive on the victims and what they left behind. Nicole Brown met O.J. Simpson when she was 18, working as a server in a Beverly Hills nightclub. They began dating while the football star was still married to his first wife, Marguerite. A tempestuous beginning to a relationship that would become unstable and violent. During their 7-year marriage, there were reports of physical abuse, with Nicole calling the police on O.J. multiple times. There was also a disturbing 911 call in 1993, following their divorce, with Nicole sounding terrified.
For the female client, O.J. Simpson, I think you know his record. They
O.J. Simpson at the time of her murder on June 12, 1994. She was 35 years old. At that time, 25-year-old Ron Goldman was an aspiring actor and model who also had dreams of opening his own bar or restaurant. He was working as a server at a restaurant called Mezzaluna on the night of the murders and went to Nicole Brown Simpson's home to return a pair of glasses that someone in her party had left at the restaurant that night. He was stabbed to death just a few weeks shy of his 26th birthday. Throughout O.J. Simpson's trial, Goldman's father Fred and his sister Kim were in court just about every day. The expressions on their faces reflecting an anguish they seemed to constantly be reliving.
He's a sick man. He ought to be put away.
Defendant Orthal James Simpson.
Fred and Kim Goldman broke down. The acquittal verdict was read for O.J. Simpson. Since that day, Fred Goldman's done everything he could to keep his son's memory alive.
Family member of a victim of violent crime doesn't get closure. That horror stays with you in your head forever.
The Goldman and Brown families later filed a civil lawsuit against O.J. Simpson. Simpson was found liable for the deaths, but Fred Goldman has said they were only able to collect about $130,000 out of a judgment of over $33 million. Still,
by using the media in the way that they did, I think it helped other victims who may be involved in similar situations have a roadmap for how they too can put pressure on law enforcement as well as keep the memory of their loved ones alive.
Since the murders, Nicole Simpson's sister, Tanya Brown, has published books on mental health and domestic violence, and Kim Goldman works as a victims' rights advocate.
I'm going to just take it one day at a time, and this is the life that victims and survivors lead.
Responding to the news of O.J. Simpson's death today, Fred Goldman chose to not make it about O.J. at all, telling People magazine, quote, "This is just a reminder for us how long Ron has been gone, how long we have missed him, nothing more than that. That is the only thing that is important to me."
All right, Brian Todd reporting this morning. Thank you very much. Coming up, shocking new details today in a story involving baseball, gambling, and now stealing. The feds say a one-time confidant stole millions from one of the biggest names in the game.
Can Sugar Ray Leonard do everyday tasks wearing boxing gloves? Happy Thursday. And now putting on his new ArchFit Skechers Slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new ArchFit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
Protect your vehicle with smart liners, custom fit, full coverage floor liners. Precisely engineered for a perfect fit. Rigid sidewalls ensure our liners won't curl at the edges. The easy to clean, rubberized texture offers an outstanding grip for your vehicle. High sides provide unparalleled spill protection. Backed by a lifetime warranty and expert customer service. Make the smart, affordable choice. Smart Liner. Choose Advil Liquid Gel for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Release Gel. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain way.
Who's the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration? How do you make like it never even happened happen? Let it rain, Randy! Like being prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that. Serve pro, like it never even happened.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work means bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
It's a good day. What our shared values propel us towards a more secure future. Through a contest, a partnership built upon cutting-edge American, Australian, and British technologies, Glow develops state-of-the-art next-generation technologies and builds these stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
When Barbas was the TurboTax?
I wrote 4 generations of family tradition. Ma, I want to make perfume.
So I made Barbara's new sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
Any responsible trade rumors we keep about? Oh, we talking about moving? Not the trade. Not the trade. We're talking about moving. No thank you. You could use Open Door. So your house directly to them. Easy. I guess we're moving.
We're passionate about delivering ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet so you can stay connected to your everyday work, life, and play. Thank you for trusting in our services and voting us down #1 nationwide, ranking us a top provider for reliability, speed, and overall satisfaction. Now, you can enjoy Astound Mobile too on one of the nation's largest and most reliable 5G networks. 2 great services, 1 astounding company. Thank you for choosing us, connecting to astounding possibilities.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
You want all our treasures. Maybe you think you'll find.
I covered your treasure. I made it. Fantastic find. Live auction show.
How would really happen? Something people claim they did not want to see in there.
In Georgia, some Democrats are hoping President Biden can recreate a surprise victory in the state, not by making the case against Donald Trump, but for his own record. CNN's Miguel Marquez spoke with some of the president's biggest fans in a county that could decide the 2024 election.
I'm Cecil Clark, retired Marine, National Gunnery Sergeant, and a loyal Joe Biden fan, supporter, and people voting. But I was right there.
With the country headed toward a highly competitive and hard-fought election, Biden's superfan voters like Cecil Clark made a critical difference in this battleground state in 2020 and won to repeat history.
They delivered us a clear victory.
So you, like a lot of Democrats, are very worried and motivated by your dislike of Donald Trump. Do you like Joe Biden? I like Joe Biden. Love Joe Biden? I love Joe Biden. I think he's a great American.
This is Clayton County, a suburb south of Atlanta. In 2020, a deep blue patch in Georgia, where Biden won by pure 50 votes. That was the surprise battleground in this election.
I remember actually the people watching on election night when the numbers were coming in and Clayton County actually put Biden over the top. I was screaming, hollering at the television like, yes, I was just fine. Because I knew all the work that we did in this county.
Yet support for the incumbent president has faded since 2020, including from his own party.
My biggest concern is people not voting. That sincerely keeps me up.
So is this going to be more of a negative? You're concerned more about Donald Trump, or you're voting for Joe Biden?
I think we need to focus clearly on voting for Joe Biden. People are still asking the question, how is the president and the presidency affecting and improving my quality of life? And I feel as though the moment that our president or the administration can answer that question for the everyday citizen, that'll be the day that he's definitely on his way back to the White House.
You get cards from the White House almost every year.
Yeah. This is the latest one from Joe Biden and his family.
How difficult is it to hear Democrats talking down Joe Biden?
It's really hard to hear. And, you know, as passionate as I am, it does become a little bit disheartening.
If you could change one thing about Joe Biden, what would it be?
You would shuffle really hard. Just improving upon the messaging that gets down to the lowest of us.
I will always be president for all Americans.
But for his State of the Union message, I was just like standing up in my bedroom clapping by myself. I said, "Oh my goodness, Joe!"
I wish you could inspire the confidence of more people. I know there's something different to the polls. You know, he may have, with his age, lost himself, we all in the step, but the man's mind is still sharp. It is Joe Biden, Donald Trump. And believe it or not, I believe Joe Biden is going to win bigger than he won in 2020.
And look, Democrats in Clayton County, like Democrats everywhere, realize that they're not going to win in November with just Super Joe Biden fans. In Clayton County, they say they've identified 90,000 people who basically moved into the county, or maybe new voters, or have sat out the last couple of election cycles. Those 90,000 potential voters, they will turn to real voters.
Well, excellent report, Miguel Marquez. Thank you very much. Also tonight, the U.S. Justice Department is charging a one-time confidant of baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani. CNN's Nick Block has the details.
Baseball's biggest star was, according to a federal prosecutor, billed of over $60 million, like his interpreter, friend, and confidant.
Mr. Mitsuhara used and abused that position of trust in order to take advantage of Mr.
Ippei Mizuhara, today charged by the Department of Justice with bank fraud, carries a maximum of 30 years behind bars. The biggest question has been, how could Mizuhara have allegedly stolen that much money without getting caught? Well, according to the complaint, Mizuhara helped Ohtani open a bank account and told all the star's other advisors that Ohtani wanted this one, which held all of his baseball earnings, to be private. And
we obtained recordings of telephone calls in which Mitsuhara spoke with bank employees, lied to them about being Mr. Ohtani, gave personal biographical information for Mr. Ohtani in order to impersonate him, and thereby convinced the bank to approve large wire transfers of large amounts of money to the bookmakers.
Just over 2 years, say investigators, Mizuhara placed approximately 19,000 bets on sports, some as big as $160,000. When he won, the money went into his account. When he lost, he covered his debts from Ohtani's, who lost over $40 million in all. This lawyer represents a bookmaker, Ippei Mizuhara used.
And Ippei will tell you, and Matt will tell you, that he is a terrible man.
But he just couldn't help himself. Apparently, Mizuhara never bet on baseball, or this thing.
Just to kind of just go over the results. In conclusion, Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
Mizuhara allegedly wrote to the tax GI booking in June last year, I have a problem. LOL. Can I get one last buck? That's gambling lingo for credit extension.
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or I never have asked somebody to do that on my behalf.
Facts also appear to prove Ohtani had no idea. He has, we're told, cooperated fully with investigators. And while some suspicion did swirl these past few weeks, Ohtani carried on doing what he does best, playing baseball, logging a career best 5 straight multi-hit games. Maybe put that down to the untroubled mind of an innocent man. And his interpreter is allegedly right now negotiating some sort of plea deal. That's according to the New York Times. He's expected to turn himself in tomorrow and make his first court appearance here in Los Angeles.
Well, all right, Nick Block, thank you very much, and we'll be right back with more news.
From tried and true to try something new. So many ways to save. Life running, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
You have an excellent warranty.
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 Okay, gotta go.
You must have American Home Shield. I can tell your appliances and home systems are protected, covered repairs and replacements are taken care of. Warranty never lies. Have a cookie though. American Home Shield. Don't worry, we want it.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
When enamel is gone, you cannot get it back, but you can repair it with Conamel Repair. It penetrates deep into the tooth to actively repair acid-weakened enamel. I recommend Conamel Repair. With new Conamel Repair mouthwash, you can enhance that repair beyond brushing. They work great together.
The UPS store is not just a shipping store. We're the shipping store. Believe the packing to us store. But we understand this is more than a packing store. We're the packing, shipping, guaranteed store. The peace of mind store. We're the right around the corner. Go to, we ship it all store. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Keep your private info private. Shred today at the UPS store.
They slept on me for 15 years. Things I collected, Cohen, dust, dander, all that time, they could have protected me.
Allergies Mattress Protectors block 99.9% of dirt, dust, and allergens. For cleaner seas, not allergies. Find it where you buy bedding. Before Apoquel Chewable drilled into ditch, doing Don's pills was a battle of wits. Oh, Maria, I wanted to hear foolish game. Is he crying? What's going on? Itch relief just got easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is now available in a tasty chewable that works in a day.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel Chewable.
Do it. My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clear skin. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months, and most people were clear even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
What's the greatest invention of all time? New hands-free Skechers slip-ins. You just slip in and they're on. It's like they have an invisible built-in shoe horn, so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching your shoes. Then the heel pillow technology keeps your foot comfy and secure. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Clomid allergies be carried. Spray Clomid sensitive daily for non-drowsy, long-lasting relief and scent-free gentleness. Clomid, all good. Also, try our allergy, headache, and nighttime pills.
This Sunday on CNN, the back-to-back series finale of Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight. CNN's Kristen Fisher has a closer look.
Hydraulic return instrumentations.
No, so there's not.
Most NASA astronauts know exactly where they were and what they were doing when the Columbia Space Shuttle disintegrated over Texas, killing all 7 astronauts on board.
I was actually in high school, I was actually in the shower. Don't usually turn on the TV to watch landings with my family, but that day I did. And after a couple of minutes, I kind of shoot and said, "Hey, can I guys go outside and play?" And it was clear something was not right.
Crew 6 astronauts and cosmonauts return home to Earth.
NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Woody Hoberg returned to Earth in September after spending 186 days in space. Bowen, the commander of NASA's Crew 6 mission to the International Space Station, knew the Columbia crew. He worked the recovery operations, and he was at NASA when the agency determined that it was a well-known problem with pieces of foam falling from the external tank and striking the shuttle at launch that ultimately led to Columbia's demise.
That moment really hit home.
Since then, Bowen has been to space 4 times, including 3 shuttle flights.
Safety over the past 21 years, I think we've worked at it, but it's a continuous process. That didn't work.
When Bowen, Hoberg, and 2 others attempted to launch for the first time in February 2023 in a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon capsule, they scrubbed with just 2 minutes left on the clock due to an issue with igniter fluid.
You may have learned that it was actually a NASA person in the room that made the call not to do that. And looking back at it, thinking about that willingness to say no, to stop, to say, we don't need to launch today. We really appreciate that. And then, that's an example of where we've moved a little bit past, hopefully, the things that got us in trouble in the past. 3, 2, 1.
Now NASA is attempting to return astronauts to the moon for the first time since the Apollo program. In January, the
the agency announced a 10-month delay to the first crewed Artemis mission, citing safety concerns. One area of concern, the Orion spacecraft's heat shield, the same protective tiles that were damaged on Columbia.
You know, it was the heat shield for Columbia, but that's not necessarily the next thing that's going to get us. You know, it might be something else that we haven't thought of.
There is inherent risk in everything we do, and so we have to find ways to make sure that we understand what the risks are and mitigate them, but then actually go fly.
Kristen Fisher, CNN, Washington.
And be sure to tune in this Sunday for the finale of the CNN original series Space Shuttle Columbia. Begins at 9 p.m. Eastern. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I'm Will Klitzer in the Situation Room. The news continues next on CNN.
Tonight on 360, the death and legacy of O.J. Simpson, whose double murder trial became must-see TV, and a Rorschach test on race, celebrity, and justice in America. Also tonight, abortion and how the fight over it reveals the growing influence of religious nationalism on American politics. Plus, a preview of tomorrow's pilgrimage by the Speaker of the House to see the former president, and their expected subject of discussion, election security, of all things. Good evening. Anderson is off. I'm Jim Shudo. We begin with O.J. Simpson, who we learned today has died of cancer at the age of 76. And we start by saying it is impossible to overstate his fame for decades, or the decades of notoriety that followed, starting here.
California Highway Patrol has now confirmed to CNN that it is definitely our California vehicle, and they are almost certain that O.J. is in the passenger seat.
June 17, 1994, an estimated 95 million Americans watched this in real time. It was the ultimate drama on the biggest stage imaginable, involving a celebrity in a city of celebrities, now accused of 2 murders. Make no mistake, O.J. Simpson's celebrity went well beyond sports, whether it was winning the Heisman Trophy at USC or becoming the first NFL player to run for more than 2,000 yards in a single season. He turned that fame into a commercial calling card, such that millions of people who'd never seen him play watched him run through airports for Hertz Rent-A-Car. And millions more tuned in every week to see and hear him doing color and commentary on Monday Night Football. And if he wasn't on TV or in commercials on TV, he was in the movies. None masterpieces, but most endearing, and all of it putting Simpson the kind of appeal that transcended racial tensions in Los Angeles and the country then and now. Which is why in June of 1994, so many people were so shocked when he was charged with the double murder of his wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman, and why, to be said as plainly as we can, that many will neither miss nor mourn Orenthal James Simpson. Today, the sister and father of Ron Goldman, who he was found civilly liable of killing along with his former wife, Nicole, said this: "For 3 decades, we tirelessly pursued justice for Ron and Nicole. Despite a civil judgment and his confession in If I Did It, the hope for true accountability has ended." If I Did It, you may remember, is the title of the bizarre account Simpson wrote about those killings, the killings and the spectacle of the trial that followed, where CNN's Dean Casares starts us off.
It is now 7 o'clock in Los Angeles.
It was the most famous car chase in television history. June 17, 1994, the Los Angeles Police Department announced football legend O.J. Simpson is wanted in the killings of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Simpson is a fugitive of justice right now.
Just let me get to my house.
Okay, we're going to do that.
I'll give you what. I'll give you me. I'll give you my whole body.
Okay.
You can get to my house.
Okay. We're going to do that. Just throw the gun out the window.
O.J. Simpson was now a fugitive from justice. Later that night, he was taken into custody and charged
with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He was held without bail. At his arraignment, he pleaded not guilty. The televised trial of the century, watched by millions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
The prosecution, led by Marcia Clark and Chris Jordan, lined up a slew of witnesses like Cato Kalin, a longtime house guest of Simpson. Kalin, who became a household name, testified he saw O.J. Simpson on his property the night of the murders and contradicted some of Simpson's versions of events.
I heard a thumping noise.
How many thumps did you hear? Yes, 3.
Nicole Brown Simpson's sister, Denise, took the stand telling jurors how Simpson abused Nicole. Pictures of her bruised face shown in court.
It was more of a like a glazed over, kind of frightening, dark eyes. It just didn't look like the OJ that we knew.
Lead prosecutor Marcia Clark introduced DNA evidence from blood samples collected by Detective Mark Furman and others that pointed directly at Simpson. But it was the cross-examination of that evidence and Furman by Simpson's so-called legal dream team, including Johnny Cochran and Barry Scheck, that poked holes in the prosecution's case. Scheck questioned an LAPD criminologist who conceded there were, quote, procedural errors in how the blood samples were collected at Simpson's Brentwood home. Under cross-examination, defense attorney F. Lee Bailey accused Detective Furman of racial bias and using racist language, something Furman denied.
Tell us, please, what it was you offered these lawyers in the back room about your vocabulary. But
Did you actually? Yes. But I don't use any type of language to describe people with any phrase such as what is alleged.
Tape recordings played in court proved otherwise, damaging the detective's credibility. The Goldman family, who did not miss a day of court, lashed out at the defense.
Ron and Nicole were sure.
But it was this pivotal moment, considered a huge miscalculation by the prosecution, Chris Jordan asked Simpson to put on the bloody glove found at the scene, resulting in Cochran saying the most famous line of the trial in his closing arguments.
if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
After listening to more than 8 months of testimony, the sequestered jury reached a verdict in less than 4 hours.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal J. Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
Fred and Kim Goldman were visibly distraught in the courtroom.
Justice was not served.
In the circus-like atmosphere outside court, the reaction much different. Cheers erupting as the crowd reacted to the not guilty verdict. O.J. Simpson was a free man. And following this acquittal, there was a troubled life for O.J. Simpson. There was that civil case, and there was a verdict in that, a civil verdict of wrongful death that the Goldmans deserved justice for. O.J. Simpson moved to Florida. There were some infractions with the law. And then there were charges in the state of Nevada, very serious charges of kidnapping and armed robbery. He was convicted. He was sentenced to 33 years in prison. He went to prison in Nevada, served 9 of those years, and then got out. Jim?
Keith Casares, thanks so much. Joining us now, Jim Murray, who anchored hour after hour since number 4 CNN. He's currently chief correspondent for Inside Edition. Also, Jeffrey Tubin. He was in the courtroom for that not guilty verdict. He's written a definitive best-selling book about the case, The Run of His Life, The People v. O.J. Simpson. Also with the Chlorophone's chief legal analyst, anchored Chlorophone's Live, which airs tonight with a special edition at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Jeff, I want to begin with you. You covered the O.J. Simpson trial extensively. You were in that courtroom. right behind Golden's family when that verdict was read, and I can only imagine that moment, seeing their reaction there. But I wonder, bigger picture, why, in your view, was the public so fascinated with this case at the time, from that Bronco chase all the way through the verdict and beyond? It's still fascinated, frankly, to this day.
Well, let me give you two reasons. One was this is a case that combined everything that obsessed the American people. It had sex, race, Hollywood, violence, sports, and the only eyewitness was a dog. I mean, this was a perfect distillation of what interests Americans. Second, it is worth remembering how different the news media was in those days. There was no internet. There was no social media. There was very limited cable TV. There was only CNN and Court TV, no MSNBC, no Fox News. So the fact that it was on every day, all day, on CNN and Court TV, generated a tremendous amount of attention, and it was incredibly interesting. It was a complicated story. I don't think it was a mysterious story. I think it was very clear. It was to me then, and it certainly is to me now, that O.J. was absolutely guilty of these two murders, but it was a fascinating story, and there was nowhere else to go in the mid-90s, and that's what this is.
That's certainly the drama of a steep fall from grace as well. Well, Laura, do you believe O.J. Simpson's acquittal had more to do with that dream team of lawyers living up to that dream team hype, or the prosecution making the steps, as you know, they came under enormous public criticism, or this mix of celebrity and race, and how that factored into this?
I think all of it plays into this. Also, this is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening a few years after the savage beating of Rodney King. It's happening where people are viewing the justice system, really the legal system striving to be a justice system, through the lens of race. They're looking at police officers and law enforcement that they do not trust, and the notion that there could be somebody that either plant evidence was not so far-fetched to so many people. I think you're also looking at the idea of the competency of the jury, which tells you just how important the jury composition really is. How do the jurors feel? How do they think about the overall system? And how do they trust the actual officers? And remember, this is a really interesting dynamic because over the course of modern American history, well, even not so modern, the idea of a race of a defendant being different than the race of the victims usually does not inure the benefit of Black and brown people. In this instance, it was so shocking to so many that white victims at the hands of an alleged defendant who was Black would have an acquittal in the end. It was really something that was stunning to a lot of people. But this is going to live its way in infamy for so many reasons. For all the things you talked about, for this being led by those famous lines by one Johnny Cochran, a highly esteemed lawyer for the entire Dream Team. But it's also why the notion of race became all the more nuanced, because the average Black or brown defendant who was facing the idea of law enforcement could not be trusted, or the weight of race and beyond, could not have afforded that particular Dream Team or that composition had they not been somebody like Orenthal.
And ultimately, no one went to prison for these crimes. Whoever, whether when believed the acquittal or not, there was no justice served. Jim, as Jeff was noting there, this was pre-social media. It was pre-iPhones. It was pre-people tweeting their reactions in the moment, and yet millions of people around the world followed this case. They felt like, as the lawyer described to me earlier today, the 13th juror in this case in many ways. You had a front row seat to this throughout. Have you ever seen anything like it up to that point? And have you seen anything similar since?
None of us had. It really was a shared experience. And Jeff is right. This was the merger of Hollywood. You had race, you had celebrity, you had money, the different judicial systems for all of those. And the only way you could keep up with it, and it became this national obsession, it was really, in a way, ushering in reality television, because this took the place of a soap opera. Soap operas were basically taken off the air during the period that this trial was on, because you had a national soap opera that people were watching, and it was a serious one with real life consequences. And tonight, when O.J. Simpson has now passed away, I think it's important to remember the victims and their families, because they are the ones who had justice denied. And I agree with Jeff that if you look at the evidence in this case, it was overwhelming. But we have so many different things at play here in terms of race specifically that allowed this jury to say not guilty and be comfortable with it. So I don't think any of us will ever see anything like this again, because the audience
now is so splintered, but this was truly a shared experience with some 140, 150 million people watching that verdict live. You'll never see that again. This is really the first major televised trial where people were having a bird's eye view of everything that was going on, and it was worse at all.
And it's important.
And by the way, around the world, as you know, I was in Tokyo at the time. I watched that close-speed car chase, around the world, and there were international viewers to this as well. Sorry, Jeff, you had a thought.
What I was just saying, as important as the courtroom experience was for the public, the even bigger legacy of this case is what happened on the day of the verdict, because everybody knew when the verdict was going to be announced. And television stations all over the country had their cameras poised at audiences, and you had racially different audiences. You had large groups of black people, you had large groups of white people, and you saw cheering on the largely black audiences and shock and horror in the white audiences. And it is rare in our experience today, fortunately it's rare, that we see racial differences displayed in such a transparent way as it was at that moment. And it was a real education. It was certainly an education for me about how the criminal justice system is experienced by black people and white people in this country. And the verdict and those reactions was a tremendous eye-opening experience.
Laura, I was thinking earlier today as I watched Bill Clinton's comments on the verdict afterwards, because of course he was acknowledging the enormous divisions, and he was noting, in the 30 years since civil rights legislation, many blacks in this country feel that they haven't made as much progress as they might have hoped, acknowledging that. And that struck me. That was 30 years before. It's been 30 years since then. Are those divisions as pronounced today? I think of the reaction to George Floyd's killing, the Black Lives Matter protest, that was a equally national experience, one might argue. Are they as pronounced today? Has there been progress in some areas, not in others? What's your view?
I think it's morphed in a variety of different ways, but I do certainly think that Americans do see the world through the different lenses in their own perspective, and race informs that in a very distinct way for so many people. And when you look at particularly the justice system in America and the way in which the weight of the government is against individual defendants, we talk right now at the cusp of this extraordinarily serious trial starting on Monday about this idea of the epiphany, suddenly, of a perhaps two-tier justice system, that being political in some respects, but this idea of the wealthy and the non-wealthy, now the idea of race and otherwise, these have been issues we've been grappling with as a nation since the justice system was developed, and I think it's all the more informed today, but expanded because people have their own silos, they have their own echo chambers that reinforce how they already feel about an issue. But this showed that for a moment in time, everyone had the same Rorschach test, the same ink blot, and it was never the same conclusion.
Yeah, the development of those silos probably the biggest sense then, right? That you don't have that shared experience of the one place you go to experience things as it happens. Laura Coates, thanks so much. Jeff Tilley, Jim Moret as well. Good to have you all on tonight. And see you at 11 o'clock. Laura, for a special edition of Laura Coates Live, the life and death of O.J. Simpson. Again, at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on CNN. And next tonight, ESPN's Jeremy Schaap and his thoughts on Simpson's passing. Later, only on 360, CNN's Joni O'Sullivan investigates the intersection of battles of abortion and former president's support of what's been called a Christian nationalist movement on the right.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
With the Game Time app, I paid 60% less than this guy. Yours, and it's not just sports tickets. It's also concerts. Performances too!
Oh, come on!
Download Game Time for last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected. Asking the right question is greatly affect your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius. This is a special commitment to your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan how to work.
First time in prison.
Yeah.
Then inside the phone.
Yeah, twice.
You're right to tell anyone why you did it. Tell me that stuff. Call me. You feel wrong. If you want to be gentle, tell him as a red, he deserves it as a husband. Okay? No, if you just let it down, you just believe I'm right.
Well, you're the leader. You actually clean up the restoration. How do you make like it never even happened? Happen? Fire it up, Brandon! Be prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, just approach that. Serve first. Like it never even happened.
With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders so you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
And two options you can take a look at. When it's time for an update or a complete remodel,
Watch yourself there. So here, guys, we're gonna look everything down to the stud.
Rebath is with you every step of the way, from design and products to removal and installation.
Okay. What do you guys think? Perfect. It is, right?
We handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebath, with you every step of the way. Call or visit rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Already a subscriber? Log in. Not a subscriber? Add Max today.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness? If you've ever experienced the warning signs of bad circulation, then you need Lexercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way. Soothe pain and calm restless legs. Reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and stimulate healthy circulation. Stay active with Lexercise Pro.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
We spoke about this before the break, but it bears repeating. The O.J. Simpson chase happened at a place and a moment uniquely suited to make it unlike anything seen before or since. A place where news choppers were everywhere at a time when cell phones were just starting to become pervasive. During that chase, Simpson, distraught, a gun to his head at times, spoke with LAPD Detective Tom Lang. Here's one key moment.
Yeah. Just let me get to my house.
Okay, we're gonna do that.
Like, wait, I'll give you what? I'll give you me. I'll give you my whole body. Okay. Get to my house.
Okay. We're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window. We're not gonna bother you. We're gonna let you go up there. Just throw it out the window, please. You're scaring everybody. Toss it, please. Too many people love you, man. Don't give it all up. Don't hurt everybody. You're gonna hurt everybody.
I'm just gonna leave. No, don't even call. That's all I'm gonna do. That's all
Hey,
I'm trying
listen.
to do.
Think about everybody else, all right?
When you're on the freeway, I can do it in a field. I want to do it at a grave. I want to do it at my house.
Joining us now, Jeremy Schaff, who covered the case for ESPN, where he currently hosts E60 and Outside the Lines. Jeremy, good to have you on tonight.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Bring us
Pretty
back.
bad.
Yeah. Bring us
Yeah,
back to that moment.
I was in LA that day, and I remember how surreal it was watching the chase as it was unfolding. I'd gotten to LA that morning. I'd been in Chicago for several days covering the story from Chicago, because Chicago is where O.J. Simpson flew the night of the murders. He had a meeting with Kurt's executives. He was staying at the O'Hare Plaza Hotel. And so there was media in Chicago as investigators from Los Angeles came out to Chicago to interview witnesses, to collect evidence. And maybe it was the day before, 2 days before the chase, I don't remember, Jim, at this point, but how strange it was standing in a field, somewhere near O'Hare Airport, with all of these police officers and forensic specialists looking for the murder weapon in the field. And then going out to LA, and of course, no one knew where he was for a period of several hours. And then I walked into a bar in downtown LA with a friend of mine, and the chase was up on the TV. And in those days, there were giant TVs everywhere. I was like, what is that? And, oh, it's OJ in that Bronco. What? And I remember spending some time watching it and then walking the streets of LA. And it was like something from the 1950s, when people listened to the World Series in their car radios. People were pulled over with their car radios on, listening to the chase. And then the helicopters, dozens of them, that were, flying in the airspace in LA that night, following the chase. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, there was something old and new about it at the same time, right? Old in the sense that you had the country experiencing it at once, which we so rarely do now, but new in that there were some technologies there that were relatively new. The news choppers in the air, cell phones, and so on. I want to ask you this because OJ was what has become far more common today, right? A great athlete who was also a pitchman in movies, their own, just everywhere, omnipresent. But he was, if not the first one, he was certainly one of the first who had that national commercial and sports profile.
Right, O.J. Simpson was ubiquitous, and he was especially notable as one of the first African-American athletes to make that kind of impact, to be a pitchman for corporate America. He was the guy corporate America called to sell its products, to pitch its services. And, that's one of the ironies here, too, right, Jim, because the trial, everything that happened over the course of the next 18 months, so much of it, of course, was about race. And OJ was someone throughout his adult life who had run, in his own words, away from the issue of race. Who, the phrase was often used, that OJ transcended race, as if that was possible, right? But he was someone who was ubiquitous, who was beloved. There was his persona, approachability, friendliness, affability. And today I've been thinking about that the difference, right? The difference between the public OJ, the OJ we thought we knew, and the real OJ.
No question. And part of think of a bigger fall from grace, certainly in the world of athletes. Jeremy Schaff, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
And just ahead, with the Arizona High Court's abortion decision becoming a major campaign topic, we're going to examine how some in the religious community have become alarmed at the former president's support of what's been called a Christian nationalist movement on the right. We're going to have the details next.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax?
I broke 4 generations of family tradition. Huh? I want to make perfume.
So I made Barbara's recycling account by guaranteeing her maximum refund into a TurboTax.
Transfer your IRA or your old 401k to Robinhood by April 30th, and we'll give you a 3% boost. With the biggest match of any IRA on the market, Robinhood Gold gets you the most for retirement.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think that's true? Any idea? If they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. It's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry sells thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it, Coventry, even a term policy. For cash or a combination of cash and coverage, with no future risk.
Oh, yeah. Sitting on a gold mine? You have no idea. Hey, guys! Sitting on a gold mine!
Can you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-392-7600 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
This mango hint water tastes just like mango. How can water taste just like fruit?
For a limited time, new customers get over 45% off of Drink Hint.com. That's 36 bottles for just 36 pounds. Only $1 per bottle.
As a gynecologist, I'm embarrassed to say this. We use deodorant on our armpits, and we kind of make women feel bad about body odor that they get on other parts of our body. That's why I created Lumi Whole Body Deodorant for pits, privates, and beyond. It's clinically proven to block odor all day, controls odor for 72 hours. So can't do that. And since your pits and privates go everywhere you go, keep them confidently fresher with Lumi. That reassurance is priceless. To learn more, go to lumideo.com.
Have you or anyone you know ever been stationed at a If you had any water contact while in Camp Lejeune and you diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune myself for 4 years, this cause hits close to home. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune and have cancer or Parkinson's, visit CampLegeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, for the veterans.
Yeah, here it is. Gimme. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free. Yeah, that's a gimmick. But hey, it's advertising. Everybody's allowed to have a gimmick. I mean, I'm a talking cartoon window. I'm a gimmick. But 3 windows that cost a ton of money, those guys put me dick in gimmick. Just saying, if you want a better window installed for an honest price, call White Window Plexus, because we put the win in windows. Ooh, I like it.
All right, window.
A better window for the right price. Right Window. Reed's Ferry Sheds. When you walk into Reed's Ferry, you're the most important thing that's happened to us all day.
We're going to give you our undivided attention. We have 5 acres of sheds on display here. You're going to see it. You're going to get excited. It's going to have Reed's Ferry on it, and you know you got a good one.
And so good looking, you can put it in the front yard. Reed's Ferry Sheds. We deliver, we install. All you have to do is make the call.
Call 888-85 Sheds.
Need a shed?
If it says Reed's Ferry, you've got a good one.
That's right.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. And inside the priceless, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales are up to 70% off, so Gilt.com today.
Tomorrow, Vice President Harris headlines a pro-abortion rally in Arizona, 3 days after the Arizona Supreme Court authorized a near-total ban on abortion, a decision the Biden campaign spent much of this week tying to the former president and the overturn of Roe v. Wade by justices he appointed. Even some state Republicans disliked it. Arizona Senate candidate and election denier Kari Lake, who earlier praised the law, said today it is, quote, out of line with where the people of this state are. Some religious conservatives in the party do support it. Most obviously, the Alliance Defending Freedom, a Christian legal advocacy group that helped bring the Arizona case, and whose stated goal is, quote, keeping the doors open for the gospel. They're an influential voice inside what some call a growing Christian national movement inside the Republican Party. Our Tony O'Sullivan has that story.
Your t-shirt says Jesus Christ 24.
Yes.
Is he on the ballot?
He's not on the ballot, but Trump is on the ballot.
Usually in our Christian country, we were founded on Christianity.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am, and I don't like what's going on with
What are they going to do?
Are
Christians under attack?
No. America's founding fathers intentionally separated church and state, but Trump and some of his most vocal supporters have tried to blur those lines.
We're going to have one nation under God, which we must. You have to have one nation under God and one religion under God.
This vision of America is known as Christian nationalism, a belief that America is a Christian nation and that Christianity deserves a privileged place in the American government.
What I'll hear at events is the founding fathers were Christian. America was built on Christian values. Why then is Jesus not Christianity written in the Constitution?
Trump has seized on Christian nationalism and is feeding into it. From speeches,
we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God.
to hawking a $60 Bible.
I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible.
A Bible that includes the U.S. Constitution and lyrics of a Lee Greenwood song.
How any Christian can vote for a Democrat. Christian or person of faith. Person of faith. How you can vote for a Democrat is crazy.
Trump is stoking fears that Christianity is under attack and only can save it.
But no one will be touching the cross of Christ under the Trump administration.
To use Christianity to control that if you don't see Christianity in Christ the way we see you, then you are not truly Christian. And if you're not truly Christian, America is a country that has Christians. A part of its Christian nationalism is not Christian at all.
Pastors Jackson, Jacobson, and Shaw are part of a campaign here in Milwaukee that is trying to fight back against Christian nationalism.
Why is Christian nationalism viewed as such a threat?
It's that because it's exclusive. If you really with straight face look at the life, teachings, way, and death of Jesus and line it up with the correlates of Christian nationalism, anti-Muslim, racist, anti-immigrant, it just doesn't work.
Polling shows Americans differ on the role of Christianity in government. A minority would support the government declaring Christianity the country's national religion.
You can't have a multicultural democracy and have a privileged religion. It doesn't work.
Do you think the laws in this country, government should be based on Christianity, or is it just totally separate?
Definitely, we should put Christ back into the country where he belongs, and the country would grow a lot stronger.
What does that look like, though, putting Christ back into the country?
Put God back into the church, and put God back into the White House where he belongs.
44% of Americans say the Bible should have at least some influence on U.S. law.
Do you think, is America a Christian country?
I believe that growing up I did.
Yeah. Founded as a Christian country? Obviously, it's a country, there's a separation of church and state.
Yes, but then there's also always, when I was a public school, we were allowed to
State Christianity under attack in America. You're talking about in the schools,
not so much in the schools, but I just can't come up with anything right now. But I think the biggest thing is I just don't trust Joe Biden.
Some of these fears are fueled by misinformation.
And what the hell was Biden thinking when he declared Easter Sunday to be Trans Visibility Day?
International Transgender Visibility Day takes place every year on March 31st. This year, Easter Sunday also happened to fall on that day.
I think more that Christians are going to be discriminated against under Biden in the second term.
What do you mean by that?
By making yesterday was like the worldwide Christian celebration of the resurrection, Transgender Day. That was quite a slap in the face.
I will just say that the date they've had it just happened that this year fell out.
Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
So you got it together now.
Yeah, I can try those things.
But not everyone is open to accepting facts. Some, including church leaders, are pushing lies about the election.
I don't even want you around this church. You get out. You get out, you demon. You get out, you baby country. Election thief. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation.
And that is what worries these pastors.
I think we are at risk of terrible violence, increasing violence in this country. And that the rhetoric that we're hearing a lot from loudmouth mega preachers is leading us towards the possibility of no holds barred warfare. We really do think that democracy is at stake in this election.
And look, Jim, most people, pretty much everybody we spoke to at that Trump rally, they believed that Christianity has a special place in American society, in American politics, but they were very much for freedom of religion. They don't want to necessarily get in the way of anybody else's rights. But what you see in that piece there is that there's leaders in this movement that are trying to take advantage of people's Christianity, of their patriotism for the United States, and weaponize it in this political way. And I can tell you, we've spoken to lots of pastors across the country. They are really, really concerned about this. Look, Trump's flirtation and appeal to evangelicals is nothing new, but especially over COVID and everything like that, a lot of pastors have seen their flock, their congregants, leading these more extremist churches, and they're worried.
Yeah. And then there's the demonizing, literally, and figuratively, of the other side.
Yeah.
Johnny Sullivan, thanks so much. Coming up, breaking new details on what the former president wants to discuss during his first ever news conference alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson. That's tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago.
Can Sugar Ray Leonard do everyday tasks wearing boxing gloves? Have you heard? And now putting on his new March Fit Skechers Slip-ins. You just step in and go with comfort that will knock you out. Try new March Fit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins.
Look at all those snacks. You must be king.
I did just pay 60% less for a ticket to the Game Time app. It's the best place to get last-minute deals on tickets. I guess I'm just a better fan.
I've got to get the Game Time app. Download the Game Time app to get great deals on last-minute tickets.
But good news. These have not come working on it.
I'm sorry, what?
George is a luxury Clyde.
There's so much new stuff happening out there. I just can't keep up. And it's too far to swim right now.
This is crazy.
I promise you, I'll not let you down.
Stream the best of British TV. Only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
OCD is more than what you see on TV and in movies. It comes with unrelenting, intrusive images, thoughts, and urges. If you have OCD and need help, you can get better with specialized treatment. Go to nocd.com to learn more.
Sleep. Feel. The sheets different. It's real. From the light to the dark. Hold back. All in. Exhale. Ooh. Hot air. No ma'am. So chill all night. On a cloud like a feather. Smooth, soft, nothing bent. Just right on the night. Visit TrySheets.com to get 25% off. Free shipping and 2 free pillowcases, plus a 60-night guarantee.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed. Let the TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Introducing Vanda, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor. I'm Dr. Shannon Clinton, and I'm the inventor of whole body deodorant. It's like body odor never even happened. And you're going to be exceptionally stay-free and smell as good as humanly possible.
Amelia, turn off the alarm. Amelia, weather. Amelia, unlock the door.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not?
Did you forget something?
Coach Mitchie.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is.
You're so dramatic, Amelia.
Bye, Jen. 100 innovative companies, 1 ETF. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
Our pharmacy has been in business for nearly 100 years. My wife and I have run it for the last 30. American technology is making us more efficient and customer friendly. We use online tools to fill prescriptions, process insurance claims, and make deliveries. But some in Washington want to undermine the technology tools we rely on. The misguided agenda will empower our foreign adversaries and hurt small businesses like ours. Our leaders need to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
With Fast Science, create factory-grade digital solutions to perfect your process. Fast Science, make your statement.
I love your dress. Oh, thanks. I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Never. Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama? Never. Can you say auntie? Never. How many people did you tell? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty. I'm Marlette Steins at the White House, and this is CNN.
Breaking news now on that first ever news conference tomorrow between the former president and the embattled House Speaker Mike Johnson. It's taking place at the former president's Mar-a-Lago estate. Mr. Holmes joins us now with new reporting on what exactly they're going to discuss in that press conference. We understand, Kristen, you have new reporting. What are they going to say?
Yeah, that's right, Jim. So I told my senior Trump advisor that they're going to use this as a quote-unquote opportunity to draw attention to what they say are state proposals and lawsuits that would ultimately allow non-citizens to vote in elections. Now, to be very clear, there is a federal law that bans non-citizens from voting in elections. This is not a common problem, but it has become somewhat of a rallying cry for Republicans. Donald Trump has gone as far as to say that Democrats want undocumented immigrants coming into the country because they think it will help them in the election in 2024. But it allows Republicans to use this idea of elections to really become a pet issue for them to the very real and concerning issue to voters, issue of immigration, using really fear tactics to say these people are registering, again, to vote so that they can impact the election. And I do want to say, there are a little bit of nuance here. We know that in some cities across the country, they have allowed non-citizens to vote in non-federal elections, something like the school board, for example. But this is not some kind of widespread problem. However, we aren't seeing Republicans painted as such. Now, we are also told they are going to use this opportunity to relitigate the 2020 election, which both of them tried back in 2020 to overturn the results of. Billing this as a press conference, Jim, it is unclear whether or not they're actually going to take questions. However, I am told by Trump advisors they expect them to take questions. That does not always mean that they actually take questions, though.
It sounds like not one, but two misleading arguments they intend to make tomorrow. Kristen Holmes, thanks so much. Well, Republican insiders tonight are quietly at odds with their standard bearer over another non-existent threat, and that is fraud with mail-in voting. Sarah Murray has that story.
For the GOP's election skeptics, this is a hard step.
In the states where ballot harvesting is legal, we are going to ballot harvest. Where states have the universal mail-in voting, we are going to run a universal mail-in voting program.
Especially when the man atop the ticket can't stop dashing vote by mail.
We have to get rid of mail-in ballots.
If you are mail-in voting, you automatically have fraud.
Mail-in voting is totally corrupt.
Republican officials are trying to walk a tightrope, appease Donald Trump by pursuing efforts to curtail the process, while at the same time convincing the base to bank votes early. If we want to compete and win, we must embrace early voting. Despite that embrace, the Republican National Committee is also involved in a flurry of legal challenges, making it harder for those early votes to count, according to a CNN analysis of dozens of those lawsuits.
We filed 80 lawsuits already in 24 different states to make sure that we've got good rules on the road.
In Pennsylvania, the RNC and other groups have succeeded in having ballots tossed with a missing or incorrect date on the envelope. In Ohio, Georgia, and Florida, the GOP is defending restrictions on ballot drop-off. Even in New York, a blue bastion, Republicans are challenging a major vote-by-mail expansion enacted last year.
We want this to be the biggest, most proactive election integrity campaign ever.
The lawsuits are partly to placate Trump, who emerged from his 2020 defeat refusing to accept he had lost, and instead complaining he lacks the legal firepower needed to win election challenges to keep him in the White House. And while GOP officials insist Trump is coming around,
the president has been very consistent lately, right? What he has said is that we would like ultimately there to only be voting on election day, but that's not the law.
His harsh criticism has made it harder for battleground state Republicans to catch up to Democrats' advantage with early voters.
Hi, my name is Tom Eddy. I'm the chairman of the Erie County Republican Party. I'd like to talk to my fellow Republicans about voting by mail-in ballot.
In Spring County, Erie, Pennsylvania, Eddy asked Trump's team ahead of a local rally last summer to please have the candidate mention he supports mail-in ballots.
I went to the rally, I sit behind him, and he starts talking about voting, and I thought, oh boy, here it comes.
No such luck.
I will fully secure our elections very important. Our goal will be one-day voting with only paper ballots.
I think Donald Trump just says,
I accept mail-in ballots, especially here in Pennsylvania, here in Erie County. That will turn a lot of people around and say, okay, he accepts it, I'll accept it.
Listen, I mean, it's amazing to watch. It's part of a continuing effort to undermine the results undermining confidence in the results of the 2020 election. But have GOP officials expressed frustration about the president's rhetoric on this?
I think there is some frustration because they want to win, but when you also talk to these local GOP officials, they understand they don't love mail-in ballots either, but they're saying, look, if we want to change the laws, if we want to change the rules, we need to actually win elections.
There you have it. That's how democracy works. And we should. Sarah Murray, thanks so much. Go ahead. Gunfire hits a UNICEF aid convoy, leaving bullet holes in one vehicle. Thankfully, no one was injured, but much needed supplies for the children of Gaza could not get there to where they're needed. I'm going to speak with the UNICEF spokesperson who was part of that convoy. What she has to say about the dangerous situation and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. That's next.
Some people go to the ends of the earth to find adventure. You just have to travel to the end of the road. Because here in Key West, we're the launching point for a world of breathtaking action and excitement. From deep sea quests and shallow water pursuits, to living history lessons and journeys on the bounding bay. Key West, close to perfect, far from normal.
I'm a with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and cleaning.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed. Let the TurboTax full service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
It's so important to have that good night's sleep because of injuries over years, especially after I retired. It started to get to be a problem where I couldn't sleep because of the pain and because of just the ability, to deal with that. So Relaxium helped me get a good night's sleep in a lot of ways.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
It worked right away. You can tell the difference. And then in the mornings, Relaxium helped me attack the day. If I was going to golf, if I was going to ride my bike or exercise, or just feel good in general because you got the right amount of sleep. And it's helped me tremendously.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As you get older in life, and you have to take prescription drugs, you'd like to get off them, right? And make it more organic, more just healthier for your whole system. And I'm excited now about how I feel every day. I created Relaxium Sleep with Valorant, exclusive to Relaxium Sleep, along with key ingredients that play an active role in promoting restful sleep.
It's really cool that it's made in the USA. People love that. I think they do. I mean, I love it. The fact that it's made right here and we all can be a part of something special. There's no downside. Try it out, and I'm going to tell you, it's going to work.
Ben Marino is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-519-3550. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-519-3550.
We're taking everything down to stuff.
From design and products to removal and installation,
Turned out amazing.
Rebath is with you through every step of your remodel. Call or visit Rebath.com for your free in-home design consultation.
Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. 2 generational talents. The world at their feet. It's time for me to show the world how great I really am. A world championship is on the line. This is where you got shot to world, but only one can win the world. Let's make it happen. This is a grudge match. This one counts.
Fried roast beef review. Order now.
If you're one of the millions of people with diabetes who suffer from low and high blood sugar, Dexcom G7 is one of the easiest ways to take better control of your diabetes.
My blood sugar would suddenly spike or really go low out of nowhere. It was really scary.
This small wearable alerts you 20 minutes before you go
go too low or when you're high so you can take action in the moment.
Now we're talking a game changer. Infection control.
Dexcom G7 helps protect against highs and lows. Call now.
Blue Carbon, a CNN film, Sunday, April 21st at 9.
UNICEF, the UN agency that helps children, says one of its vehicles came under fire on Wednesday while waiting to enter northern Gaza. Thankfully, no one was injured. Here's UNICEF's Tess Ingram, who joins us in just a moment, and was part of that convoy.
Active shooting broke out in the area. I have car with two guys, people that just got back, and there's two clear bullet hits here, and another one here along the window, and a few others.
This came 10 days after 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen were killed in what Israeli officials call a mistakenly targeted military strike. Aid agencies are reporting dire needs in Gaza. And yesterday on Capitol Hill, Samantha Power, America's top humanitarian official, said yes when asked if famine was already occurring in Gaza. UNICEF's Tess Ingram joins me now with more. Tess, it's good to have you. Can you walk us through what exactly happened? As I understand it, you were on a coordinated aid mission yesterday in northern Gaza. What happened next?
So, as you say, it was a coordinated mission. We planned in advance. We have UNRWA and UNICEF colleagues together trying to bring nutrition supplies, medical supplies, and 10,000 litres of fuel for water points in the north of Gaza. We travel north, we're heading towards the Wadi Gaza checkpoint, where we're instructed to hold at a waiting area, which is just south of the checkpoint, and this is a designated area where UN convoys often have to wait. While we're there, gunfire breaks out in the vicinity. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the checkpoint from the north, and it seemed to be aimed at civilians who were in the area, who then turned and ran away from the checkpoint. We were just to the west of them. We were 3 cars and 2 trucks, and one of our cars, the car that I was in, was hit by 3 bullets, 2 on my door, 1 on the window, 1 on the door, and 1 on the hood of the car. So this is obviously an incident that should not be happening on a coordinated mission in a designated area where we have been instructed to wait, let alone at all.
I wonder, in those circumstances, you coordinate in advance, so you're communicating with the IDF, they know where you're going, why you're going there, they set key areas. In the midst of this gunfire, did you have any ability to call the IDF and say, hey, wait a second, we're caught in the middle of it?
The lead convoy was an UNRWA vehicle, and our security colleagues at the front there, I know that they were in contact with Israel during this incident or in the wake of it. I'm not sure if they were able to do it immediately during the fire because it was so sudden and quite rapid.
Has the IDF reached out, provided any explanation as to what happened here, or responded to your questions?
No, UNICEF and other parties in the UN have reached out to the relevant Israeli authorities, but we're yet to receive a response. And the response that we're really seeking, Jim, is that this won't happen again. Just 7-8 days after the World Central Kitchen incident, to have something like this happen when the dialogue has been so much about preventing incidents like this, especially on coordinated missions, that's what we're after.
I spoke to you last week, just after that deadly strike on the World Central Kitchen convoy. I asked you if you trusted then the IDF pronouncement that it would make convoys safe. You told me then you didn't. And I wonder how you feel now following this issue.
Look, I think that it's clear that the system that is meant to protect humanitarian aid workers in the Gaza Strip is very broken. And what we need is that system to be repaired with urgency so that more incidents like this don't keep happening, not just to us, but to civilians as well.
Have there been any changes in the last week? Because I spoke with senior IDF officials as well in the wake of the attack. They said the changes were consequential. Now that we want to is expanding and coming. You start to study it, like on the vehicles, the main convoys are spotted from the air. Have you seen any measures like that taken?
I can't speak for the whole UN or humanitarian community, but at UNICEF, no, we haven't seen a difference. We don't have that tape on our vehicles. We had this mission that was coordinated, and we still ran into this dangerous incident and extended delays that ultimately prevented us from completing the mission and taking these important life-saving supplies to the children that need them. So no, we haven't seen change yet, and it's really needed urgently to make sure that hopefully as more trucks come in, as has been promised, that we're able to distribute that, because these two things really go hand in hand, the delivery and the distribution.
No question. So before we go, you mentioned that aid. What happens to that aid? Will it get delivered?
We're hoping so. Despite the incident, we're going to try again, hopefully this weekend. We're putting in another coordination request because it's just too important to give up. We've got treatments that we know can help the malnourished children in the north of Gaza, and we desperately want to get it up there.
Well, Tess, thanks so much for your time, for joining us. And as I said last time we spoke, please keep yourself and your team as safe as you can.
Thanks, Jim.
The news continues right here on CNN.
Up on next, breaking news, we have exclusive details about New York City at this hour, preparing for the first criminal trial of a former president. This as the president's legal team is zeroing in on what may be their only hope. Plus, O.J. Simpson's longtime manager is out front. He has 70 hours of footage of his former client, and he's going to share the details of their very last conversation just before Simpson died. And real-life castaways. It's nice to be here from the pilots who found 3 sailors who had been trapped on a tiny remote island, found only because they spelled the word help on small trees. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Erin Burnett, out front tonight, bracing for Trump. We have exclusive details this hour into the preparations that are right now being made for Trump's first criminal trial, starting in just 3 days. Cameras, drones, bomb-sniffing dogs, barricades. Federal and New York City officials have been calling on every resource they have for what will be an unprecedented several weeks. And in a moment, we're going to take you inside the NYPD Joint Operations Center, where officials are coding over sensitive intelligence ahead of Trump's appearance in the courtroom. That courtroom will be one of the most secure rooms in all of New York. Inside, a former president and a jury of 12 men and women who will ultimately decide his guilt or innocence. And that jury may bail Trump out. This is important to consider. You don't usually hear this part of it. Think about it this way. It is a criminal trial, and in that case, juries must be unanimous. So, putting it another way, one juror is enough to set a guilty verdict. So, you hear Trump complaining about can't get a fair trial in Manhattan. Well, actually, no, the odds may be in Trump's favor, just looking at the politics of it. Our Harry Anson crunched the numbers. Joe Biden won 87% of the vote in Manhattan in 2020. There are 12 jurors. So if you do the math, it means there's about an 80% chance that at least one juror of that 12 is friendly to Trump or even a Trump supporter. Assuming that jury pool is reflective of Manhattan's electorate. And that one is all Trump needs. Just one supporter to take the government's case into a payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels just before the 2016 election. The whole trial is about whether that payment was made to influence the election. And tonight, Trump unleashed once again on the judge in the case.
I was recently informed that another corrupt New York judge, Juan Mershon, gagged me. That's gagged, like you can't talk. But he gagged me with respect to a case that everyone, including the DA, felt should never have been brought. This judge should be recused, and the case should be thrown out. He's totally conflicted. There's never been a judge more conflicted than this one. There has virtually never been anything like it.
You can say all those things, and the judge, as a judge should, remains quiet and above it. Bryn Gingras is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where jury selection will begin on Monday morning. And Bryn, you have done extensive reporting here. What are you learning from your sources about the security preparations underway for this unprecedented moment?
Yeah, Aaron, it will be a robust security package, as Howard's continually described to us. It's one that has been practiced and discussed for the last couple of of months. Now listen, this courthouse here behind me handles hundreds of cases daily, but this is a trial like no other. It's expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. So law enforcement really on a state, local, and federal level needs to have this delicate balance of protecting the public, the former president, while also allowing business as usual. The crush of media, protesters, and supporters, and the complicated task of protecting the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, who is also the defendant. This whole area is going to look very different come Monday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of the area is going to be frozen, for the arrival of the ex-president.
Outside Manhattan Criminal Court, this is where Donald Trump's trial kicks off Monday. Police are preparing for what even they describe as an unprecedented several weeks. Is there any difference from your standpoint on the ground now that Trump is the presumptive nominee rather than a past president?
Well, that's why I say we're obviously going to wrap it up.
That means the building will be wrapped in a security blanket of cameras, uniformed officers, drones, bomb-sniffing dogs, and barricades.
This is just a small sample of what's available.
CNN was given a look inside the NYPD's Joint Operations Center, an intelligence and visual hub for the NYPD and its law enforcement partners.
It's a big challenge. It's a lot of moving parts. The attention of the nation and often the world will be on New York City for this entire event.
This is the first criminal trial of a former U.S. president in history. But Donald Trump has been in and out of courtrooms for the past year.
This really is just a continuation of what occurred when he was on the civil trial.
Giving law enforcement a head start on how to prepare and what to expect. It includes being nimble, responding to immediate threats.
We got word of that bomb threat this morning.
Since Trump's indictments, law enforcement says threats against judges, district attorneys, and others have become almost expected.
We're going to be looking at the threat picture on a constant basis. Social media is probably just listening to people make calls and make threats online.
How do you handle that?
We want to find the basis of the threat. Is it real? Is it an online warrior? Is it, what kind of extra security preparations do we have to take?
It includes also protecting jurors. We're told those picked could possibly be treated the same as jurors in Trump's civil trial against Eugene Carroll. They may be driven in daily from a secret location for their safety. And moving Trump, who likely will spend most of his nights at Trump Tower, will be a calculated choreography between the NYPD and Secret Service that triggered more robust security plans.
It's unprecedented. Yeah, it is. And that's why we wrapped it up to make sure that everything was off without a hitch. Everybody was both safe.
All right, let me take you inside the courthouse. To that 15th floor, that's where the trial is going to take place. It's going to be shut down to the general public come Monday. The elevator the former president uses will also be frozen. Inside that fourth room, Trump will sit at the defense table. Behind him will be Secret Service, and in addition to that, there will be different officers sitting in queues to create a protective barrier between Trump and the general public. Erin?
It's really incredible to think about it. All right, thank you so much, Bryn, with all that reporting. Let's go now to our legal analyst, Ryan Goodman, and Mark Camara, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. So thanks so much to both of you. Ryan, hear Bryn and the massive security, all this reporting that she has done. And on Monday, you've got 500 jurors who are going to parade in like they do every Monday. But they're going to go through all of this, right? They're going to be well aware of this building that they are walking into. Does that have an impact?
I think it must. It's just the gravity of the situation, the enormity of the situation, that it, I would think, impresses upon them the historical moment. And that if they do end up serving on the jury, that they have a task to perform of applying the law to the facts. And it's such a more solemn experience, and the fact of this security presence, I think, gives them an even deeper sense of it. And one hopes that they may perform their duties as they're supposed to as jurors.
All right, so Mark, in the 500 that are going to walk in, right, you're only going to end up with 12 ultimately who are going to be the decision makers. And you have been involved with so many jury selections in high-profile, high-stakes criminal cases. Trump's team, their goal, right, is to get at least one person on that jury. Just one is all they need, right, to raise a question. And I just shared Harry Ensign's math. If you're going to say that these decisions are made in politics, which of course Ryan is saying we all hope that they aren't. People are going to do their duty as citizens. But even looking at it from that perspective, on Manhattan voter rolls, you've got an 80% chance that there'll be one juror on that panel who will be a Trump supporter or favorable to Trump. So what is the defense looking for? How difficult is it going to be for them?
Well, actually, I think it's going to be quite easy for the defense from that perspective, because you're right. They have to get somebody on that panel. And we as defense attorneys don't like talking about moving for a hung jury, right? We want an acquittal. But the harsh reality is, the political harsh reality is, he does not want a conviction before the election. And a hung jury will put this case off another couple or 3 months, potentially. So yes, the defense team is going to be looking for that sympathy jury, that's somebody willing to listen to Trump, willing to like Trump before they even walk into a courtroom. And you're right, 20% of the people, even in Manhattan, like him. But nationwide, we know there's a great percentage of people that have a sympathy or an empathy for Trump, and that's what they're going to be fighting for.
And you know, Ryan, in that context, Trump posted that video today. I played a clip of it, railing against the gag order from the judge. It may be surprising to a lot of people watching it. He's allowed to do that. The gag order actually is saying you can't intimidate witnesses, and you can't do that with family members of the judge. But the judge himself is not included in that. So we're going to see a lot more, right? We're going to see a lot more of this as he tries to, inject this uncertainty and poison into the atmosphere around this judge. So the jury's been told not to watch. There's no jury in New York. There's no one who hasn't turned on local news or something and seen some part of this. How do you get around that?
It's very difficult to get around it. Almost, another example is just being in New York or getting in the back seat of a taxi. It starts out with television news, local news, and it's going to be the biggest news around.
And it's going to be the jury selection in the Trump criminal trial, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also jurors have families, and jurors have friends and colleagues, and this will be a part of the information environment in which everybody is kind of stewing. So the idea that these kinds of statements by former President Trump don't reach the jury one way or another is hard to believe. And that might in fact be part of his strategy, or his strategy might be just the general public, but this is an indirect effect.
It certainly is. I mean, Mark, I know you believe that Trump's team could actually play into the comments that he's been making about the judge to help him at the trial. Walk us through that.
So I think they have to, and they have such great environment with which to do it. Because look, either he is an arrogant person who's ignoring the law and the processes, or he is so innocent and he is so upset with being falsely accused that he has to present himself like that. And quite honestly, if you look at it through that lens, then the defense can lean into it, right? They can say, hey, you heard. Because let's face it, as we just said, there is nobody in this panel who has not heard about this case, and for that matter, has not made some predisposition about it. We're not trying to get people who haven't heard. They've been hiding in a corner somewhere. But we want people who will acknowledge what they've heard about it. And the defense can play into that by saying, you've heard my client, you've heard him complain about the process, you've heard him complain about the judge. Are you okay with somebody who believes he is so innocent that he has to speak out? What a great defense question to present.
And I'm glad we have you, because you get a real insight into their worldview, because you've done these crucial defense cases. Thanks very much to both of you. Next, I'm going to speak to O.J. Simpson's longtime manager. In a roller coaster relationship with Simpson over decades, and tonight he's going to tell you about it, sharing some of the 70 hours of videos he filmed of Simpson and the details of their last conversation just before Simpson died. Plus, we have new video just into Outfront from the southern border. This video that we've just gotten is a group of migrants crossing into California, evading Mexican authorities right before our cameras. Our David Culver is there. He saw it. He's live in Tijuana after this. And breaking news, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene tonight says she will go ahead with trying to oust Mike Johnson, even if Trump backs Johnson. And she is just speaking to Armani Raju. We're going to bring that to you.
In craving next level hydration, new Neutrogena Hydro Boost Water Drink. A vital boost of 9 times more hydration to boost your skin's barrier for cleansed, dewy skin that's full of life. Neutrogena Hydro Boost.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain.
The first 35 minutes of this hockey game, never trail in regulation. Fouls out with 2 more overtime losses. And then the Pioneers, let's show you how this one went down. Some of the key plays from St. Terriers led 1-0 after one period. Denver tied it in the second, nearly took the lead. Matthew Karan. Spectacular sprawling glove save to rob Aiden Thompson. We would stay at 1. We'd head to overtime where Karan couldn't stop this one. Tristan Brose firing home the game winner just over 11 minutes in the Bones hockey. BU's chase for a 6th national championship ends 2 wins short.
The margin of error in these one and dones is it's very slim. So we made some mistakes that cost us, and there's no tomorrow for us.
We had tons of chances to potentially win the game. 1 or 2 boxes go that way, and we're playing the next game. But sometimes that's just how it goes.
All right, so for the second straight season, BU's season ends at the Frozen Four. Now we turn our attention to the #1 team in the country, the Boston College Eagles. Good start for them, 1-0 lead over the University of Michigan after one period of play. We will have much more coming up later in the show. For now, we're live at the Frozen Four in St. Paul. Maury Hirschford, 7 News 19.
Fans on campus psyched for their teams to be in that tournament. Let's head to BC now. The night team's Brett Herms live as fans there watched and waited. Brett?
Well, it has been a tale of 2 teams tonight. Heartbreak for the fans of one. The fate of fans here in Boston College still hanging in the balance. Those fans tonight getting a chance to watch their team on the big screen just inside here. Now, fans said that they were both nervous and excited to watch their Eagles take on the Michigan Wolverines. BC has been the best team in college hockey this season, and fans say they know it. Take a listen to how they reacted to that first goal in the first 90 seconds.
I'm feeling great. I mean, Mike Paul's my man, difference maker. I think he disrupts something here. I think he makes a difference tonight. You guys think you guys do a shot against Michigan? Oh, I love it. Love the matchup. What do you think?
Now, on the other end of ComAv tonight, dreams of an all-Boston championship were dashed after the BU Terriers lost in overtime. You heard Maury just talk about that there. You could have heard a pin drop inside of Fenway Johnny's when it was all over. Fans said this loss was a gut punch.
I'm real sad, man. That was such a heart-wrenching game. Like, so close throughout. It sucks that it has to go out that way. Such a good season. Just sad. Just too bad. We had so many good looks. I don't know what to say.
Now, this BC game got started a little late because the BU game went into overtime. Fans here said they are in it as long as it takes to see their team make it to the championship. At Boston College tonight, Grant Hearn, 7 News 19.
New from the 19, fire tearing through a convenience store in Dorchester. Firefighters were able to quickly put out the flames and no one was hurt. And they did rescue a cat from that building. They said the animal was scared, but will be okay.
And there's more news here tonight. Water worries in Somerville when people found their bill was much higher than expected. Some people were charged thousands of dollars. City leaders are blaming the water meter replacement program. The night team's Victoria Price is live in Somerville with more for us tonight. Victoria.
Adam, some of these bills are very steep. This one in my hands here that a resident gave me earlier tonight is for more than $13,000. Now, the city says that it's about 85% done with swapping out all of the water meters here in the city of Somerville, but that means there's still about 15% left, so that remaining 15%, you have to receive a bill like this, there's still a chance that you might. High water bills in Somerville leaving some homeowners with sticker shock.
I got a $13,000 bill and no explanation.
Harry Agripa says he pays on average $200 to $300 per water bill. He also takes several water-saving measures, including low-flow appliances and collecting rainwater.
I didn't sleep for a month. It was awful. It was awful.
And he's not alone. According to Somerville's water director, the city's water meter replacement program is to blame.
People aren't being upcharged. They're being charged for water that they had previously used that wasn't in older bills.
When the old meters stopped transmitting readings to the city, they opted to send customers estimated bills based on past water use. The city says when they eventually swapped out the old meters for the new ones, they were able to view the actual usage. Those who used more water were then charged the difference.
We really do empathize with the people that are experiencing these large bills and the sudden increases. we're doing everything we can.
That includes payment plans and suspending any service shutoffs if water bills aren't paid. Some residents, including seniors, may also qualify for water discounts. The issue coming at the Thursday City Council meeting, where leaders agreed it's not fair, but said right now their hands are tied. After weeks of fighting the city, Harry Agrita says he finally managed to get a corrected bill. It went from $13,000 to a little more than $200, with zero explanation for the discrepancy. He says he can't help but feel like he and his fellow residents are getting ripped off.
I still have no idea what happened, and I don't have faith in the accuracy of the bills going forward.
The city's water director tells me that he encourages anyone who thinks that there may be a mistake on their water bill to reach out to his department. They will open an investigation into their account. The city says it's also actively looking for any other resources it can utilize to help residents pay these bills. We're live in Somerville tonight. Victoria Price, 7 News 19.
Also on 7, a 19-year-old tracked down and arrested in connection with a deadly hit and run in Dighton. Investigators say a driver hit a man walking home on Thursday night and then just kept on driving. 19's Kimberly Buckman with details.
The matter of Michael, the boy,
accused of hitting a man with a car and leaving him in the street to die. The prosecutor says 19-year-old Michael LaVoy knew he struck something and went to great lengths to cover it up. The victim shocked family, listened and deposed.
He admitted that he had struck something, he thought it was a deer and hoped it could just walk away. But that it could be a person and that he didn't want to think that it was a person.
It all happened last Thursday night. Detectives say an off-duty Taunton police officer found a man on Highway 44.
sometimes that person also actually.
The clerk at Dighton Gulf Express says 57-year-old Paul DeMora had just come in, bought Oreo cookies, and was walking home to his house just about a block away.
He was a good customer. He always used to come here, buy something, get something for himself and his mother.
The prosecutor says LaVoy hit DeMora and took off, leaving a piece of a headlight at the scene. Detectives used that to identify the make of the car, then security video to zone in on matching cars. They found one, ran the license plate, and say the car belonged to LaVoy's girlfriend and was in a Rhode Island driveway covered up.
Troopers were able to remove it, which revealed significant damage, including a shattered windshield, a foot dents, and was also covered in blood.
Can you tell us why you didn't stop?
He should say, I'm sorry. He just stood there. He was sitting to look at us, like, oh, no remorse. Yeah, he just seems like he just doesn't care.
Along with setting bail, the judge also suspended the driver's license. The suspect will be back in court in May. In Taunton, Kimberly Bookman, 7 News 19.
Still to come here tonight, a sign in the sand leads to an incredible rescue on a remote island in the Pacific.
Downpours late tonight through midday tomorrow. We get forecast in a few minutes.
Also ahead tonight, Botox users beware. Several people hospitalized, and there's a warning from the CDC.
And an Olympic gold medalist surprising some girls on the front in Dorchester today. Her message to the next generation of athletes. Coming up on 7 News at 10 o'clock.
Coming up, get ready for something sweet.
Welcome to the Sugar Shack.
This little cabin in the woods is packed with tempting treats. I'm sold on the chocolate cake. 7's Juliana Mazza takes us to a yummy place with mass appeal. Coming up. 7 News today in New England. Weekends starting at 5 a.m.
Where a retailer needed room for their excess inventory, they called the leader in mobile storage, Eagle Leasing. We delivered them a clean, watertight storage trailer to give them the space they desperately needed. With over 20,000 units in our fleet, you see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
I never thought I'd buy flooring from a service I saw on TV. It's just not me. But I heard great things about National Floors Direct. Name brand flooring, great installation, and an amazing price guarantee.
At National Floors Direct, we offer next-day installation of beautiful name-brand carpet and luxury flooring, and we'll beat anyone's price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-400-FLOOR.
I saved $2,000 off my best quote and no interest for 1 year.
Call National Floors Direct at 888-400-FLOOR. We bring the store to your door.
Whoa, if you want my 2 cents on interest rates, we got options.
My 2 cents. Here's what's my 2 cents.
My 2 cents?
My 2 cents? Here's my 2 cents. I'm planning for the future. Interest plus interest equals.
Hi, Gil. Perfect timing. I have a few questions. Let's look at your plan and see what makes sense for you.
I've got good news. There is a murder of walking virus.
Fantastic. I'm sorry, what?
Sure, it is a lot of true crime.
Welcome to the family.
There's so much new stuff happening out there. I just can't keep up. And it's too hard to swim back now.
This is amazing. I promise you, I'll not let you down. Stream the best of British TV. Only on Britbox. Watch with a free trial at Britbox.com. Good is the cottage cheese lovers love. Start with our award-winning country style. It's delicious on its own, or like this. That. Even sure. Plus, it's got more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. Then there's Hood's flavors. We expertly blend in real fruit or savory herbs for an unbeatable taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese. Hood cottage cheese. Always good, always Hood.
Three people marooned on a remote island and look at the sign in the sand that they left after becoming stranded. They used palm branches to spell out the word
That's when the sign was spotted by a Navy jet which helped rescue them. 3 real-life castaways rescued from a tiny remote island in the Pacific Ocean after being stranded for more than a week. The terrifying ordeal playing out like a scene from Tom Hanks' Castaway.
Hello? Anybody?
The 3 men fashioned palm branches to spell out help on a white sandy beach off the Pacific Ocean, and even lived off of coconuts. The Coast Guard says the men were planning to fish in Micronesia when they were caught in swells, and the motor of their boat was damaged. The mariners made it to shore but did not have a radio with power to call for help. A U.S. Navy jet finally spotted the help sign on April 7th, 1 week later. Before the Coast Guard arrived and transported them to another island, rescue crews dropped survival kits and radios to make sure the men were okay. Rescue crews say the massive sign was crucial to spotting the mariners because the search area covered more than 100,000 square miles. 4 years ago, another group of men were stranded on that exact same island and spelled out SOS to get help.
Shouts to that lakeside birds tomorrow weekend forecast of almost sunshine.
Pass it or wash it.
Whether you should clean or get rid of the household items that gather bacteria.
Head outside and excellent fresh air. Healthy outdoors can improve your mood. Expect rain and gloom for your Friday. We'll find it out heading into the weekend.
Bad weather causing some slowdowns today, but it could be a lot quieter on Friday.
We hope you join us tomorrow on 7 News today in Lakeland.
We get started at 5 o'clock and stay on till 11 a.m.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough messes. So it makes it look like I spent hours cleaning it, and you know I didn't.
It makes my renovation look like new. It's amazing.
Wow. It makes it look like I don't have kids at all.
It's so good. It makes it look like I have magical powers.
With 80% less scrubbing, Mr. Clean Magic Eraser makes cleaning easy. Also available in sheets. With features you won't find on Honda CR-V, Toyota RAV4, or Subaru Forester, the Hyundai Tucson puts the other guys in their place. Namely, the rear view mirror. Only a Tucson compares to a Tucson. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $229 a month, or get 3.79% APR, or $12.50 bonus cash. Hurry, offers at 6. I'm Joe Terry
dirty, vacant homes, even nicer homes you can't keep up with, all with no repairs, no fees, no commissions, and no hassle. So don't mess around with an unwanted property. Call now for your no-obligation cash offer or visit itscash.com.
You're watching the news station.
7 News.
Giddy up, Old North Church illuminated, lighting up Boston's North End tonight. The Boston-based nonprofit organization reenacting the famous lantern signal that led the way for the American Revolution. The celebration recognizing Paul Revere's historic ride on April 8, 1775. The event also featured festive music, poetry, performances, and remarks from the first female leader of the USS Constitution.
That looks so fun. I mean, I love the North End. That made it even better.
Such a landmark.
I wish I would have missed that.
The Lester disaster. I know. Well, April 8th, remember that's
I
the,
know.
wait,
I'm sure I say that every year.
it's the 11th. I guess we do it a couple days later. Anyway,
I honestly don't know. Don't
I don't
ask me.
either. It's
Don't
early.
ask me.
I do know it's foggy out.
It looked better than that during the event.
Yeah, it did. And what's going on? Well, clouds, fog, and it's nasty out there. There's a warm front trying to move the cool, raw air out of New England. The result, the clouds and the fog. Now, we skip over tomorrow. That's no fun. But the weekend, it's okay. Sunday's the pick of the weekend. Lots of sunshine in the morning, increasing clouds in the afternoon. It could be a shower Sunday evening, but most of your Sunday is dry. Saturday will feature mostly cloudy skies. There could be a brief shower around the midday hours. Breezy, somewhat cool, with temperatures on Saturday with 50s, low 60s on Sunday. Satellite and radar combined, showing the clouds and a smattering of showers. Most towns picking up about 1/10 of an inch of rain or less. Worcester 2/10 of an inch of rain. Boston so far 5/100ths of an inch of rain. But there is more rain on the way. In fact, the bulk of the rain from this storm is going to fall between about 3-4 a.m. tomorrow up until about noon. As you can see here, greens and yellows, those are the downpours. They are inbound later on tonight. So here's where we stand now, the timestamp. And then as we advance the clock, we get to early tomorrow morning, the timing, not very good. Does not work in our favor. We'll have widespread rain. Some of that rain is going to be heavy through the morning hours. It will start to taper off as we get to lunchtime. But even into the afternoon, it is a slow process getting the rain out of here. It should be all done by about 3 or 4 o'clock. There'll be more scattered nature of the showers afternoon. It'll be widespread before noon. So some of you may get the showers out of here as early as 1 p.m. and others not until about 4 o'clock. And then skies will clear out, or maybe a hot minute right before the sun sets. So you'll have a little bit of late afternoon and early evening sunlight, and then you'll have a partly cloudy sky tomorrow. How much rain is on the way? I think most towns will finish with about an inch, and the bulk that's going to fall during that morning commute. So a lot of extra time. It could be a slow go on some of those roadways. And that's the rain. Wind will be another concern, especially along the coastline. Wind advisory until about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And winds will be gusty between 40 and 50 miles per hour. And that might be high enough for some isolated tree damage and subsequent power disruption. Very isolated in nature. Temperatures, they're cool and raw now, but as the showers arrive and that wind starts to crank out of the south, that will send temperatures, oddly enough, up overnight tonight into the 50s by tomorrow morning. By noon, still scattered showers and still wind, but then that will begin to subside a little bit to a gusty breeze with temperatures tomorrow afternoon. Upper 50s to below the 60s, Boston at 62, and Billerica and Lexington in the mid 60s. So that's tomorrow. Saturday, leftover junk in the form of clouds and an isolated shower midday Saturday, nothing significant or widespread. And then skies will clear out Saturday evening. Mostly sunny skies on Sunday morning, but here comes another weather system with a little narrow window, some scattered rain showers and sprinkles Sunday evening. But they will be out for the marathon on Monday. Partly sunny skies temps on Monday. Mid 60s, a little warm for the runners, but along the coastline, the sea breeze, including Boston, should be temps in the 50s.
We're starting something new here at 7 News, and we're calling it Mass Appeal. But every week, we will introduce you to fun things to do around Massachusetts.
Tonight we go to Cohasset, where a small shop can satisfy your sweet tooth. Juliana Massa shows us.
Nestled beside a babbling brook, at the end of a long, bumpy road, on the edge of the woods in Cohasset, there is a magical place full of sweet surprises.
Welcome to the Sugar Shack.
Jen Meckler, affectionately known as Mrs. M, keeps the shack stocked with tempting treats.
Right now we have a lot of spring candy, a little bit of green, so it's just kind of colorful and bright. Charcuterie, I tell you, just this is really better.
For public number more,
I'm hoping for a red light on the way home so I can get into the sandwich cookies.
to sweet, sour critters and sea salted caramel.
There's nothing better than a caramel on a happy morning.
If you're getting Hansel and Gretel vibes, have no fear. This fairy tale spot is a delight from beginning to end.
I wanted something magical. That anticipation of then coming to Hansel and Gretel's shack in the woods, full of candy.
It's such a magical little experience in here. And you can visit this sweet spot anytime cravings call.
It's always open.
That's because no one actually works here. Wait, how does that work?
It's on a system. You can do Venmo or cash. Every once in a while, I'll get a Venmo at like 2 a.m.
Mrs. M, a retired restaurateur, dreamed up the Sugar Shack at the start of the pandemic.
I saw this spot, and I never really noticed it before, and I was like, it's a really cute spot for like a Vermont pie stand, right?
Fast forward 4 years, and her shop is going viral.
I actually saw it on Instagram.
Now customers travel far and wide to get a taste.
We've had people from Texas and France. We've had people from Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut.
One reason visitors make the trek,
I'm sold on the chocolate cake.
a slice of the coveted chocolate cake. But Mrs. M's variety is the spice of life.
You never know from one week to another. It depends on what day my brain is exploded with this person's thing.
And her recipe for success is simple.
Who doesn't love a business that's just happy? I think it kind of brings people back to that day when communities were communities and people were just so trusting of each other and neighbors helped each other.
A sweet message with a sweet treat.
Thank you. Have a happy day.
Thank you.
Juliana Mazza, 7 News.
Look how cute and yummy too. Sugar Shack. It is such a hit that Mrs. M just opened a brick and mortar store in Pembroke. And if you learn more about her, you want to know more about how to get to the Sugar Shack, head to our website, whdh.com.
Coming up, members of Red Sox Nation coming together to say a final farewell to former Red Sox president and CEO Larry Lucchino.
Chief Meteorologist Jeremy Wright opened up a news station. Wrong turn, no sweat. With best-in-class technology and 5 driving rules, much of no room is out of bounds.
Drive the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $339 per month lease on the 2024 Nissan Rogue with best-in-class fuel economy among gas engines.
Into Nissan, Burger, Boston Red Sox.
This time on Live Good Feel Good, we're at St. Patty's Spa in Andover, Massachusetts with CEO Our mission at St. Patty's Spa is to cultivate a culture that cares. We want our patients to feel seen, heard, and understood. What are some of the cutting-edge products and technology that you offer? We offer skin solutions, medical grade skincare line. We also offer top technologies and services such as BBL, scaling laser, RF microneedling, hydrofacials, and it's important to note that our providers stay up to date on the latest technology and trends to provide the most safe and effective medical care. How does Patty's Spa unique in terms of the services we provide? We encourage our patients to adopt the mindset that self-care isn't selfish. Thank you so much, Ciara. And if you would like to look good and feel good, go to BaneMedispa.com and make yourself a priority.
The biggest sale of the season is happening right now at LL Flooring. Save up to 50% on over 300 floors at the Dream Floor event. Our experts can help turn your indecision into your best decision and make the floor of your dreams a dream come true. Don't miss your chance to save up to 50% on over 300 floors with 24-month special financing. Get your dream deal today. The biggest sale of the season ends April 16th. Save more at LL Flooring's Dream Floor event. LL Flooring. Every step covered.
On 7 News now, people are coming out to pay tribute to former Red Sox president and CEO Larry Lucchino. The Sox won 3 World Series titles under his leadership.
They sure did. Today, past and present members of the organization saying a final farewell during his funeral. The night team's Jonathan Hall was there and has more.
A funeral in Boston today for Larry Lucchino, the man who dubbed the Yankees the Evil Empire. He's been laid to rest and remembered by his close friend and colleague, Dr. Charles Steinberg.
Larry Lucchino is the toughest softie you'll ever meet.
Steinberg told the large crowd at the St. Cecilia's funeral mass, Lucchino could drive people hard and lose his patience, but he always wanted to make people happy, most importantly, the fans.
Deceptively compassionate was Lucchino.
The 78-year-old Pittsburgh native collected World Series rings, a Super Bowl ring, and a Final Four watch from his college hoop days. Lucchino's many mantras included, "We are in the yes business," and "Alas, all's well that ends." He drove his teams to succeed. Were people afraid of him on some level?
If you didn't know him, you were. If you didn't know him, you mistook the bark for anger. Those passion through a narrow tube.
Today's the day to mourn with his family and for, his closest loved ones, but what he's meant to not only the Red Sox, but to our sport.
The lawyer-turned-baseball executive known for building or renovating 5 separate ballparks with character and class, including, of course, Fenway Park.
It's a happy day because he would have loved this, celebrating all the collective achievements of just great teams of people. That was what it was about.
Lucchino served for years as chairman of the Jimmy Fund. He often visited sick kids at Dana-Farber, bringing smiles to their faces. Lucchino forged a close relationship with the late mayor, Tom Menino. He succeeded in getting outdoor space for fans on Jersey Street and major renovations accomplished.
They fought, but they also had this incredible relationship and both wanted what was best for the city.
Theo Epstein, the Red Sox general manager back in 2004, attended the funeral for Larry Lucchino. However, Lucchino's former partners, Tom Werner and John Henry, did not attend. Hey, Boston, at Fenway Park, Jonathan Hall, 7 News, thank you.
Next in 7 Sports is a contest for the ages with 2 local teams on the hunt for a national title. University got the action started against Denver earlier this evening. Highlights from the national semifinals coming up.
Especially when it's the irresistible steak, egg, and cheese bagel sandwich. And yours today.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not alone. Rent is up, and every family outing costs an arm and a leg. Well, we want to help. So when prices go up, we find new ways to go low. And now, we've lowered the price on hundreds of your favorite products. Designing something beautiful is easy. Designing something for a low price is a different story. It's why we're here. That's a promise, not a promo.
And it's so creamy and not watery like exactly. And unsweetened has 0 grams of sugar. And don't forget, it's an excellent source of calcium. You guys are so right. No, you are. No, you are. No, you are.
I don't think that these sessions are really working.
Sports team,
party started for the Terriers. The first period skating shorthanded. He'll break in and score short side to make it 1-0 BU. Pioneers would get it back in the second off the late Hudson misplay behind the Terrier net. Tristan Lemire takes advantage. We'd be tied at 1. They had a golden opportunity to take the lead late in the period, but Matthew Garon comes up with a 10-bell save on Aiden Thompson. This game is headed to overtime, tied at 1. But Tristan Rose puts an end to the BU championship run just over 11 minutes into OT. Gets it done there as the Terriers fall 2-1 in overtime. 7's Maury Hirschford joining us live from St. Paul with more. Maury, it's a tough way for the Terriers to go out.
Yes, certainly was, Marley. And coming into this game, I think we expected a much higher scoring affair. You're looking at the stats, the 4 teams that made it here to St. Paul, the top 4 scoring offenses in the country. They all average more than 4 goals per game. And tonight, in the first game, BU in Denver, it ends up with just 3 total goals. Tough pill to swallow, like you said, for BU. Their season comes to an end. They led 1-0, failed to capitalize on some opportunities, and their season comes to a close for a second straight year in the Frozen Four.
It's these little things over the course of the game that, if you don't do them well, you could end up on the wrong side of it. And there was just a couple times, some little things that cost us.
We came up short on multiple occasions, and yeah, I guess that's how it goes sometimes. But no, I'm super proud of this group and super grateful I was able to get this opportunity to play with you guys.
Macklin Celebrini finishing a historic season, 32 goals, 64 points in just 39 games. It's the 3rd best ever output for a 17-year-old in NCAA history. He will stick around town tomorrow night, and part of his team might fly home. He's got some more responsibility. He's one of 3 finalists for the Hobie Baker Award given out annually to the top collegiate player. As for BC, the game going on, we are in the second intermission. The Eagles scoring 2 goals in a 49-second span in that second period to lead Michigan 3-0. So the top-seeded Eagles are just 20 minutes away from punching a ticket to the championship game. That's the latest here live at the Frozen Four in St. Paul.
Thanks, Lauren. Looking forward to seeing how that one shakes out. Now to Norwood as Drew Holiday hits the board tonight with 135 million reasons to smile, agreeing to a 4-year extension with the Celtics. He's fitted seamlessly with the Green since being dealt to Boston this offseason, so you can't blame him for wanting to stick around a little longer.
Once I got here, or even once I knew I was getting traded here, this was a part of what I wanted, what I envisioned. Being in a great organization, being here for I might get really try to, get more banners and more rings.
The Celtics tonight playing their 3rd to last regular season game, and Jalen Brunson was feasting all night. 18 first half points for the Knicks guard. The Seas were down 21 at the break, and it only got worse. 3rd quarter. Off the Jaylen Brown turnover, New York breaks away, and Brunson tiles in for the transition trifecta. He leads the way with 39 points, going 15 for 23 from the field. He also added in 4 assists and a few drawn charges as the Celtics lose 118-109. Red Sox and Orioles, Rafael Devers sitting out the finale of the 3-game set. The Sox popped up a 2-1 lead in the top of the 8th, but Connor Wong makes everything all right in the home half, drilling a pinch hit solo home run to tie things up at 3. So we head to extras with a full pitch. Kicked it up away again, top of the 10th. Gunnar Henderson takes Isaiah Campbell for a ride. A 2-run shot. Colton Cowser also leaves the yard in a 6-run frame as the Sox get swept, falling 9-4 in 10 innings. And Bruins fans can cross defenseman Noah Hannafin off their free agent wish list this summer. The Norwood native agreeing to an 8-year extension with the Golden Knights worth more than $58 million. That's it for sports.
Okay, Marley, thanks for the update.
JR standing by with weather, including, next batch of rain, perhaps?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's out there tomorrow morning. That will wind down slowly tomorrow afternoon. Business travelers, it's a tough go out of the Northeast for a few hours tomorrow morning. But you can get off to your flight. Atlanta, Hartsfield, 60. Good. Chicago, 60. Florida, over toward Texas, a little
60s, lots of sunshine, and another storm hitting the west coast of California, northern California this time. So you have morning rain and wind, and the wind will subside in the afternoon. The rain may take a little bit longer in the afternoon to completely rid ourselves of the showers, but the bulk of it should wrap up by noon. 58 to 63. Red Sox will try it again tomorrow night, and I think tomorrow night's game you'll have sunny skies. There'll be a gusty breeze with temperatures in the mid-50s. Wind will be blowing out to center field between 10 and 20 miles per hour. Mike Trout comes into town. You know, Mike Trout is a huge fan of meteorology. Maybe we get him in the studio, do some weather tomorrow night. We'll see. All right, for the weekend, clouds and sunshine, a shower, Saturday, breezy, mid-50s, and Sunday, mostly sunny skies in the morning, clouds and perhaps a spot shower Sunday evening. Back to you.
The CDC offering a word of warning to Botox users following hospitalizations in both Tennessee and Illinois. The agency says 6 people are suffering from botulism-like symptoms after getting cosmetic injections in non-medical settings. Botulism is a rare but serious illness that occurs when toxins attack the nervous system. Botox injections do contain small doses of those toxins, which help relax muscles to temporarily smooth wrinkles. But approved injections use purified and sterile versions of the compound. An ongoing FDA investigation suggests it's possible the cosmetic products were counterfeit.
Coming up, inspiring the next generation of female athletes, the Olympic gold medalist with a message for students.
7 investigates stories within humanity on 7 News.
Class, putting Winter Nation windows in your home is a little bit, well, like getting a puppy. They keep you warm in the winter and happy in the summer. And they give you years and years and years of enjoyment. So fast. Now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 24 months. Winter Nation, the perfect fit.
This time on Look Good, Feel Good, we're at St. Eddie's Spa in Andover, Massachusetts with CEO Ciara Duke. Ciara, hi Kelly. So tell us about your mission to boost patients' inner confidence. Our mission at St. Eddie's Spa is to cultivate a culture that cares. We want our patients to feel seen, heard, and understood. What are some of the cutting-edge products and technology that you offer? We offer SkinCeuticals medical-grade skincare line. We also offer top technologies and services such as BBL, Halo Laser, RF microneedling, HydroFacial, and it's important to note that our providers stay up to date on the latest technology and trends to provide the most safe and effective medical care. How is St. Eddie's Spa unique in terms of the services you provide? We encourage our patients to adopt the mindset that self-care isn't selfish. Thank you so much, Ciara. And if you would like to look good and feel good, go to BaneMedispa.com and make yourself a priority.
With features you won't find on Honda CR-V, Toyota RAV4, or Subaru Forester, the Hyundai Tucson puts the other guys in their place. Namely, the rearview mirror. Only a Tucson compares to a Tucson. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $229 a month, or get 3.79% APR, or up to $1,250 bonus cash. Hurry, offers end soon.
Looks like it costs a fortune. Actually, the Playscape sectional is just $9.99. Looks like it was crafted by a master carpenter. I'll pass the compliment on the bottom. Looks like I grew up with this. Check out those cup holders.
Cool. Looks like a unicorn cried happy tears all over it.
Yeah, you can see that. When the looks you love go for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh my God.
Words of encouragement from a Boston Marathon legend. She surprised students at a local school. A 2-time marathon winner and Olympic gold medalist, hoping to inspire the students.
She's also paying it forward with a special donation to the team. Olympic gold medalist Joan Benoit Samuelson surprising girls in Dorchester Thursday. The running legend joined practice for a local Girls on the Run chapter and spoke about the importance of staying active. The organization helps young girls learn valuable life skills by blending lessons with physical activity.
I think when people feel good about themselves,
When they're physically active, they develop better self-esteem. And when you have strong self-esteem, you feel as though you can go out and really tackle anything that faces you.
40 years ago, Benoit Samuelson became the first woman to win a gold medal in the Los Angeles Olympics marathon. During her career, she also held several U.S. long-distance running records, as well as a marathon world record. Benoit Samuelson is now encouraging the next generation of girls to lace up their running shoes and hit the trails.
I'm here to encourage them to just go out and put one foot in front of the other, and if they need to walk, that's fine. If they want to jog, that's fine. If they want to race, that's even better. But just to move is the important message here today.
The girls also received running gear from healthcare company Abbott, which sponsors the Boston Marathon, and were invited to participate in the Boston Athletic Association's 5K race. Benoit Samuelson may not be running the marathon on Monday, but she said she will definitely be there to cheer others on.
Students were lucky to have them. We'll be right back.
Sky 7 on the first and fastest, only on the new station.
The biggest sale of the season is happening right now at LL Ford. Save up to 50% on over 300 Fords at the Dream 4 event. Our experts can help turn your indecision into your best decision and make the Ford of your dreams a dream come true. Don't miss your chance to save up to 50% on over 300 Fords with 24-month special financing. Get your dream deal today. The biggest deal of the season ends April 16th. Save more at LL Ford's Dream 4 event with LL Ford. Every step covered.
Hi, I'm Joe Terrio with IPS Cash. If you're ready to sell your home but want to skip the hassles of open houses, endless showings, and frustrating negotiations, we'll buy your home as is for cash. That means you don't have to make any repairs or updates, and you won't pay any fees or commissions. Our cash offer is 100% free and comes with zero obligation to accept. So, sell your house the easy way. Call us or visit ipscash.com today for your free cash offer.
I've got good news. There is a murderer walking among us. Oh,
I'm sorry, what?
George has a lot of true crime.
Welcome to the family.
There's so much new stuff happening out there. I just can't keep up. And it's too far to swim right now.
This is amazing.
I promise you, I'll not let you down.
Stream the best of British TV. Only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
When a contractor needed convenient office space on their job site, they called the leader in mobile offices, Eva Leasing. The very next day, she delivered a clean, high-quality office trailer and put it exactly where they needed it. With over 20,000 units in our fleet, you see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
The moment you wake up, morning you fast. Thank you so much for starting your morning with us.
7 News, today in New England, gets you set for the day.
What you need to know. We are following this developing story.
What you need to wear, laying on the radar.
And what you need to avoid. Those areas are pretty slow. Before sunrise and throughout the morning, we have you covered. Breaking news at 10.
It all starts here on 7 News, today in New England, weekdays, starting at 5 a.m.
That's our time at 10. We'll see you next at 11.
I'm Renee Peabody. At Window World, we provide more than high-quality, energy-efficient windows. With our amazing selection of beautiful siding, roofing, and doors, we're a one-stop shop for affordable exterior remodeling that can totally transform your home. We pride ourselves on a process that's easy and transparent and results you'll love. Right now, get a whole house of siding for as little as $229 a month, or a new lifetime roof for $189 per month, all with zero money down.
Family owned.
Nationally known.
Visit windowworldofboston.com.
Did you ever look at your house and think it just might be time for a change? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, we'll help you change for just $1,088. We'll give you 3 full rooms of carpeting, next day installation, padding, everything, all for just $1,088. 3 rooms, no connections. Now that's the kind of change everyone can afford. And no interest for 1 year. Call National Floors Direct, 888-404. Get 3 rooms of carpeting for just $1,088. We'll bring the store to your door. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Mel. Is now good for a quick catch-up on your plan?
Yes, that was great. Refinance now or refinance later? Here are 10 tips to your home.
Needless to say, your money could be working so well.
Yes, I'm thinking more long-term. Rates will remain at current levels.
Great. We'll make that change to your plan and adjust as needed.
This helps a lot.
Bye, Mel.
Bye.
Hi,
is the cottage cheese lovers love. Start with our award-winning country style. It's delicious on its own, or like this. That. Even, sure. Plus, it's got more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. Then there's Hood's flavors. We expertly blend in real fruit or savory herbs for an unbeatable taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese. Hood cottage cheese. Always good, always Hood.
Sky South, you're high in the sky for breaking news. Testing it over that same vibe on the scene. First and fast, only on the news station.
I'm Eric Peavy. At Window World, we're proud to deliver exterior solutions that are beautiful, affordable, and guaranteed for life. Select the window that best fits your home and watch your curb appeal go up while your energy bills go down. We do things different. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and thousands of satisfied customers. Get 10 Gilda-Clean windows installed from $99 per month with no money down. Family owned.
Nationally known.
Visit windowworldofboston.com.
Police investigating a suspicious death in Framingham. Neighbors shocked over the deadly discovery. A dispensary taking a hard hit when a car smashes right through a cannabis business in Attleboro. How long it may be closed. The Eagles are moving on. Boston College with a win in the Frozen Four. How fans are feeling heading into the hockey championship. What are worries in Somerville? Why some people are seeing their bills jump thousands of dollars. And so close to the starting line. What's happening today for runners and fans of the Boston Marathon?
This is 7 News Today New England.
First at 5 on your Friday morning, we've got rounds of rain, downpours, and strong winds could affect your morning commute today. Not that beautiful of a start to your Friday, but thanks for joining us. Taking a wide look outside now, right at 5 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. I'm Amanda Crawford.
I'm Juliana Madsen. Not a beautiful Friday, but we are hoping for a beautiful Saturday and Sunday. We'll see what's in store. Meteorologist Chris Lambert.
Yeah, certainly improvements over the weekend versus what we have today, but not to say that it's going to be completely rain-free out there. We take a look at the maps this morning. You see the drenching rain beginning to move in up to 95, up 495 as well. So we've got some waves of downpours to contend with over the next 3, 4, 5 hours across much of eastern Massachusetts, as a lot of this will continue to lift off to the northeast. So I do expect a wet morning to make with a light downpours on the thunder possibility too. You see some of those cells just south of New York City that all has to screen through southern New England. How about the temperatures? Does not feel like early to mid-April, does it outside? Upper 50s, low 60s, really humidity out there this morning with the increasing south to southeast wind. That's at about 20 miles an hour sustained. But look at the recent wind gusts, beginning to see these gusts around 40 miles an hour along the south coast. So we're in it with the gusty winds, the embedded downpours here this morning. And then it goes back to some isolated showers. Still a chance of a passing shower to this afternoon. Temperatures mild today in the lower 60s. Cooler tomorrow. Spot shower left over on one that we can forecast ahead.
Time for Fast Drive Traffic now. Here's Megan Dahl. And good morning. We're looking at a nice light commute so far. We've got a last night, very light volume moving from Framingham all the way into downtown. And also nice and steady for traveling in from the north. No problems if you're traveling 93 south on the state line. Same story on Route 3. They look good down the line all the way into the heart of the city. All overnight construction traveling south of downtown has been wrapped up. Northbound expressway, there was 2 travel lanes closed approaching the tunnel. They've been reopened. And I know they had a nice commute, about 8 minutes. It took from end to end, so good news there. Taking a look at the gas tank, if you're traveling down Live Shot, you're going to see a steady ride traveling northbound on the expressway. And still no problems right now if you're traveling out over the Salem Bridge. Very light volume. I'm Megan Dahl, 7 News Today, New England. On 7 News now, a deadly discovery in Framingham. Investigators found a man's body inside a home with apparent trauma. Police got an anonymous 911 call as the death is being considered suspicious.
Morning, the community, of course, on edge, not knowing what happened here. 720 Southern live in Framingham with the latest details for us. Bobby?
Juliana, Amanda, good morning. Now, this is the home that police came back to and are investigating from. Neighbors in this area say this never happens around here.
I'm shocked about it.
Police returning to the scene of a suspicious death in Framingham.
Neighbors along Fenwick Street baffled by the police presence, responding to a single-family home here after an anonymous person called 911 Wednesday night reporting a stabbing.
Fenwick Street for suspicious activity. RPT hanging up. Let's see. There's a mail. Nobody has sent someone this address.
When we saw there was cops there, we didn't know when they show up, but we saw they were there.
It happened on Wednesday. Birmingham police and homicide detectives responding to the scene. On Thursday morning, investigators were alerting area departments to be on the lookout for a white Toyota Camry rental car with New Hampshire license plates, all in connection with the suspicious death of a man.
It's just weird that they're not saying anything. Like, I saw this last night when it happened, because I just came home. It sounded as if someone had gotten killed, but they weren't confirming it. But they weren't telling us anybody looking for.
By late Thursday, police had expanded their search for evidence to a park across the street. What happened here and why remains a mystery, but it's enough to leave residents feeling a little unsettled, especially when they say things like this don't happen around here.
Yeah, scary, weird. Doesn't happen around here, honestly.
And police say there's no threats to the public at this time, and their investigation is still active. We're live in Birmingham. Maddie Sanford, 7 News, the Daily Live.
Right now, police are investigating a shooting in South Boston. One person was hit in the leg. Officers blocked off the area on D Street last night. A K-9 was there helping search for evidence.
3 people are hurt when a driver crashes into a cannabis dispensary in Attleboro. Police say the SUV got about 15 feet into the shop before coming to a stop. The driver and 2 customers were taken to the hospital. A crash leaving a large hole in the front of the shop. The manager said the people were shaken up by that crash.
Check with all the employees. Obviously, we're shutting out for Brazil and we're going to come back stronger than ever. We're pretty much going to work tirelessly to get this up and running.
The business will be closed for repairs this weekend. Now at 5.
Here comes the nation's leading goal scorer.
Boston College heading into title territory. The Eagles took down Michigan in the Frozen Four. BC earns its shot at the national championship with its high-powered 15th win in a row.
But we're not going to get that combat showdown with BU. 7th Warriors Gordon has more from St. Paul, Minnesota.
It's unbelievable. It's what we dreamed of at the beginning of the season, so I'm going to be ready for awesome.
Boston College extending their winning streak to 15 games with a 4-0 shutout win over Michigan, putting them just 1 win away from capturing the program's 6th national championship, the first since 2012.
Anytime someone commits to Boston College to win championships, and we have an opportunity for that on Saturday. Been super proud of our groups up to this point.
Saturday is going to be our last game with this same group of guys. It's been such a fun journey and a fun ride, and we have such a close group. So I think the biggest thing is just enjoying it and trying to play to our system.
The top-ranked Eagles scoring early and often, with Will Smith lighting the lamp just a minute and 20 seconds into the game. One of 2 goals on the night for the freshman out of Lexington.
Told me this as a kid, it'd be kind of crazy. I mean, I remember the days I was watching Johnny Gaudreau, the same Frozen 4. So it's a dream come true, and I mean, it'd be unbelievable to get that trophy just like he did.
Up next for the Eagles, a date Saturday night with the Denver Pioneers, who eliminated Boston University with a 2-1 overtime win in the first national semifinal. A disappointing ending for a Terriers team that fell 1 game short of the title game for a 2nd straight season.
The margin of error in these one and dones is it's very slim. So we made some mistakes that cost us, and there's no tomorrow for us.
We had tons of chances to potentially win the game. 1 or 2 months goes our way, and we find the next game. But sometimes that's just how it goes.
For today in New England, I'm Maury Hirschford.
Boston College cheering on their team at an on-campus watch party. They looked hyped up here, but they were even more excited that Boston University had just been knocked out of the tournament.
Incredible. I'm so excited for the championship game. It would have been overdone. It would have been overdone. We're done with that. It would have been done. We've had it before. We're going to 3 times this season. They can take sports, so it would have been there.
Boston College will take on Denver tomorrow at 6 p.m. BC is hoping for a different date than when they last played them. Back in October, Denver beat the Eagles 43. At 7th, Rikers Gordon is in the Twin Cities covering East Team's run for that championship game. Get this line sports coming up at 6 a.m.
Also this morning, firefighters racing to a convenience store in Dorchester when it went up in flames. Smoke billowing out of the windows yesterday. Firefighters pulled a cat covered in ash from the building. It is okay. Crews put out the flames quickly, and no one was hurt. And authorities are making a public plea for help as they investigate a deadly road rage incident in Hopkinton. 26-year-old Destiny DeCoff died. The police say she was deliberately run down outside a restaurant. Officials are asking people to review home surveillance, cell, or dash cam video from around 6 p.m. last Thursday. It happened near Cornell's Irish Pub along Hayden Row Street. Investigators say the suspect was driving a Honda Civic. 36-year-old Ryan Sweat is charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, operating to endanger, and a marked lanes violation. He's being held without bail.
5:09 now, and happening today, the final court hearing will be held before Karen Reed goes on trial for murder. Jury selection starts on Tuesday. Reed charged with second-degree murder for the death of her police officer boyfriend in January 2022. Reed pleaded not guilty to hitting and killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her car and leaving him for dead in a snowbank. Our defense team claims that she's being framed as part of a police cover-up. And then this morning, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has turned himself into police. The Super Bowl champion was booked in a Texas jail yesterday. Records show he was released on a $40,000 bond. Rice is facing charges in connection with a multi-car crash in Dallas last month. His attorney says Rice was driving this Lamborghini when it sped down a highway, slamming into several cars. 4 people were injured. Dallas police say Rice is charged with aggravated assault and collision involving serious injury.
Happening today, there are a number of events ahead of the Boston Marathon. A busy and fun day for runners and fans. Live behind the convention center this morning, get wildlife, and runners get ready to pick up their big numbers. Yeah.
Oh, man, it was such an exciting weekend. It's really beginning to feel like the Boston Marathon here in the city of Boston ahead of this big weekend. And the packet pickup set to begin here today for runners. The expo also beginning this afternoon here at the Heinz Convention Center, so it's going to be a great day here. There are also a number of fun, family-friendly activities and focused happening today to kick off all of this for Marathon Weekend. For the runners, again, this pickup begins here behind us at the Heinz Convention Center later this morning. And then there are so many fun things on deck this afternoon for the expo as well. There's a full list of that. The first day of FanFest also kicking off at City Hall Plaza from 3 to 8 today, so expect a lot of live music and entertainment for that. All of that, again, open to everyone here in City, free for families and anybody who wants to get out. Also, the finish line just down the street from me is set. Crews have been working across the city this week to tidy up, make sure the race road is ready to go. This morning, we're also expecting to hear from federal and state officials, including WEMA, City of Boston, of course, the BAA on updates to the safety route, as well as guidance for spectators and medical fronts as well for the event. They're going to cover all of that. And then we're going to hear the fun stuff. We're going to hear from the pros, programs after that as well. So a very exciting kickoff to Marathon Weekend here in the city of Boston. Hopefully this rain good, of course. We're hopefully have Chris work on that for all of that fun later on today. For now, we're live here in the Back Bay. Sam Wiley, 7 News today. Oh yeah, Chris is going to be going to work for us over the weekend. So much more ahead on 7 News today. And it was like some wild weather down south west tornadoes with plenty of damage to neighborhoods.
Plus, what washed up on the Cape Cod beach that officials say has happened before.
Windy, wet, and mild outside this morning. How long the rain lasts?
And water worries in Somerville. Some residents see their bill jump thousands of dollars. We'll explain what might have happened. Come back on today in Woodland.
Herb Chambers. We don't sell cars, we help people buy them. We offer you the largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. Experience legendary customer service when buying your next new or pre-owned vehicle. And right now, we will buy your car for cash. At Herb Chambers, you always get more for your trade. Plus, you can save time and shop online with Herb Chambers Smart Buy, or visit any one of our convenient Herb Chambers dealerships. Don't miss the exceptional spring savings.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the Ozempic Trizone. I have Power-3. I look my A1C, TV risk, and lost some weight. In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. I'm not understanding. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, and death. In adults also with no heart disease. I'm lowering my risk. Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type
type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or is allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
That's about the power of three with Ozempic. Dick's Sporting Goods believes that sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Here in Boston, we've seen the power of sport time and time again. And now, Dick's is opening the completely reimagined House of Sport. New experiences, new services, a new destination for sport right here in our town. It's a grand opening unlike any other.
Time to unlock better banking with Bank Hometown. Looking for a better way to save? A Bank Hometown CD is the key to locking in a great rate. Plus, you can earn a cash bonus with a new Get Real checking. Conditions apply. Bank Hometown. Unlock your potential.
You're watching the news station.
7 News.
Now to wild weather in the south.
My God.
A tornado touched down in Alabama as the storm system made its way through several states in the southeast. You can see dark clouds over Florida, where another tornado tore through neighborhoods there. Video shows the damage that twister caused in the Sunshine State. Trees uprooted, houses were damaged, and debris scattered everywhere. The bulk of the storms have moved out, but New England could now be in for some flooding. Areas of Pennsylvania were the flash flood emergency last night. Look at this. Rescue teams say they saw flood water as high as 6 feet. Pretty fast, too. More rain is expected to hit that area today. We're not expecting severe weather here, but we do have some strong winds and some downpours out there this morning, Chris.
We do, yeah. We're going to be tracking quite a bit of rainfall as we go through the morning hours. You can see that showing up on the radar this morning. I do expect that to be continuing the case, at least for several hours here, as you have one initial batch moving in. I mean, some of these downpours lined up right along 95, moving off to the northeast. You get south of New England, there are a couple more big downpours out that way as well. A little bit of a closer view. You do see this knocking on the doorstep of Boston, out through Metro West along 95, 495 there. A little bit of heavier rain pretty much across the Route 27 stretch, very close to Walpole, up near Medfield, Point Store. Tornado now is lifting off to the northeast here, and as it does so, it'll drop a quick quarter to half inch of rain with that batch. And then there were more downpours south of Long Island. This all has to rotate through eastern Massachusetts over the next several hours. So I do expect at least through 8 or 9 o'clock this morning to be some susceptible to some of these downpours. You're also looking at very mild air. How about this feel to the air this morning? 63 in north, 2 points out to 2. So you get this mild to start across the region. Winds have increased out of the south, around 20 miles an hour sustained. Gusted 30 to 40. Some of the strongest wind gusts this morning down near the south coast. That's going to be the case here for the rest of this morning. So you see this one batch down another one here, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Once we get beyond that, any showers will isolate here today into the afternoon. So temperatures running into the low to mid 60s, and we'll actually have some dry air in here, completely dry air this evening and overnight tonight. Now tomorrow we start off dry. We may have instability shower or two from time to time. A lot of this is light. Temperatures tomorrow afternoon held down into the low to mid 50s, so it will be a cooler day overall. Many locations this morning picking up between a half inch and an inch and a half of rain. We get the inch and a half of these downpours line up a little more solidly across New England, but not expecting any amounts, 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches on this one. Looking at the wind gusts, strongest along the south coast this morning with gusts of 50 miles an hour. They sneak in some gusts near 40 along the immediate coastline now as well, mid-morning. And then this afternoon, the wind's slightly it's still going to be windy out there, don't get me wrong, but I do think late this afternoon, those wind gusts back to about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Wind advisory, coastal Massachusetts, much of southeastern Massachusetts as well, even across the interior of Plymouth County, back over to Bristol County until 2 o'clock this afternoon. 7-day forecast, we do like this, one shower tomorrow, a couple of evening showers on Sunday, and Sunday's going to be milder out there with some sunshine in the morning. And Marathon Monday forecast looking good. Temperatures running into the low to mid 60s with a mix of sunny clouds.
All right, time now for a background traffic on the Friday morning with Megan Dahl. It's nice and steady so far. Here's your commute traveling on Route 1, heading into Saugus, and as you can see, both sides of the roadway, it's still very light. Same story, you're starting to build though, traveling south on side of 93, heading to the approaching and passing of the Zakin Bridge. No major delays, but you are starting to see some extra company, especially moving out towards the Leonard connector. Now, south of downtown, you're okay. The northbound side of the expressway, not a bad ride so far. Starting to build volume by Morrissey Boulevard, but your commute still 9 minutes, end to end, all the way into the O'Neill Tunnel. South of downtown, you're also going to see a nice ride in 95. No problems traveling with the 495 interchange. Looking good on Route 24 so far. That will start to build in through Randolph. And the Mass Pike also starting to build volume from Framingham to Maine. I'm Megan Doll, 7 News Today, New England.
A piece of history washing up on Marconi Beach in Cape Cod. The National Park Service says this is part of a drone plane. Those planes were used for target practice in the 1940s and 50s. They recently launched from a runway in the Cape Cod. Staff managed to get it off the beach before it was swept away by an incoming storm.
Old North Church illuminated, lighting up Boston's North End last night. A Boston-based nonprofit group reenacted the famous lantern signal that lit the way for the American Revolution. The celebration recognizes Walker's historic ride on April 18, 1775. They also had music, poetry performances, and remarks from the first female leader of the USS Constitution.
The commitment to the reenactment.
Oh yeah, this is such a cool tradition that we do here in Boston.
So much history. Up next on 7 News, drowning in bills. But city officials in Somerville say to blame for sky-high water bills.
Waiting for the right time to buy a vinyl flooring? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, you can get an entire room of luxury vinyl flooring installed the next day for just $788. Just $788. Today, vinyl flooring is luxurious. It looks and feels like real wood, tile, or stone, but it's durable, waterproof, and soft underfoot. Call 888-400 Floor and get a luxury vinyl floor from world famous shop with no interest for a full year. Call 888-400 Floor and we'll bring the store to your door.
This doesn't happen often. Choose from 2 incredible offers at Bernie and Phil's. With a minimum purchase, save up to $1,500 plus 0% financing for 1 year. Or choose 0% financing up to 72 months. We carry beautiful furniture at amazing prices. In-stock items are available for next-day delivery or customized and received in as little as 30 days. Make your home more comfortable with savings up to $1,500 or 0% financing up to 72 months at Bernie and Phil's.
Luxury, versatility, dynamic X5, excellence, runs, family. But that's what you'd expect from the ultimate driving machine. Hurry and lease 2024 BMW X3 X-Drive 30i for $649 per month.
My dry eyes leave me a burning, stinging 5 times a day. Makeup smearing,
Job season.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tyrvaya. It's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eyes. Tyrvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tyrvaya.
Turning your tips into revealing investigations that impact everyone.
This looks dangerous. Ensure that every Bostonian has a quality of life they deserve.
Covering the real story.
Maybe most people know about this.
We just been digging into the complex exclusive investigation uncovered.
Until the state can get a better handle on
Team Police, some medical, don't you mind? Investigates.
people that paid the price for their water bills in Somerville. Some left shocked when they saw it was thousands of dollars more than what they expected. Now city leaders are explaining what's to blame for it.
I want to know Somerville giving some homeowners with
sticker shock.
We got a $15,000 bill and no explanation.
According to Somerville's water director, the city's water meter replacement program is what's to blame.
People aren't being upcharged, they're being charged for water that they had previously used that wasn't in older bills.
When the old meter stopped transmitting readings, they opted to send customers estimated bills based on past water use. The city says that they eventually swapped out the old meters, they were able to view the actual usage. Those who used more water were then charged the difference.
We really do empathize with the people that are experiencing these large bills and the sudden increases. We're doing everything we can.
That includes payment plans and suspending any service shutoffs if water bills aren't paid. Some residents, including seniors, may also qualify for water discounts. The issue coming up at Thursday's City Council meeting, where leaders agreed it's not fair, but said right now their hands are tied. Area Brinkman says he can't help but feel like he and his fellow residents are getting ripped off.
I still have no reason, no idea what happened. And, I don't have faith in the accuracy of the bills going forward.
The city's water director is asking anyone who thinks there's a mistake on their water bill to reach out to his office so they can investigate. The city's also looking for other resources to help residents pay their bills.
5:25 this morning, coming up next on 7 News Today in New England, why U.S. Airlines wants fewer flights from China to the U.S., how they want the Biden administration to get involved.
And the changes that Instagram's making to shield their children from inappropriate images on the social media app.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for good health, and ensure complete with 30 grams of protein.
At the American Heritage Museum, we look to engage. We educate. We entertain. And we remember. Because experiencing the past inspires the future. Come see where history lives.
Well-qualified buyers get 1.9% APR financing on 2024 Acura models.
But foot pain is breaking your heart. A mother's story. My foot pain got really bad after I had my son. I didn't have any energy left to play with him. She tried various tricks and treatments. A lot of those disposable Durway inserts. Nothing worked. Until she got fitted for good feet arch supports. I could feel like something was happening. Something good. It's been a life changer for Elisa and for now not so baby boy.
See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting at your kid's store.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day. Makeup smearing, drop snoozer.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tirvaya. It's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tirvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye. By helping your body produce its own real tears. Not side effects. Relying only on draws. Now, my own real tears are my relief. Ask your eye doctor about Tirvaya.
Explore. There's made with real salmon. Little soups for cats. Here's the delicious taste of tuna we treasure. Definitely coming back tomorrow.
Friskies, always more to explore.
These are what's going to come on 7 News Today in New England this morning. A rainy and windy Friday morning, and wherever things clear out after the weekend, to take that doctor's outside. Here's what the answer comes up. A group of days shoplifting at the Newbury Street store. What the business owner wants to be done about it. And on this one station, a woman detailing her confrontation with a bus driver in Millis, who she says was putting children
East Brookfield, Emerald Ford, where friends send their friends.
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mischka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their online presence, reach new customers, and increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more than doubled their online sales through management of email marketing, paid search, SEO, and social media. For results-driven digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not alone. Rent is up, and every family outing costs an arm and a leg. Well, we want to help. So when prices go up, we find new ways to go low. And now, we've lowered the price on hundreds of your favorite products. Designing something beautiful is easy. Designing something beautiful with great quality for a low price, that's a different story. Here's why we're here. That's a promise, not a promo.
Class, over time, old windows can crack and pull away from the frame. So when it rains, moisture can get in. But Window Nation triple measures every window to ensure you get a customized fit. So no matter how wet it is outside, you stay dry and comfortable inside. Isn't that right, Aaron? Now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 24 months. Window Nation, the perfect fit. Wonder what we're giving you? Mr. Gary Wiggum, Emerald Ford. You are pre-owned. We meet and exceed your automotive needs every single day. Come in and see why we have over 2,500 positive online reviews. Visit Emerald Ford on Route 9 in East Brookfield.
Just on Newbury Street in Boston, the one business owners really didn't make it stop. And just one station speaks to a woman who said she was assaulted by a Midland bus driver after he went on a dangerous drive. As he and Doug in connection with executive traffic and changes coming for schools applying to Harvard.
This is 7 News Entertainment New England.
5:30 now on your Friday, giving you a dreary and rainy live look outside. Thanks so much for starting your day with us. I'm Juliana Massa.
And I'm Amanda Crawford. It is also windy out there. We've seen some strong gusts so far this morning. Let's check in with meteorologist Chris Lindbergh.
Yeah, especially south of Boston, near South Dakota, already a few gusts around 40 miles an hour, increasing that over the next few hours. You certainly increase the rain rates too. Looking at soaking rains pushing through Boston, out through Metro West, some of southeastern Massachusetts at the moment too. A lot of yellows and oranges showing up this morning as racing off to the northeast. So quick 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain with this batch moving through. And then we track some thunderstorms just south of Long Island. You see that just there on the bottom of the screen. That is lifting off to the northeast. So if you expect over the next 3 to 4 hours to be unsettled, better downpours, levels of weather, and the strong wind gusts upon us. Upper 50s to near 60s, but in the lower 60s, very mild and muggy start to the day. There are your wind gusts. The recent gusts are now 46 miles an hour, Providence, Rhode Island. Wind advisory across the coastline, down to much of southeastern Massachusetts as well, as we continue to see the strong gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. Continuing to see these embedded downpours through mid-morning, once we get to midday hour, and Saturday, late in terms of afternoon, running into the low to mid 60s, so not much milder than where we are now, but it's certainly a mild start to the day. All morning Sunday forecast ahead.
Time for fast track traffic now. Here's Megan Goff. And we're just starting to feel some volume north of downtown. This is your view of the traveling now over the Zazen Bridge. As you can see, the Leopard connector starting back up moving into downtown, approaching Stone Drive. And 93, not bad. Busy but moving if you're traveling through Somerville, and that will continue into the O'Neill Tunnel. Now taking a look at this out in the south, you're going to see it's a heavier ride. Northbound Route 24 starting to line in Stoughton, and it will slow down approaching the 93 interchange. And that's backing up now, 93 northbound approaching the Braintree split, heading out towards the expressway. Also getting heavier, starting to fill in between Granite Avenue and Morrissey Boulevard. Your commute now is going to be 11 minutes end to end, so still not a terrible ride. And no issues currently traveling on Route 3. Heading out of the Mass Pike, nice and steady, no problems if you're traveling on the Mass Pike, passing Route 9, filling in by the Navy Rescue. Of 128, and you're busy. Route 3 at the 128 95 interchange. And Megan Dow, 7 News Today, New England.
That is really top stories on your Friday. Police are investigating the suspicious
except for the man in Framingham. The DA says an anonymous person called 911 Wednesday night to report a stabbing and a man on evidence. The police chief says there is no danger to the public. And the final pre-trial hearing for a man who will accused of killing her boyfriend in Central this morning. Karen Reed's trial starts on Tuesday. Reed started the second degree murder for allegedly hitting John and Keith in the car outside of a Tracy home in January 2022 for attorney's claim that she's being framed. At Chestnut Hill, erupting in tears last night, Boston College beat the University of Michigan to advance to the NCAA College Hockey Championship. They're going to face off against Denver tomorrow night. Denver knocked out Boston University last night to make it to the final game.
On 7 News Now, a Boston shop owner outraged over a sneaky steal. She says a group of people stole clothing from her Newbury Street boutique worth more than $1,000. Amaka is in the newsroom now with more details.
Well, Amanda, that store owner says that this robbery is part of a much bigger problem, and now she's hoping to do something about it.
It was horrible. It just like made me feel sick.
Shoplifters stealing hundreds of dollars of clothing from a boutique shop on Newbury Street. The owner, Shane Moss, says 2 men and a woman came into the store while the woman distracted the employee. The 2 men, caught on camera, stuffed the clothes into a bag and then threatened the employee when she confronted them.
The employee sort of feel like something is happening, and she like follow her. So like, are you taking something? I said like, I'm gonna pepper spray you if you follow.
Moss says the shoplifter stole around $1,600 worth of merchandise and her peace of mind.
My employee is only 19 years old, so she is really like shaken up. And then me too. I was like at home. I'm looking at the camera when these things is happening, and we could not do anything about it.
She says shoplifting happens on a daily basis up and down the busy shopping district.
The people stealing, it happens all the time, and a lot of times it's just like 1 or 2, but like we try to stop it, but this time it's like really bad.
She says they do call the police, but they don't need so much. She started an old network of shop owners who will learn one another. But for the time being, she's hoping thieves don't strike again.
We just lost. Basically, we're lost.
Investigators say robberies in the Newbury Street area are common, and they're working to crack down on the shoplifting.
Juliana.
I'm not going to thank you. Now to an interview that you'll hear on Death One Station. A woman tells us she was pushed by a Millis school bus driver when she tried to call the police on it. She said she got onto the bus Wednesday after the driver crashed into several trash cans while trying to turn around.
Pushed me to get off my school bus. It was scary while we was doing this. Children scared to death on this bus, and he grabbed me by the wrist and pushed me on a bunch of children that were sitting in their seats.
Although children were hurt, the driver's now facing charges including assault and exit operation. Without being exercise. And the bus driver in the bank in Brooklyn caused significant damage there. The Santander Bank on Sacred Street experienced the time of the crash on Thursday. The driver of that car was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Police said the driver was in an unregistered car without insurance and facing several charges.
A Rhode Island teenager is accused of going on a deadly drive indictment and faced a judge. Investigators say he hit and killed a man and tried to cover up the crime. Brandon is here with the newsroom with the details.
We're here from the victim's family who says seeing the suspect in person only made them more upset.
Accused of hitting a man with a car and leaving him in the street to die, the prosecutor says 19-year-old Michael LaVoy knew he struck something and went to great lengths to cover it up. The victim's shocked family listens in disbelief.
He admitted that he had struck something, he thought it was a deer, and he hoped it was but that it could be a person, and that he didn't want to think that it was a person.
It all happened last Thursday night. Detectives say an off-duty police officer found a man on Highway 44. The clerk at Dyke Gulf Express says 57-year-old Paul DeMora had just come in, bought Oreo cookies, and was walking to his house just about a block away. The prosecutor says the boy hit DeMora and took off, leaving him right at the scene. Detectives used that to identify the make of the car and a security video to zone in on matching cars. They found one, ran the license plate, and said the car belonged to the boy's girlfriend and was in a Rhode Island driveway covered up.
Troopers were able to remove it, which revealed significant damage, including a shattered windshield and foot dents that was also covered in blood.
Released on $2,000 cash bail, the boy walks out keeping quiet.
Now that he knows his business and what they did, he should say I'm sorry. to look at us, like, oh, no remorse. Yeah, he just seems like he just doesn't care.
Along with setting bail, the judge also suspended the suspect's license. He will be back in court next month. Amanda?
Brandon, thank you. Students applying to Harvard will be put to the test. The university is once again requiring standardized test scores. Applications for the fall 2025 semester will have to include ACT or SAT results. University officials say a recent study found those tests can predict how students do in college and beyond. Harvard is the latest Ivy League school to bring back standardized test requirements after the pandemic.
Also on 7, this morning the world is reacting to the death of O.J. Simpson. Simpson's family announced yesterday that he died earlier this week after a battle with cancer. The football star was infamously acquitted in his criminal trial of the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. Kato Palin, the man who was living in O.J.'s guest house at the time of the killing, sending a message to O.J.'s children.
Foremost, I'd like to express my condolences to the children, to Sydney and to Justin, to Jason and Arnell. They lost their father, and that is never easy.
Others involved in that infamous murder case reacted to the news as well. Attorney Gloria Albrecht, who represented the family of Nicole Brown Simpson, took the time to remember the victims.
I know more for O.J. Simpson. In the civil trial that followed, he was found liable, that is, responsible for the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. May they both rest in peace. And that's important.
Attorney and Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz, who was an advisor on Simpson's legal team, also reacting, saying O.J. Simpson played an important role in exposing the racial divisions in America. The trial also exposed police corruption among some officials in the Los Angeles Police Department. He will leave a mixed legacy.
The former interpreter for LA Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani is now facing a federal charge. Ife Mitsuraha is accused of paying fraud. Authorities say he stole more than $16 million from Ohtani, who was a longtime friend. They say he used that money to fund a gambling addiction and impersonated Ohtani. He was fired last month. Ohtani denies any involvement in the scandal, and prosecutors say he is a victim.
There is more news today. Major U.S. airlines are asking the Biden administration to take a stand against what they call anti-competitive policies by China. The airlines and their unions say China closed its markets to during the pandemic and imposed rules that still impact American flight crews. They want the White House to stop Chinese airlines from adding more flights to the U.S. The rural U.S. airlines are losing out on business.
Instagram is rolling out new tools to help protect teenagers. One of the new features will blur nudity in messages on the app. Instagram says this will lower the risk of teens being sexually exploited and make it harder for them to make contact with. Social media platforms have been taking pressure to protect young people.
5:41 now, and still ahead on 7 News. The stock looking to avoid this week, but this one would go into extra innings. See what happens next.
Plus, is the GOAT getting out of retirement? What's Tom Brady saying about potentially playing yet again?
And in today's massive deal, we're taking you to a sweet dinner chat in Brooklyn.
Jackson Gusty wins an Oakland against Rain this morning when that tapers off.
7 News is brought to you in part by BuyAToyota.com.
When a retailer needed room for their excess inventory, they called the leader in mobile storage, Eagle Leasing. We deliver them a clean, watertight storage trailer in the space they desperately need. With over 20,000 units in our fleet, we're Eagle Leasing.
The new 2024 Tempur-Pedic mattresses are now at Bernie & Phil's, designed to help reduce aches and pains for a deeper, more rejuvenating sleep. Wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Now, with any Tempur-Pedic mattress purchase, receive 2 free Tempur-Pedic pillows, add an adjustable base for even deeper sleep. And for a limited time, 0% financing up to 72 months is available. Our expertly trained sleep specialists will help you choose the right mattress. Trust your sleep to Bernie & Phil's.
Simple principle. When selection gets low, savings tend to disappear. But now that there's a great selection, there are lots of great savings deals. So come to the Toyota Spring Savings Event, where you can get low 4.75% financing for 60 months on all the 5 RAV4 hybrid and gas models, which would save you up to $1,600. Great selection means great savings deals. At your New England Toyota dealer, your all-wheel drive headquarters. Toyota, let's go places. I was sitting at a red light. Out of nowhere, I just got Brandon, I reached out to Morgan & Morgan directly from the state. It was incredibly simple to get the process started. I never actually had to physically set foot into Morgan & Morgan. You can literally do everything from your cell phone. I was able to get emails, text messages. Morgan & Morgan got my initial offer 10x. And I never even got a check. I just got a direct deposit in my bank account. It's so easy.
With meteorologists on this left.
Time right now, 5:44 here on this Friday morning. Good morning, everyone. Back to some locally heavy rain. You see that across Washington. So good. That's a big public morning commute. Whether it's Boston up in the Valley, over towards towards Southern New Hampshire, back along 95, down that Florida, up across Ranging here, 95 to Route 1, road area 2, plenty of wetland. This goes down Route 24, Route 3, so pretty much it covers much of eastern Massachusetts. At this point, you notice some thunderstorms lighting up the skies here south of Long Island. You see the little spots of white showing up. That is clouds of ocean lightning ongoing there. So we're going to watch this lift off to the northeast. So I wouldn't be surprised if you get into like 7:30, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning to have some thunderstorms pushing through southern New England. And it certainly feels like we're capable of doing that, manufacturing that. This morning, walk out the door, it's upper 50s and lower 60s. As I mentioned before, those thunderstorms moving on through here by mid-morning. I'd say the bulk of the wet weather we get today is before 10 o'clock in the morning. Once you get beyond that, around lunchtime, early afternoon, you're going to get some dry outs in here. Temperatures still running in the low to mid-60s, although likely see a renewed chance of a couple of showers at some point early to mid-afternoon. That's mostly for the class of 495. How about the forecast tonight? Another truck along with the hill and the most of the time today, once in a while, maybe a couple of sprinkles. About a half inch to an inch and a half of rain today. Strongest winds are going to be this morning, only this afternoon, from to and along the coastline, especially down in the south. 50 miles an hour. A couple of evening showers on Sunday, long gone by Marathon Monday. Nice weather on Monday. This is some clouds and highs in the low 60s.
Find out more fast track traffic in Megan.
And Juliana, we are building volumes south of the city, especially at northbound side of the expressway. Because there's some heaviness if you're traveling into East Wilson Square. The business drive will be moving into Quincy, approaching the Passing Lawrence Boulevard in the last 10. Your commute currently will take about 16 minutes, so it's not a terrible ride. But it looks like the weather may be affecting things south of the city as well. So we are seeing more delays currently traveling on 95 as well as on Route 24. It's pretty busy if you're traveling through Foxborough on 95 and heavy traveling through Canton. And no major issues on the Mass Pike. That looks pretty good. And north of downtown, you're also just starting to fill in. If you're currently traveling south on 93 from Medford to the Safen Bridge, taking a look at the Mass Pike traveling through Brighton, as you can see, volume is starting to build with no major delays. And also traveling out over the Safen Bridge, that's where you're going to see some volume moving with the Lever Connector. That slows down getting into downtown approaching Storrow Drive. I'm Megan John, 7 News Today in New England.
Now, time for 7 Sports with Harley Reardon.
Good morning. After all the hype leading up to this year's Frozen 4, we finally got to see one of the most impressive fields in recent memory hit the ice last night. The top team in the country, Boston College, flexing their muscles on Michigan, up 1-0 after 1. BC gets goals of 49 seconds apart from Will Smith, and this beauty, courtesy of Cutter Gauthier. Boston College moves on to tomorrow night's national title game after a 4-0 win over the Wolverines. A little bit of a different story for their combat rivals. Boston University going to overtime with Denver tied at 1, and Tristan Rose calls the game. Over 11 minutes into bonus hockey. beating Matthew Thoreau 5-0 as the Terriers fall 2-1 in overtime, ending their season. 7th Warriors Gordon is in the Twin Cities covering BC's title chase. Catches live reports right here on 7 News. You know, the Suns playing their third live regular season game, and Jalen Brunson was feasting all night. 18 first half points, and then it started going off for 39 points, going 15 for 23 from the field. He also added in 4 assists and a few drawn charges as the Celtics lose 118 to 109. On the diamond, Red Sox and Orioles, Rafael Devers sitting out the finale of the 3-game set. The Sox blew a lead in the 8th, forced extra innings, only to have the bullpen implode once again, serving up 2 homers in a 6-run ball game for 10 innings. The Sox still get swept, falling 9-4 in 10. As York fans get first defenseman Noah Hanifin off their free agent wish list this summer, the Norway native agreeing to an 8-year extension with the Golden Knights worth more than $58 million. I'm Marley Weirda. That's it for sports. Have a great day.
Up next on the news station, a driver crashing into a pawn shop in Attleboro. How long the dispensary could be closed for?
Is it finally time to replace that beige floor with a durable and beautiful laminate floor? Well, we've got you covered. At National Floors Direct, you can get an entire room of laminate flooring installed the next day for just $555. Just $555. These laminate floors will work with the shop, give you the hang and still look great. Call 888-400-FLOOR. Get your laminate floor installed the next day, no hidden extras, and no interest for 1 year. Call 888-400-FLOOR. Sensing an underlying issue.
This T-Mobile, it started when we tried to get on giving out the personal guarantee, which has made him a big unruly. You're going through something on carrier. Just think about the price on numbers. Come on. It's not about, I know a lot.
So how can we end that again? We could all unsubscribe and switch to Xfinity.
Or go unexperienced this whole session.
Get Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month with no contract. And also you could save $700 plus over T-Mobile for your first year. Switch today. Get exclusive offers on select new Volvo models. Contact your Volvo retailer to learn more.
Not knowing where they were heading, most prisoners arrived at Auschwitz with luggage full of all their belongings, baggage that would never be opened. Auschwitz, not long ago, not far away, now open at the Castle Park Plaza.
We decided to put in a new ground pool.
They literally went on Angie and typed in pool.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids,
We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
and we love it.
Get started today at Angie.com.
Get ready for the new car sports zone.
We are starting something new here at 7 News called Mass Appeal. Every week we'll introduce you to fun things to do around Massachusetts.
This morning, a big musical concert goes all on the Satisfied Massachusetts.
Nestled beside a babbling brook, at the end of a long, bumpy road, on the edge of the woods in Cohasset, there's a magical place full of sweet surprises.
Welcome to the Sugar Shack.
Jen Meckler, affectionately known as Mrs. M, keeps the shack stocked with tempting treats.
Right now we have a lot of spring samples. We're looking at working, so it's just kind of cold, right? Very early. It's something just consistent with the movie camera. You're going to be in heaven.
From chocolate-covered Oreos
I'm hoping for a red light on the way home so I can get into the sandwich cookies.
to sweet, sour critters and sea salted caramels. If you're getting Hazel and Gretel vibes, have no fear. This fairy tale spot is a delight from beginning to end.
I wanted something magical. That anticipation of them coming to Hansel and Gretel's shack in the woods. Full of candy.
It's such a magical experience in here. And you can visit this sweet spot anytime cravings call. That's because no one actually works here. Wait, how does that work?
Is Honest System, you can do that whole account. Every once in a while, I'll do that with my twins.
Mrs. M, a retired restaurateur,
tracks for over 4 years, and her shop is going viral.
I actually saw it on Instagram.
Now customers travel far and wide to get a taste.
We've had people from Texas, France. We've had people from Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut.
One reason visitors make the trek,
I'm sold on the chocolate cake.
a slice of the coveted chocolate cake. But this isn't the variety, it's the spice of life.
You never know from one week to another what's going to get. It depends on what day my brain has exploded, what this place looks like.
And her recipe for success is simple.
Who doesn't love a business that's just happy?
I think it kind of brings people back to that day when communities were communities and people were just so trusting of each other and neighbors helped each other.
A sweet message with a sweet treat. Thank you. Have a happy day.
Thank you.
So Sugar Shack is such a hit business and she's opened a brick and mortar store in Pembroke. To learn more about her and how to get to Sugar Shack, get to the Sugar Shack, go to our website, whh.com.
I think we need to take a little road trip and get back there with some sweet pepper sugar.
Chocolate covered chicken are my absolute favorite. They are so good. That spot is just so cute.
All right, coming up in our next hour this morning, a woman looking for love turns to a billboard for help. Who is she searching for?
And just 3 days away from the Boston Marathon now, the event set big today for runners and fans.
When someone walks through our door, I think they should expect to be treated fairly. And honestly, it's not just about the price. These days, you can get the price from almost anyone. If a customer does not have the when they purchase a vehicle, they're not going to do that. And that's the last thing we want. We want them to put trust us, those use us in the future. You have to do business with somewhere in life that you're treated honestly and fairly. And I think that's exactly what we are. So visit us today at Credit and discover why everything goes to you.
Your clearer skin and noticeably less itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin. By dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day. Makeup smearing, drops using. I want another option. That's not another drop.
It's not another drop. It's the first ever nasal spray for dry eye. Truvada treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body. From renal tears, common side effects, stinging, coughing, and broken nose irritation, relying only on drops. Not me. My own real tears are my relief. Ask your eye doctor about Tearvine.
A California woman is looking for love and she wants the whole city to know. She bought a billboard and has her description of the perfect man and where they can meet for a date. She also put up similar billboards in December in hopes of finding a Christmas date, but had no luck. The woman says she knows God has a plan for everyone, but hopes this and I can see what for 34 years, so we can be a little faster on this one.
I just want a good friend to go and laugh with and send them home when I get bored because I get bored easily.
She says Domingo Board will see the outcome this month, and she looks at the last time she was friends. This is such a funny idea. I love that she's also rotating her sister, did like 3 sisters also looking for love on that billboard. Yeah, it's quirky, it's fun, you know, it's just, I love that. What about more? There's so much more to come on 7 News today in the West.
Coming up next, the rain is still sticking around with downpours this morning. For a second forecast coming up.
How hard is it? Crazy hard. No scoops.
Hey, you gotta check this out.
Amazing. I'm obsessed with humans on the internet. It's the virtually indestructible club. Hardball lightweight litter.
Massachusetts. Want to save energy? Eversource, a proud sponsor of Mass Save, is here to help with weatherization, the most cost-effective way to lower energy use while making your home more comfortable. With proper air sealing and insulation, you can lower your home's heating and cooling costs by up to 20%. Plus, right now, you can get 75 to 100% off the cost of insulation upgrades. Take the first step today with a home energy assessment. Act now and start saving.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your day started. Right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Morgan.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and ensure complete liquid and protein.
Stay tuned for 7 news today in New England.
This week, Stop and Shop for great deals. Stop and Shop offers bread, a 1% of digital coupon, and strawberries, blackberries, or raspberry value packs are $3.99 each with a digital coupon. Stop and Shop, feed the moment.
An anonymous call leading police to a man spotted inside a Framingham home. The community on edge over the mysterious death.
And an SUV plowing into a pot shop in Attleboro.
The crash, well screened.
3 people injured in this dispensary drive-thru.
Way down to some downpours this morning. I'll let you know how long they last.
Punching their ticket to the title game. BC Eagles, 1 game away from bringing the championship trophy to combat.
And getting pumped for the big race. Details on the front foot dinner for runners and fans counting down this minute for Marathon Monday.
This is 7 News, Entertainment New England.
First at 6, we are seeing a storm system move through the area. Some rain showers and strong winds during your commute this morning. Let's take you outside and see how things are shaping up on your Friday. Visibility not great out there. A little misty too. We'll get some wet weather today. Thank you so much for starting your Friday morning with us. I'm Amaka Ubaka.
And I'm Brandon Cadell. Let's get to meteorologist for a second. Chris, you can feel that humidity too.
Yeah, it does. Mild to muggy starts today. Temperatures near 60. Dew points 50s to near 60 in some cases as well. And there is the soaking rain right through the city of Boston. So we've had some embedded downpours pushing on through. And some big puddles across much of eastern and central Massachusetts as we've picked up a quick 1/4 to 1/2 inch rain over the last hour or two across much of the area. Now you look south of Long Island, you see the little cells down there? Those are thunderstorms. Those are moving off to the northeast, so wouldn't be surprised to see a few of these isolated thunderstorms from here. 7:30, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. So it feels like people are making that temperature into the lower 60s, upper 50s, low 60s, and the humidity out there. When you look wind picking up, Bedford, we're seeing gusts to 40 miles an hour. The gusts are very close, especially down through southeastern Massachusetts, 40 to 50 miles an hour as we go through the storm. Now, this afternoon, just a spot shower left over, so there will be some improvement. It's not going to be raining every single minute of the day. I do think the bulk of the rain is over the next 3 to 4 hours. Anything after that is more isolated. Mild day, though, low 60s today. We're starting the weekend, more weekend forecast coming up.
The time now for fast track traffic. Chris Megan's nice to have you on Friday.
Thank you. We're looking at a steady ride right now, Brandon. A couple things going on, maybe weather related. We're heading north on Route 24 in the Randolph. It's a crash here. Right at the 93 interchange. It's going to tie things up for Riverstone and heading into Randolph this morning. Further north on the expressway, it's starting to fill in. You see the backup now moving from Granite Avenue out to Columbia Road. Your commute end to end, 19 minutes. And now north to downtown Northwest in Lexington, towards the crash south outside of 95. Just right at the Route 4 interchange, 2 left lanes are blocked. That's why you are seeing delay in that area. Quite heavy building volume on 33. We're moving into the heart of downtown, 93 south. Now there's continuing to build volume. It's getting heavier moving out over the Zafa Bridge. Lever connector hit or miss, and right now it's definitely a miss with major issues heading out to Storm Drive. But Megan Dahl, 7 News Today, New England. Happening today, Boston and surrounding cities and towns are preparing for the marathon on Monday.
And thousands of runners are getting here early so they can settle in and get ready to race. 7 St. Line-wise is live at Heinz Convention Center. More on the events. Sam, good morning.
Good morning, Brandon. Good morning, Amaki. We've already seen a couple of runners out here and even in the rain, but it's beginning to feel a lot like the marathon weekend here in the city of Boston. Pack and pickup beginning here today at the Heinz Convention Center, and then that kicks off a whole slew of activities here across the city today. So again, that pack and pickup happening here at the Heinz Convention Center, that'll start today at 11. And there are a number of fun fan-focused events happening as well to kick off marathon weekend for the runners, the big pickup here, and then there's also the expo this afternoon. Also, the first day of Fan Fest kicks off at City Hall Plaza from 3 to 8 today, so hopefully the rain has moved well on out of here by then. Expect lots of live music and entertainment for that. All of that is open to everyone here in the city. And the finish line is set. We look forward to that every single year. Crews are working across the city this week to tidy up as well and to make sure that the route is ready to go. This morning, we also expect to hear from federal and state officials, including NEMA, the city of Boston, and the BAA to update us on the safety as well. There's also going to be some guidance on what spectators need to know and the medical preps along the route for the event. Then, of course, we're going to get to the fun stuff. We're going to hear from some of the pro runners after that. So expect to see them out and about here in town. Chris is working on the forecast to have the weekend. Hopefully, we're just getting this deluge of rain out of the way today, you guys. And then that way we have a great weekend ahead. For now, we're live here in Boston. Sit Wow, it's 7 News today in England.
Also on 7. Here comes the nation's leading goal scorer.
Boston College heading into title territory. The Eagles skating into victory, taking down Michigan in the Frozen Four. So that win secures their spot in the national championship. But we're not getting that CONMEF showdown with BU. For more of the big games, that's more at First Score. It's live in St. Paul, Minnesota. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Right behind the XL Energy Center, those two semifinal games in the books. And the nightcap right there, that we heard one of those calls, top-ranked Boston College punching their ticket to the national championship game in emphatic fashion last night. They shut out one of the nation's top-scoring offenses in Michigan, 4-0. The win goes down as the 34th of the season. That's a new program record for BC. And now they will search for just one more for the title back to Chestnut Hill.
I'm little until we dreamed of being that season, so I'm feeling really fun.
Boston College extended their winning streak to 15 games with a 4-0 shutout win over Michigan, putting them just one win away from capturing the program's 6th national championship, first since 2012.
Anytime someone commits to Boston College to win championships, and we have an opportunity for that on Saturday, been super proud of our coach up to this point.
Saturday's going to be our last for the guys. It's been such a fun game. We have such a close group, so I think the biggest thing is just enjoying it and playing to our system.
The top-ranked Eagles scoring early and often, with Will Smith lighting the lamp just a minute and 20 seconds into the game. One of 2 goals on the night for the freshman out of Lexington.
Told me this as a kid would be kind of crazy. I never think so much about the drill. The same Frozen Four, so here it come true, and amazing to be unbelievable to get that trophy just like he did.
Up next for the Eagles, a big Saturday night with the Denver Pioneers, who eliminated Boston University with a 2-1 overtime win in the first national semifinal. A disappointing ending for a Terriers team that fell 1 game short of the title game for a 2nd straight season.
The margin of error is one and done. It's very slow. So we made some mistakes that cost us. There's no tomorrow for us.
We had tons of chances to potentially win the game. 1 or 2 months goes our way. We're playing the next game, but sometimes that's just how it plays.
So the Mars National Championship game features the 2 hottest teams in the country. BC, like we mentioned, 15 wins in a row. Denver, 8 wins in a row. Oh, by the way, the Eagles and Pioneers are the top 2 scoring offenses in the country. We are set for a good one. Updrop is scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern. We're live in St. Paul, Minnesota at the Frozen Four. I'm Maury First Sport for 7 News today.
Students at Boston College cheering on their team at an on-campus watch party. They're like pretty hyped up here, but they were even more excited that Boston University had been knocked out of the tournament.
Incredible. I'm so excited for the championship game. But it would have been overdone. It would have been overdone. We're done with that. It would have been done. We've had it before. We have 3 times in the season. They can beat Fort.
BC is hoping for a different fate than the last time that they played Denver back in October. Denver beat the Eagles 4-3. And Warriors will continue to cover BC's title chase at the right here on 7 News.
6:08 also this morning, firefighters racing into a convenience store in Dorchester when it went up in flames. Smoke was billowing out of the windows yesterday. Firefighters pulled a cap that was covered in ash for the building. It is okay. Crews put out the flames quickly and say no one was hurt.
Happening today, the final court hearing will be held before Karen Reed goes on trial for murder. Jury selection begins on Tuesday. Reed is charged with second-degree murder for the death of her police officer boyfriend in January of 2022. Reed pleaded not guilty to hitting and killing her boyfriend, lost the police officer Tom O'Keefe with her car and leaving him for dead in a snowbank. Her defense team claims that she's being framed as part of a police cover-up.
On 7 News now, an anonymous 911 call leading to a deadly discovery in Framingham. Authorities say they found a man's body with signs of trauma in his home.
As they investigate the suspicious death, neighbors say that they are on the edge of the telephone. The body of Framingham this morning with the details.
Among the Brandon, good morning. Now, this is the home that police are focusing their investigation on. We spoke with neighbors who say this is concerning to hear about.
I'm shocked about it.
Police returning to the scene of a suspicious death in Framingham. Neighbors along Sedgwick Street baffled by the police presence, responding to a single-family home here after an anonymous person called 911 Wednesday night reporting a stabbing.
Sedgwick Street for suspicious activity. RPT's hanging up. Let's see. There's a male that may have sent someone to that address.
We didn't know when they showed up, but we saw
It happened on Wednesday. Framingham police and homicide detectives responding to the scene. By Thursday morning, investigators were alerting area departments to be on the lookout for a white Toyota Camry rental car with New Hampshire license plates, all in connection with the suspicious death of a man.
It's just weird that they're not saying anything. Like, I saw this last night when it happened, so I just came home. It sounded as if someone had gotten killed. They weren't anybody is being looked for.
By late Thursday, police had expanded their search for evidence to a park across the street. What happened here and why remains a mystery, but it's enough to leave residents feeling a little unsettled, especially when they say things like this don't happen around here.
Yeah, scary, weird. Doesn't happen around here, honestly.
And police say there's no threats to the public at this time. We're live from Framingham. My South on 7 News. Stay in Relay.
3 people are hurt when a driver crashes into a cannabis dispensary in Attleboro. Police say the SUV got about 15 feet into the shop before finally coming to a stop. The driver and 2 customers were taken to the hospital, the crash leaving a large hole in front of the shop. The manager says that people were shaken up by the crash.
Checked with all the employees. Obviously, everyone's shooken up. We're resilient. We're going to come back stronger than ever. We're pretty much going to work tirelessly to get this up and running.
The business will be closed for repairs this weekend. 6:11 now, police are investigating a shooting in South Boston. One person was hit in the leg. Officers blocked off the area on D Street last night. A canine helped search for evidence.
Authorities are making a public plea for help as they investigate the death of a that happened in Hopkinton. 26-year-old Destiny McCall died. Police say she was deliberately brought down outside a restaurant. The suspect is in custody, but officials are asking people to review home surveillance, cell, or dash cam video from around 6 p.m. last Thursday near Purnell's Irish Pub, which is along the coast. Investigators say the suspect was driving in Honda Civic. 36-year-old Brian Sweat is charged with assault battery with a dangerous weapon, operating to endanger, and a marked lanes violation. He is being held without bail.
After this morning, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has turned himself into police. The Super Bowl champion was booked in a Texas jail yesterday. Records show he was released on a $40,000 bond. Rice is facing charges in connection to a multi-car crash in Dallas last month. His attorney says Rice was driving this Lamborghini when he sped down the highway, slamming into several cars. 4 people were injured. Dallas police say Rice was charged with aggravated assault at a collision involving serious injury.
Still ahead on 7 News today, New England kind of a rainy start to our day, but Chris has checked the Friday forecast.
Yeah, windy start to very mild temperatures, we have 60 degrees. There are going to be thunderstorms for time to get that.
And then drowning bills. People in Somerville seeing the cost of their water continue to rise. Where city officials are placing the blame?
And look what the tide dragged in. The washed up object proved to be a historic find on the Cape Cod beach. We got details.
Coming up, get ready for something sweet.
Welcome to the Sugar Shack.
This little cabin in the woods is packed with tempting treats. Victim sold on the chocolate cake. Savage Juliana Bassett takes us to a yummy place with mass appeal. Coming up.
You're watching the news station.
7 News. Want something different? No problem. Choose the home style and pick a view. Different color? Oh, and one of our buildings. Now it's new. Experience the choice and yours. When trucks are put into we have truck like better than anyone else. Feature trucks that work harder and play harder. And feature trucks that win by bringing every room what a truck should be. So this truck work, what you should do is truck around. Trucks are put into
It all starts with a Chevy truck. Chevy Silverado with the Turbo Max engine and best-in-class standard torque. Chevy Silverado HD with up to 14 available camera keys. Or the Chevy truck. Get yours now. Current Chevy owners get $6,000 total value on this Silverado when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Or during Chevy Truck Season, get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
So creamy and not watery, like exactly. And unsweetened has 0 grams of sugar. And don't forget, it's an excellent source of calcium. Wow, Play-Doh really has it all.
Designing to treat yourself for a season. You can choose the arm style, balloons, seat comfort, and seat depth. Select your fabric from hundreds of options, and now get up to 60 months no interest. Experience the choices and joys.
Bates Medi Spa has a new patient offer. $50 off your first hydrofacial.
Welcome back to 616 on your Fridays. We take this live look over the city, and you can just actually see the moisture just anything in the air.
You were so right about the humidity too. It's like when you walk outside, we're hoping all of this rain just spins up a marathon Monday.
It almost feels like that morning in early June, upper 50s, low 60s. So then afterwards, time wise, by the time we get to marathon Monday, I think a lot of the rain is done with by 10 o'clock in the morning here locally. I don't expect, a lot of rain this afternoon, and maybe a spot shower or two, but the bulk of it, again, it's really over the next 2 hours. We actually tracked a few thunderstorms over Long Island right now. Those are racing off to the northeast. We do have that moving on in. This way we have pretty entrenched across the river. That is the steady rain at this time. It is locally but down this right along I-95, close to Conchville and simply off to the north. Even Cliff Boston right now, seeing the rain, or the heaviest rain on the eastern edges out of Logan Airport. Then you get a few downpours in Macon, Framingham, back across Hampton, Randolph, and Stoughton, as well as the hills. And moving off to the northeast pretty quickly here, but so is this. South of Long Island, that's looking up to the northeast too. That's what's going to be moving through 7:30, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. So still get this other wave of moisture that has to roll on through the downpours, and with the thunder, and certainly some strong gusts out there. Look at the numbers this morning, upper 50s and low 60s, 63 north, 58 in Boston, 60 right now. The wind is cruising as well, with 20 to 25 miles an hour sustained. We're seeing some gusts now 40 to 45 along the south coast. The storm winds, so with the wet weather through mid-morning, here's a snapshot around midday. That's what I'm talking about there. Yeah, you get some breaks into the action. The showers becomes more isolated around lunchtime today. Maybe another batch of some scattered showers and storms in Lincoln County early this afternoon. By the time we get to this evening, touching it some dry air. Another half inch to an inch and a half of rain. I think many of us probably about an inch to an inch and a half total out of this event. There are the strong winds picking up the pace this morning, gusting near 50 miles an hour. Still some of the gust across the big band as well. Wind advisory until 2 o'clock this afternoon. We do see some improvements over the weekend, especially on Sunday. It's going to be a little stronger and breezy out there, looking 50s. There will also be a small shower down again today. There's amounts on the Monday forecast. A little mild for the runners, great for the spectators. High for those mid-60s with a nice breeze out the west northwest.
All right, Chris, time now for fast track traffic. Here's what you're going.
Great to proceed. Delays, no fun traveling from Burlington into Lexington on the southbound side of 95. You can see some volume if you're currently traveling past Route 3. It's all because of a crash in Lexington, blocking the 2 left lanes right by the 4 exit 49. So it's a great to get by in that area. Hopefully that will clear out shortly. Otherwise, you can see some volume building if you're traveling southbound 93. This is typical heading into Somerville, approaching the Zapham Bridge. South of downtown, we have an earlier issue northbound Route 24, right at the 93 interchange. And that's up the slope. The expressway has a point crash if you're traveling out past the Dorchester Yacht Club. And as you can see, traffic's really slow from Adams Street all the way out to Columbia Road. This is typical for this time of day. 22-minute commute taking you away from the Hilton up the line to the O'Neill Tunnel. And now the Mass Pike is okay. Maybe it's great because you made it. But the doing crash if you're traveling at the northbound side of 95 behind the Avenue of Vita. So watch out for that. I'm Megan Johnson. This is Today New England.
National Park workers discovered a drone that was washed up on a Cape Cod beach. The National Park Service says the part is from a plane dating back to the 1940s and 50s. Used in contracting for the anti-aircraft training. They used to be launched from the runway and the launch fleet that managed to get it off the beach before it was swept away.
That drone is fun.
Not surprised to be flying here in New England after all this time.
Let's go back and say a surplus smashed in with assault charges. Hear from the woman who says she was physically pushed. It's an interview you'll see on Just One Station.
And rising rates in Somerville, why your next water bill could cost you thousands. We're going to have the details straight ahead.
The Subaru of New England Love Spring Event is here. Your spring adventures are endless in a brand new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek. Buy starting at $25,195 or lease for just $299 per month. Get outside and love spring. Here, anything's possible as long as you can imagine it. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Now, April 12th, save big when you join the Judgment Free Zone for just $1 down, $10 a month. It's limited time. That's right, we dropped our enrollment fee to just $1. So it's easy to start getting that big fitness energy. Never timid, always free fitness training, equipment for every workout, and most clubs open 24 hours. You can get in, you get it done, and get going. Join today for just $1 down, $10 a month. It's limited time. Hurry, deal ends Friday, April 12th.
Class, old windows get pulled away from the frame, letting moisture in. But Window Nation triple measures every window for a customized fit so you can stay dry. Isn't that right, Aaron? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No payments for 24 months. Window Nation, the perfect fit.
This is no first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees through it until it's reached the ultimate stage. Standard that claims that the BMW drives and feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling. made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine?
Reintroduce the 2024 BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 per month.
7 investigating 6 stories within the patent to only on 7 years. Maggie's Town, coming to the Fox Center 1 theater in 2 weeks.
Somerville are getting sticker shock when they see their water bills. City leaders are blaming the water meter replacement program for this jump in cost. But residents are frustrated that they're the ones picking up the bill here. Joy on has a story.
I'm Waterville to Somerville, leaving some homeowners with sticker shock.
They got a $2,000 bill and no explanation.
According to Somerville's water director, the city's water meter replacement program is what's to blame.
People aren't being upcharged, they're being charged for water that they had previously used that wasn't in older bills.
When the old meters stopped transmitting readings, they opted to send customers estimated bills based on past water use. The city says when they eventually swapped out the old meters, they were able to view the actual usage. Those who used more water were then charged the difference.
We really do empathize with the people that are experiencing these large bills and the sudden increases. We're doing everything we can.
That includes payment plans and suspending any service shutoffs if water bills aren't paid. Some residents, including seniors, may also qualify for water discounts. The issue coming up at Thursday's City Council meeting, where leaders agreed it's not fair, but said right now their hands are tied. Harry agrees and says he can't help but feel like he and his fellow residents are getting ripped off.
I still have no idea what happened. I don't have faith in the accuracy of the bills going forward.
The city's water director is asking anyone who thinks there's a mistake on their water bill to reach out to his office so they can investigate. The city's also looking for other resources to help residents treat their bills. Back to you.
All right, still ahead on subjects today. New England Harvard putting their applicants to the test, the change that the Ivy League just made.
But first, filling up the blank space on TikTok, Taylor Swift songs are trying to use social media platform by the movie shocking fans.
7 News is brought to you in part by Bernie and Phil's Furniture.
At Stop and Shop, we're committed to always keep improving and reach. Inside our stores, Emma, we've established hundreds of school experiences for right
Kurt Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. We offer you the largest selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs in New England. Experience legendary customer service when buying your next new or dream vehicle. Right now, you can buy your car for cash. At Kurt Chambers, you always get more for your trade. Save your time and shop online with Kurt Chambers Smart Buy, or visit any one of our convenient Kurt Chambers dealerships. Don't miss exceptional spring savings. Well, plastic can catch fire. You might not be here to see it. Cigarettes often become moths driving into grass but may fires. That is perfect. Remember, putting out all the way every time. Dick's Sporting Goods believes that sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Here in Boston, we've seen the power of sport time and time again. And now, Dick's is opening the completely reimagined House of Sport. New experience, new services, a new destination for sport right here in our town. It's a grand opening unlike any other.
If it's gorgeous you want, look for the Grits. Because it's the clothes and outfit pulling together dozens of products. And then you look remarkable is always in
Get a grill, stylish HRV, or the city. Which car driver calls budget run? There's never been a better time to drive the moment with Honda. Find online for select tours or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
Swift music is back on TikTok in January. Universal Music Group's licensing agreement with TikTok expired, and it took all of the music from their artists, including Swift, off the app. Music from other artists was not returned to TikTok. There's no explanation for Taylor Swift's return. Well, she is coming out with a new album, right? I think it's April 19th or so.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just people geared up and using this song.
Well, still in on the next half hour stuff news today. We got the wet start to Friday. Just had much more looking at the
And then a final farewell to the former president of the Red Sox. How the community is remembering him.
and they suspect that they are driver tracking down how prosecutors say covered up the crime.
Cumberland Farms, fresh coffee, great taste, great price. Simple principle, great selection gets started. Savings tend to disappear, but now that there's a great selection, there are lots of great savings deals. So come to the Toyota's great savings rate, where you can get special low 4.75% financing for 60 months loan. Stop, go buy Canada, great selection means great savings deals. At your Willard Toyota, your drive values. Toyota, let's go places.
For my 2 cents on interest rates, my 2 cents.
Perfect timing. I have a few questions. Let's look at your plan and see what makes sense for you.
Sir, no sweating. With the best in class tier 1 company, 5 drive units, what you know from South America.
Then a bus driver accused of assault. Careful of what you say. She was pushed. It's an interview with City on Just Bus Station.
Plus, a teenager charged in connection with a deadly drive indictment what prosecutors say he thought he hit.
And people coming together to pay tribute to their, past and present members of the Red Sox organization saying a final farewell.
It is 6:30 on a Friday, taking a live look outside. We're up to a pretty rainy start. Terry Sweet, great outside there. Thank you so much for starting your morning with us. I'm Alaki Ubaka.
And I'm Brandon Gano. Let's get the meteorologist Chris Brooks to you outside this morning.
It is. Yeah, a little humidity, 2 points mid to upper 50s, temperatures near 60 degrees. So we're tracking out the early June feel to the air with the event downpours that have been rolling on through. And you got that wet weather Boston out to Metro West, which ends up from now into Connecticut and moving through Long Island and south of Long Island. It's almost dropping northeast, so don't be surprised here over the next few hours. Get those past the downpours with a number of thunder and flash light outside. We got some strong winds whipping around too, especially south of Mass Pike where you're gusting at 30, 40 miles an hour, getting close to 50 along the south coast. Those winds are going to be strong through the rest of this morning. And there the air temperatures running upper 50s and low 60s, so very mild and somewhat muggy starts today. And you see those downpours over the next couple of hours pushing on through. Now we get around midday, I think any shower activity becomes more isolated. Not to say that it's going to be 100% rain free from late this morning through the rest of the afternoon. I just think more dry hours than anything else, which is occasional passing shower out there. Temps today in low mid 60s.
Let's get a check of that morning TV count. Here's Megan Dahl.
Brandon, we are seeing delays south of the city. The good news is earlier crash northbound of Route 24 has cleared way. You're just looking like a really starting to pull line into Randolph, though. Then you're going to see a pretty busy road if you're traveling north on the expressway. Originally, it's crashed by the Yacht Club as well, just adding to this delay. Currently, your commute is going to take you 23 minutes, and it will continue to slow down moving in towards the Odeon Tunnel. Moving out west, you're just starting the line, Bass Pike eastbound, moving through Natick. There was an earlier crash on 95 north in Needham, just by Highland Ave. That's been cleared away, so that's just leftover delay traveling through Needham. It should open up shortly. And north of downtown, you're going to see some leftover volume traveling at 95 south. Then Lexington, there's a crash on Route 4. That crash is cleared out as well, but you're dealing with a residual delay on both 95 as well as traveling up to the area. South on 93 entering the city, you continue to see some volume as well. It will slow down as you're traveling out towards the Safer Bridge. Lever connector backing up out towards Doyle Drive. I'm Lady Dawn, 7 News Today, New England.
Now to today's top stories. Police are investigating the suspicious death of a man in Redmond. Police says anonymous person called 911 Wednesday night to report a staff in a hole on Bedford Street. Well, the police chief says there is no danger to the public. The final pretrial hearing for a Mansfield woman accused of killing her boyfriend is this morning. Karen Reed's trial starts on Tuesday. Reed is charged with second-degree murder for allegedly hitting John O'Keefe with her car outside a home in Canton in January 2022. Her attorney claims that she was being threatened. And Chestnut Hill run the cheers last night as Boston College beat the University of Michigan to advance to the NCAA College Hockey Championship. We're going to face off against Denver tomorrow night. Denver knocked down BC last night to make it to the final game.
On 7 News Now, a sneaky steal on Newbury Street caught on camera. A business owner says the people in this video stole more than $1,000 worth of merchandise from her boutique. As police search for the shoplifters, the shop owner is speaking out, saying it's a problem that she deals with far too often. It was horrible. It just made me feel sick. Shoplifters stealing hundreds of dollars in clothing from a boutique shop on Newbury Street. The owner, Shane Moss, says 2 men and a woman came into the store while the woman distracted the employee. The 2 men caught on camera, stuffed the clothes into her bag, and then threatened the employee when she confronted them. The employee showed him feeling something is happening in the shop. She had phone on her, like, did someone take something? I said, I'm going to pepper spray your people. Moss says the shoplifter stole around $1,600 worth of merchandise and her peace of mind. It's only like, he's only 19 years old. So she is really shaking up. And me too, because I told her, I'm looking at him, and these things is happening. And it's not anything of it. She says shoplifting happened 7 years ago. Up and down the busy shopping streets. It was filming. A lot of times it's like 1 or 2, but you know, we try to like, you know, stop it. But this time it's like really bad. She says they do call the police, but they can only do so much. She's starting her own network of shop owners to alert one another. But for the time being, she's hoping thieves don't strike again. We just lost. Basically, we lost it. Investigators say robberies in the Newbury Street area are common, and they are working to crack down on shoplifting.
Now, it's been interviewed here on Just One Station. A woman tells us she was pushed by a middle school bus driver when she tried to call the police on him. She says she got onto the bus Wednesday after the driver crashed into several trash cans while trying to turn around.
He managed to push me, said get off my school bus. He was swearing while he was doing this, and I said, I'm calling 911. You can't drive like this. There's children scared to death on this bus. When he grabbed me by the wrist and he pushed me on a bunch of children that were sitting in their seats.
No children were hurt. The driver now faces charges including assault and negligent operation. Will be reported next week.
6:37 now. A car crashed into a bank in Burlington, causing significant damage. Someone near a bank on Cambridge Street was closed at the time of the crash on Thursday. The driver of that car was taken to the hospital but is expected to be okay. Police say the driver was in an unregistered car without insurance and faces several charges.
I suspect that the drunk driver facing the judge. Investigators say the Rhode Island team didn't kill the man and tried to cover it. The victim statement was reported to be hearing on Thursday, and they're demanding justice for their woman. Accused of hitting a man with a car and leaving him in the street to die, the prosecutor says 19-year-old Michael LaVoy knew he struck something and went to great lengths to cover it up. The victim's shocked family listens in disbelief.
He admitted that he had struck something, he thought it was a deer and hoped it could just walk away.
but that it could be a person and that didn't want to think that it was a person.
It all happened last Thursday night. Detectives say an off-duty Taunton police officer found a man on Highway 44.
That person saw him, absolutely.
The clerk at Dyke Gulf Express says 57-year-old Laura had just come in, bought real cookies, and was walking to his house just about a block away. The prosecutor says the boy hit Laura and took off, leaving a piece of a headlight at the scene. Detectives used that to identify the make of the car. In security video, the zone in on matching cars. They found one, ran the license plate, and say the car belonged to the boy's girlfriend and was in a Rhode Island driveway covered up.
Troopers were able to remove it, which revealed significant damage, including a shattered windshield, wood dent, and was also covered in blood.
Released on $2,000 cash bail, the boy walks out keeping quiet.
Now that he knows from it what they did, he should say I'm sorry. No, he just doing it like this. If you would maybe look at us, you know, like, oh, go lost. Yeah, you can see it's like he's
Alongside bail, the judge also suspended the suspect's license, including back to court next month.
Also on 7, Boston Bank final term on former Red Sox president Larry Lucino. His funeral was held Thursday in Boston, where 78-year-old passed away last week. Lucino helped the Red Sox win 3 World Series championships during his 14-year tenure, including the 2004 win that reversed the curse. Those close to Lucino say the service was a great tribute.
It's a happy day because you would have loved this, celebrating all the collective achievements of just great teams of people. That was what it was about.
He also served as chairman of the Jimmy Fund for several years.
There is more news today. Students applying to Harvard are going to put to the test. The university is once again requiring standardized test scores. Applications for the fall 2025 semester will have to include ACT or SAT results. University officials say a recent study found the test can predict how students do in college and beyond. Harvard is the latest Ivy League to bring back standardized test requirements after the pandemic.
641 now, and Instagram is rolling out new tools to help protect teenagers. One of these features will learn nudity in messages on the app. Instagram says this is going to lower the risk of teens being sexually extorted and make it tougher for criminals to contact young users. Social media platforms have been facing a lot of pressure to protect younger people.
641 still ahead on 7 News Today. The That's taking a live look outside. It is a rainy end to the work week. Chris is tracking when these clouds should move out.
And then the Red Sox taking on the Orioles in the Boston bullpen come out on top. 7 Sports is next.
Drive, a hot shot to left field. Morgan, dial pound 529 on your cell phone. That's all.
Everyone who sells to revive houses has a story.
Well, we wanted to sell our home. He came and looked at it and gave me a fair offer.
And then he worked with us on holidays. Talk to We Buy Ugly Houses to see how good your story can be.
Just announced signage on current eligible dealer or GMC Life vehicles, ultra low mileage lease on this 2024 Encore GX Preferred for around $341 per month, 0 to its active.
The TikTok ban would be especially an attack on 170 million Once again, Congress is starting to ban TikTok, which is terrifying and also when it goes against our First Amendment rights.
This ban will stop so many people from free expression. You cannot live as your friend is speaking white. That's basically what this is. Our voices will not be silent, but encouraged by all of you on TikTok.
Everyone who sells to We Buy Ugly Houses has a story.
Once saw a home became bigger, it was fair, it would work for both of us.
I couldn't be more pleased with the way I was treated. Talk to We Buy Ugly Houses to see how good your story can be.
circuit thunder.
It is muggier, it is wet out there. It's been nasty, but it's not going to be that bad for the weekend, right?
A few later today, we do expect our dry outs in here. We're just going to get through some strong winds and some downpours this morning. Saw one batch roll through Boston a little earlier, across much of eastern Massachusetts as well. Even some thunderstorms building back across Connecticut along the island right after we saw over the next couple of hours. Take a look at the radar. It's lit up real quick. Here, whether it's Boston, across northeastern Massachusetts. Like, pretty good. Get some coordinates with our time flexibility and possible. And right now, also right on that 95 for very close to Monday. Well, it's in the south of the city of Boston up to a beautiful season. Right downwards there, maybe Freddie and two, and then across the south coast, a little bit of a lovely action right now. We're talking about the south. Thunderstorms, Connecticut, through Long Island. This is all racing off to the north shore. Next year, especially as we get into like 8, 9 o'clock across all the south. See this dry patch here, New York City points south. That's going to be with us midday. So again, dry hours out there. It's going to get through a little bit of turbulence activities this morning. We're talking about the atmosphere and all volatile for the next several hours. We get 60 in Bedford, 58 there in Boston, 63 degrees in North right now. 2 points of the upper 50s to pushing near 60. A bit of mugginess in place from mid-April for sure. Wind is out the south. Strongest gusts right now down near the south coast, 40 to 25 miles an hour. The wind is 50 as we go for the next couple of hours. So we're in a potentially scattered downpours with some thunder over the next few hours. There's some wind to break into the action, and then as we get into the overnight hours tonight, it'll be drying out. Another half inch to an inch of rain. I did locally total rainfall not through the system, about an inch to an inch and a half in locations. And there goes springs ramping up there. You can see that this thing south coast, even across the beginning to wind advisory from coastal Massachusetts down through much of southeastern Mass. Essentially, it's all over this afternoon. Spot shower around tomorrow. Not nearly as downpours we have this morning, though. We're going to get on the dry hours on Saturday. Sunday, too. Sunday, about 8 to 10 degrees milder. A couple of showers in the evening, but then long gone by Marathon Monday. Let's dry Monday. Mix sun clouds in the 60s.
All right, time now for Fast Track Traffic on this Friday. Here's Megan Dahl. Hey, Megan.
Good morning, about that. We're starting to see quite a bit of delay north of the city. Unfortunately, earlier probably was traveling in 95 southwest side moving into Lexington. Top on 93, that's slowing down moving from Medford to Somerville. We know we're crashing Lexington, starting to catch up with shore. It's good on the way. Delay is quite slow and inbound 103. Now, south of downtown, there's an earlier crash at Randolph. That's been wrapped up, but you're still dealing with leftover delays on Route 24. The expressway slowing down pretty much end to end. It's now going to take you about 23 minutes. It's not a terrible ride. There's an earlier crash by the Dorchester Yacht Club that did slow things down as well. And then outside, no major issues to contend with for traveling. Great to just start to fill in. And heading in the east-bound direction, you see that volume filter through, getting out past the old Austin Bright Toll Plaza. I'm Megan Dahl, 7 News Today, New England.
Now, time for 7 Sports with Marley Reardon.
This morning, after all the hype leading up to this year's Frozen 4, we finally got to see one of the most impressive fields in recent memory hit the ice last night. The top team in the country, Boston College, flexing their hardcore losses on Michigan, up 1-0 after 1. BC gets goals of 49 seconds apart from Will Smith, and this beauty, courtesy of Cutter Gauthier. Boston College moves on to tomorrow night's national title game after a 4-0 win over the Wolverines. Well, a different story for their combat rivals. Boston University going to overtime with Denver, tied at 1, and Tristan Rose calls the game over 11 minutes into bonus hockey, beating Matthew Perot 5 goals as the Terriers pull 2-1 in overtime, ending their season. 7's Maury Hirschgordon is in the Twin Cities covering BC's title chase. Catches live reports right here on 7 News. You know, the Subs playing their third-to-last regular season game, and Jalen Brunson was feasting all night. 18 first-half points for the Knicks guard, going off for 39 points, going 15 for 23 from the field. He also added in 4 assists and a few drawn charges as the Subs lose 118 to 109. On the diamond, Red Sox and Orioles, Rafael Devers sitting out the finale of the Orioles game. The Sox will lead in the 8th
Super Bowl and came into Florida. Travis Kelce is celebrating another major accomplishment this morning. We're going to explain ahead at the second.
But first, today's massive news section is Sweet Sugar Shack in the Woods.
When trucks are what you do truck work better than anyone else. You do trucks that work harder and play harder. And you do trucks that make vibrate every move what a truck should be. So this truck work, what you should be. This truck work right now, the trucks are what you do. To the red truck, to the red plus 40,000 total bonus cash on the 2024 Ram 2500 Lamborghini Trace and Crew Cab.
I started Las Bananas about 7 years ago as a small catering company, but quickly we realized there was a real business opportunity in frozen foods. So we pivoted to that, and nowadays we are building a banana empire. M&T has supported us with everything we need. They actually come to my plant. They understand what we do. They know I am a mom, and what we need for other moms for this together. Together with M&T, we can take over the world one empanada at a time.
At Stop and Shop, we're committed to making sure food is always inside our stores. We're not. That's why we've established hundreds of Stop and Shop school food pantries located directly in local schools to fight hunger and feed it forward, ensuring all kids have what they need during their full potential.
Hood is the cottage cheese lovers love. Why? Our country style has more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. And our expertly blended flavors are a taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese. Hood cottage cheese. Hey, to something new here at 7 News. All of that. Actually, we're going to give you some fun things to do around Massachusetts.
And today we're going to a massive race, all shop and satisfy your skin too. Toyota Festival.
Nestled beside the Babylon Grove. At the end of a long, bumpy road, on the edge of the woods in Cohasset, there's a magical place full of sweet surprises. Welcome to the Sugar Shack. Jen Meckler, affectionately known as Mrs. M, keeps the shack stocked with tempting treats. Right now we have a lot of spring candy, a little bit of wine, so it's just colorful, bright, dark strawberries, for chocolate-covered Oreos, I'm hoping for a red light on the way home so I can get into the sandwich Twinkies. To sweet, sour critters and sea salted caramel. It's something better than a caramel. If you're getting Hazel and Gretel vibes, I wanted something that is that anticipation of then coming to Hazel and Gretel's shack in the woods, full of candy. It's such a magical little experience in here. And you can visit this sweet spot anytime cravings call. It's always open. That's because no one actually works here. Wait, how does that work?
It's honest as done. You can do Venmo or cash. Every once in a while, I'll get a Venmo like $2.
Mrs. M, a retired restaurateur, dreamed up the Sugar Shack at the start of the pandemic.
I saw this spot, and I really enjoyed it before. It's a really cute spot for like a Vermont pie stand, right?
That's over 4 years, and her shop is going viral.
I actually saw it on Instagram.
Now customers travel far and wide to get a taste.
We've had people from Texas, France. We've had people from Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut.
One reason visitors make the trek.
Absolutely. Chocolate.
A slice of the coveted chocolate cake. But Mrs. M knows variety is the spice of life.
You never know from one day to another what you're going to get. It depends on what day I'm doing this explosive or this explosive.
And her recipe for success is simple.
I think it brings people back to that day when I think it was when people were just so trusting of each other and neighbors helped each other.
A sweet message with a sweet treat.
Thank you. Have a happy day.
Thank you.
with such a business that just opened a brick-and-mortar store that's in Pembroke, and we want to learn more about her and how to get to the Sugar Shack. Send her website, whgh.com.
Oh, you said you had their cookies.
Cookies, it's my mother. But most popular cookies sold in Pembroke are some of the best things I've ever had, and the business model, right? Yeah.
All about trust.
I thought just something about absolutely.
Here we go. All right, what up next here on 7 News Today? New England could be seen breaking back in the Patriots uniform. The circumstance where he says he may actually consider it.
Sky South published first and last only on the news station. They say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, especially when it's the irresistible steak, egg, and cheese bagel sandwich. True churro bread. BMW X3 and X5 are defined by world-class design and engineering. Take a energizing adventurous BMW X3 or balance life, versatility, and X5. Excellence, but that's what you expect. The ultimate driving machine. X3 drive free for $649 per month. Unspoiled. Uncrowded. Unpretentious. From Buy a Honda State Park to Stock Island, you'll find everything you've been looking for in Big Pine Key and Florida's Lower Keys. When someone walks through our door, some people should expect to be treated fairly, and honestly, it's not just about price. These days, you get the price 1%. And the customer is not happy when they purchase their vehicle, but they're not thinking about it. And that's the last thing we want. We want them to trust us, build success in the future. You have to do business with someone who you like and treat honestly and fairly. And I believe that's exactly what we are. So visit us today at newcar.com and discover why everyone loves a new car. They say that breakfast is the most. Well, especially when it's the irresistible steak and cheese sandwich. And there's the
Well, Tom Brady's retirement may not be for good. He was asked on a podcast if he would temporarily join a team as an emergency quarterback. He says it's not close to him. Even throwing out the Patriots as a possible team, he would come back to help. He says it might not be allowed though, since he could become a partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders soon, heading to the NFL soon.
We'll jump to their bed. All right, there's much more ahead here on 7 News Today. New England, grab your umbrella if you're headed outside. Browns are great. We think through the area. We're right back.
It's your journey on every mile of the new Hyundai Elantra with America's best warranty. Lease a Hyundai Elantra for only $179 a month or get 3.89% APR or up to $1,000 bonus cash. Hurry, offers end soon. If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not alone. Rent is up, and every family outing costs an arm and a leg. Well, we want to help. So when prices go up, we find new ways to help. And now we know the price at hundreds of your favorite products. Designing something new, designing something new with great quality and low price. And a different story. That's why we're here. That's a promise, not a problem. This is the GMC Sierra, powered by the turbo-max engine, with the confidence of 430 pound-feet of best-in-class standard torque. GMC Sierra is the truck. Get 100% APR for 72 months on select 2024 Sierra 1500 models, or current eligible GMC owners get over $7,800 total value.
Class, putting Winter Nation windows in your home is a little bit, well, like getting a puppy. They keep you warm in the winter and happy in the summer. And they give you years and years and years of enjoyment. They grow up so fast. 2 windows, get 2 free. No money down, no interest, and no payments for 24 months. Window Nation, the perfect fit.
The Hyundai Palisade. With advanced tech and award-winning safety, there's joy in every journey. Lease an all-wheel drive Palisade SEL for only $349 a month, or step up and get unlimited with $1,250 bonus cash. Hurry, offers and sale.
Stay tuned for more 7 News today. By Morgan & Morgan.
I'm John Morgan from Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound long. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
A suspicious dad robs the quiet neighborhood in Here, what happened on them? But the vehicle investigators are on the lookout for this morning.
And sticker shock in Somerville. People upset after their water bills jumps up thousands of dollars.
Sorry, yes, for work week. You know, things are happening.
Preparations kicking into high gear ahead of Marathon Monday. The city addressing safety and setting up for fan experience.
NBC is moving on to the Frozen final. We're live reaction to the Eagles' big win. This is 7 News continuing.
First at 7, we are being dumped with rounds of rain. Not the way that is. It's 1 to 10 in the weekend, but it is what it is. Take that hot look outside. A lot falling outside again this morning. These downpours are strong winds making for a mess of you. Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. I'm Brandon.
And I'm Alaka Bubaka. We are off to a pretty rainy start. Chris, how long does the rain maybe take around?
I do expect some scattered thunderstorms in the mix, especially between about 7:30 and 9:30 this morning. As all of what you see south of Block Island, south of Long Island, that's going to be sweeping right through eastern Massachusetts over the next couple of hours. So accompanying the muckiness, the warmth, and the downpours, we have some strong wind gusts out of the south now, gusts in the 40